That dog sounds ferocious.
Yeah, I have to do some chores. So if anybody wants to talk to or ask questions, I don't know.
My dad's the same way, though. I tell him it's flat, and he's like, well, that doesn't affect me at all, flat, doesn't affect me. I'm still living my life day to day.
Yeah, I don't think it's horrible if people admit that they are not that that they value their own time more than like the possible future. It's not such an abhorrent act at all.
Like ignorance is bliss, right? Just don't pay attention to reality. Live in a fantasy world. It's blissful when you don't have to actually come to terms with who you are and where you are and what you are, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I would not go that far personally, but you do you.
Like Cypher in the Matrix.
Yeah, people prefer a comforting lie over a harsh truth, right?
A lot of people do, indeed.
But the problem is when you're presented with a truth and you choose to accept the lie, right? You no longer become nescient, meaning you have no knowledge. You actually have the knowledge and you choose to ignore it, so you become ignorant. Is ignorant a good way to live your life? Do you think?
Do you have to go into like what good means? A good life for one person might just be bread and circus. It could be entirely different for somebody else.
Correct, right? Ignorance is bliss. The less you know, the more ignorant you are. The less you pay attention to the world around you and the relationships around you, the more you're distracted by all the fancy lights and the people on the screen and their big paychecks and their fancy cars and living in a dream world of how maybe one day you can achieve such things and idolize and worship those people. It's much more fulfilling life. Or not. Constantly chasing that material dream provided to you by bread and circuses.
Yeah, for some people, that feels quite fulfilling, I would imagine.
Do you think it's maybe because they don't understand that game has been played upon them?
That's tough to say because I don't know how everyone is. I think people are different.
They're really not. Most people
That's
are
quite
exactly the
cynical.
same. No, it's not cynical. I believe it's
It's
just
I
objective.
find it quite cynical.
Everybody has their personal favorites for, type of ice cream they like, colors, movies.
Mm.
As far as how they operate in the grander society, they're very much the same.
Yeah, if we go down to like an animalistic level, and we could reduce it all the way to that all people eat, sleep, and fornicate and such, but I think there are a lot more to each individual than that.
Don't you think it's a bit more complex than that? I.e., the context in which most people think in is a fairly satanic, evolutionary mentality. It's like the context that they think from is completely different than someone like us.
Yeah, it's different, all right. I'll agree to it as much.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever played a game called Metal Gear Solid, and there was a scene at the end of the game where they basically reveal all who the colonel was, who you were talking to, and the AI basically tells Raiden or Raiden, whatever his name is, that the most important thing is context, not the content. It doesn't matter what content you throw at someone. If their context has already been set, then the content's almost irrelevant. So for me, it's like, well, if you're coming from a context of there could be a creator and, truth is illuminating and, all that stuff, then yeah, you're going to be drawn towards truth. But, we've been set the context where truth doesn't help much, or it doesn't get respected. Did that make sense, or am I babbling?
No, it did. I do agree with you. And you're right about it. The same information told to two different people can instill completely different, get completely different responses.
Yeah, I agree
Depending
to
on their
that
context
part.
of reality. So, no, you're totally right, Big Root.
Yeah, I just feel like they've set a context in the world where truth and being truthful doesn't really help you in society. So it's almost off-putting for some people.
Well, the truth has never helped in the rat race.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't get you anywhere. Just sets you back or kicks you right out of the race itself.
It's almost like the rules are lie, cheat, and steal to get ahead.
Oh, they absolutely are.
You can put yourself on a moral pedestal and be ahead in that regard.
It's not about putting yourself on a moral pedestal. It's about just at least being on the spectrum of morality. Because our current world is way off it. It's jumped right off it. Nobody's concerned with doing the morally right thing anymore. For themselves or for others.
It's like people don't know which way is up anymore. People think they're being moral because they're a nice guy or because they use their manners. You know what I mean?
You say anymore, but hasn't it always been like that?
We don't know for sure, but you did say
I agree.
something. You did say something correct. People don't know which way is up. Quite literally, they do not know which way is up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite scary because sometimes I'll speak to someone who, considers themselves, awake or into truth. And there's always a limit. There's always a limit they reach. It's like it's a game they're playing. You know, they want to be seen as this person. They want to be seen as awake or whatever. But in reality, their context is not set to respect, follow, and care about the truth. So it's, I don't know. I think most people who we speak to and we try and tell them about the content of flat Earth and the science or whatever, and they're not ready to listen to any content really. They need their context changing first.
I kind of agree with how some people brand themselves a lot. If you put a brand on yourself or like categorize yourself, you're putting your own mind in a box. But if you like, categorization has its purposes. Like, you can categorize other people in your mind if you brand a person such and such. You will be putting your image of that person in a box, but it can make interaction easier or more predictable.
Yeah, more predictable. But you're creating that sort of effect every time with your assumptions, aren't you? At the end of the day, people react to you. I know people who, they react to me in one way, but they'll react to somebody else, and I've never seen that person before. And I'm like, who is, my own friends? I'll be like, who is this guy? When he speaks to women, he's a completely different person. When he speaks to intellectuals, he's a completely different person. Like, well, where is the truth in these people who have this context set to them by, the evolution and the laws of nature that they think they know, the philosophy that they've been taught, hearing about the history and the wars. They've got a context of, survival of the fittest. And maybe it wasn't like that before, maybe it was more communal and everybody was sort of looking out for each other a bit more. And I think we subconsciously, we must know that, because I've heard a couple of you guys in the last 10 minutes mention, about how people are now they don't care now. Do you know what I mean? It's only recently that people, it seems to be getting worse as well, that people are pulling away from this, I don't know, I'll keep calling it context, but this idea that, idea, I just feel like people are pulling away from it. And it started from, it started a long time ago, but it started from philosophizing and changing the original understandings of a creator and what we knew about the world. I don't know. I think it's inevitable. I think this was meant to happen, a bit like, how the Bible can predict things. I just think that this was always going to happen. The more freedom we were given, we were going to split down the middle. And, it's like Squid Game. Anyone seen Squid Game? The first episode, the whole group are completely split. And by the end, a bit more pain, a bit more time in hell. They just need a bit more time in hell. And eventually everybody will sign up to the death game. It's almost like we've lost a bit of our humanity over the recent years, and we're becoming robots.
I think we shifted from living for our souls to living for our bodies, and the cardinal pleasures and such. And now we're getting into a time of just taking it to the extreme.
So you believe hedonism is inclining all around you?
Hedonism.
Yeah.
And by inclining you mean increasing?
Yeah.
Of course. You don't?
Yeah. I know. I just remember growing up in the 90s, and the and people were just more caring. People just cared more. People, they followed. We say they had a moral compass, but the moral compass has changed. But the moral compass back then, you know, we could leave our doors open, we could trust our neighbours, we could rely on people, you know, and in just the last 20 years, I was always very liberal, like, you know, don't worry, people can be trusted. But now, you know, over the last 2 years, I think I've got to a point where I don't trust anybody anymore, whether that's me or whether that's them. Something's changed.
I don't necessarily believe that the average person has gotten bad since the 90s. I still believe most people are trustworthy and good at heart. But I think we're in this like internet-induced psyop that's got us convinced that everybody's more mean and nasty nowadays.
Yeah, the internet has certainly changed like society all over the world. And I would not be quick to call it for the better, so I can agree to that.
Yeah, like Big Group, we have like significantly less just interaction with each other since the
with our
advent of
neighbors
the
and such.
internet. Yeah.
And then we constantly see on the internet people behaving in ways we deem negatively. So we get like this confirmation bias that we think everyone is worse now. People are doing more bad stuff now. But like before,
Exactly.
in the 90s and such, you didn't see those things. They weren't on the internet.
Yeah. That's like the idea for people that believe in climate change. They think, oh, all these natural disasters are picking up pace, are happening so frequently now compared to before. No, the only thing it changed is now everybody it's so easily documentable. You know, when something like that happens, and you're seeing more and more of it. But it's most likely at the exact same rate. Maybe it's fluctuated a bit here, a bit there, a bit more before and a bit less at another time. But, you know, it's still just normal, essentially.
Yeah, I understand that, but don't you think our psychology as a group or whatever, or as a society, or do you not think that has changed, where we are less human or humanist, maybe?
Yeah, I do. I mean, you know, I'm kind of like, I agree and disagree at the same time. You know, it's like it's a bit of both. Like, I do think maybe people are getting a bit worse generally, but I still think that the vast majority is still as good as you thought them to be back in maybe the 90s. But I forgot what I was going to say next.
You think it's a bit of both?
Chime in real quick. I agree with Big Root. It's like you're more detached from what it's really the essential things of what it is to be human and to have social interactions and groups and local, the internet and everything. Everybody's just a little more socially detached.
I'd say the average person is far more hostile because they lack humility nowadays. So when it comes to talking to them about serious ideas and topics, and again, as you said, context, you know, when you engage their context and try to get them to reason it out to you, if it's a flawed one, which with most people it is, then people are generally, I think they're more, they're nastier compared to the
you know,
past,
like bring
you know?
out their camera and start calling you names to taunt you.
Whatever it is, you know. I think people, they've kind of, you know, they've regressed, you know, but like people are staying younger in the mind for longer nowadays. So
I agree to that for sure.
But the thing I was going to say is that I do think we are going to witness like a significant change, as you're describing, Big Root, pretty soon, maybe another 10 or 20 years. Once the generations that have only ever known the internet come to kind of adult age and then kind of positions in the world age, you know, 30s, 40s, I think then we're going to witness a drastic change. You know, we're already seeing it, you know, but this is
it might be plausible.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the children that have instead of interaction from their parents, they just sit on their iPad constantly. That will certainly change something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like their experiences are all digital. So why would they care about other people? You know, my daughter. I've got a daughter, and when I was a kid, I remember the internet come out, and I wanted to hide the fact that I was addicted to that shit. You know, I would try and act like I wasn't completely focused on it. So I would try my hardest to, you know, socialize, see grandma and granddad. But, you know, my daughter, and I can see it with my son, I can see it with other people's kids. They don't give a shit, man. They don't care what you think about them. As long as they get what they want, it's almost like they're not really bothered about people's judgment anymore. And I think that plays a big role.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think it's actually a great point that people are desensitized to judgment. Everyone is constantly judged on the internet.
Oh, no, they're not. They're not desensitized. They're hyper sensitive to judgment nowadays.
They're at least hyper, like, reactive to judgment, I would say.
Yeah, you got the clowns running around the comment sections, just trolling, you know, and they're just trying to provoke and get a response out of people. And you think, oh, these career trolls, man, they must be so desensitized to judgment. It's like they're the most insecure people you'll ever know. And in real life, they're hypersensitive to judgment. It's basically trolling is their last outlet of maintaining their sanity, essentially.
I think, look, trolling is kind of, it might be a power fantasy for some people. To force somebody to, like, enact a reaction. It's like you're extending your might unto them, if that makes sense.
It's exactly that. It's exactly that. Because that's what the heliocentric model coupled with the internet hive mind is creating people this just incessant feeling of being completely ununique and nothing special, essentially. And it doesn't matter, you know, everybody who believes in the heliocentric model, they have their dreams of success and rising to the top and being a celebrity or whatnot, but even they themselves know it's not going to matter. It's not going to change anything. So yeah, that's why they do these things. They need the power trip. It's the only way to stand out for themselves in a way. Don't know if I really explained that too well, but
yeah, I think I understood it.
Yeah, what came to my mind is that feels like the extremities of materialism. Would you agree that is where you get with extreme materialism?
Yeah, materialism is a dangerous path indeed, or I won't say dangerous, but it is fraught with peril at least.
Yeah, it's definitely symptoms of materialism.
Yeah, and most people don't realize until you're later in life that the lust for the material world that we're presented with is nothing more than a carrot on the stick, and the person riding on your back holding that carrot never allows you to actually take a bite. It's a constant walking towards some goal that you will never be satisfied or fulfilled in trying to chase.
I see materialism as like the ultimate circle jerk.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, I'm not against wanting a few nice things in your life. You know, and like having materialism in the sense of, oh, I want a nice homestead and a garden and things that can make me self-sufficient. That's constructive materialism. You know, that's realistic materialism. You're trying to survive. But
well, there's a difference between wants and needs. Most people are concerned about their wants because the needs within our society are very easily obtainable to us. As far as basic necessities and needs that we lust for fulfillment that we're not gaining because our needs are provided so easily to us. So we try to fill that hole of trying to provide our basic needs with the lust for wants, which is a very materialistic viewpoint.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, yeah.
The way we don't really need to struggle to fill or most, I won't say everyone, but a lot of people don't need to struggle in daily life. So, like, the struggles will just change form into something else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. There was a study. Yeah, there was a study done with rats, mice. I've actually got the picture of. There's like a meme explaining it on my phone. I can share it once I stop driving. But it was basically talking about a disorder that they found in rats when they gave them everything they needed. They gave them food, all the food they needed. They basically gave them extra comfort. So these were like the most spoiled mice you could ever think of, and few weeks into this experiment, a lot of the mice, only a couple of the, let's say, the most beautiful males, they were the only ones who were reproducing. All the mice stopped reproducing, all the mice stopped exercising, and all they focused on was food and water. And by the end of this study, which was done over like months and months, they're actually finding that the mice were growing smaller, physically smaller. They weren't reproducing. They were just depressed, basically, and they came to the conclusion it was because of the extreme comfort that they had. Too much comfort is actually a cause of depression, is the conclusion they came to.
Yeah, they actually found that they spent, once they got to that state towards the end, they spent the majority of their time grooming themselves, which I find interesting.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Doesn't that make sense when you look at the kids now?
Yeah, totally does.
Well, I'm going to take my leave now, but it was a interesting conversation. Thank you for letting me participate.
Anytime, Mental Cell.
See you later.
See you around.
Bye.
Yeah, I think that's called the rat utopia experiment, right?
I think
Yeah, right,
Chris
that's
just
it.
linked it there. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you look at the world, and the more comfort we get. I'm going to tell you a bit about myself. I've got a fairly decent job. I've got my wife. I've got my kids, and I do sort of lean towards comfort and safety. In terms of taking risks, and then all of a sudden, once I make those decisions, it's within a few months. I do feel like a bit of a depression, or a bit of a sort of down about sort of everything. And my life's so sweet, man, and easy. And it's just like, well, I can see the correlation between me having too much comfort and just feeling unfulfilled and not really giving a shit about much, because all I'm interested in is protecting what I have, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you, man. I've gotten to a point in my life where I'm extremely comfortable. I have a job that people would consider a good, respectable job with a good, large, respectable company, and I have a nice house and a wife, and nice things around me. But I find that at this point in my life, I feel less fulfilled than I have in any other point in my life, even though from an outside perspective, I have gained what most people are striving to achieve.
I feel exactly the same. And when I think it was Obvious who was saying earlier about how people are like trolls. He was talking about trolls and stuff. And I remember when I found out about Flat Earth, I went through an actual phase where I was trolling. But I was trolling people on the other side of the fence. And
I think it's a different, coming from a different place in that regard. I'm talking about mindless trolls, just trying to get a reaction out of people.
well, I wanted to ask you about that, because I became quite, aggressive myself towards people when I first got
That's
into
your
Flat
cognitive dissonance. That's all it is. Yeah.
No, but I mean, Globers. You know, if I was talking to especially my brothers and a cousin, I would get really. And my dad used to say to me, you know, like, chill out, man, chill out, and I'd be getting aggressive with them, like, you're just a fucking idiot, or you know what I mean. And I just felt like,
Is this when you were trying to explain flat Earth to them?
yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether it was because I couldn't articulate myself, or whether it was I actually, you know, all this information has actually, you know, like we were talking earlier, ignorance is bliss. Well, you know, this information is sort of, I'm carrying it around to a certain degree, not just flat Earth, but you know, a lot of things.
Did you try talking to someone who was not your family, who didn't have a certain bias towards you? Did you try approaching someone outside of your family, so you weren't as invested in them understanding what you understand?
Yeah, like I've managed to convince a few people to look into it, and now they're flat earthers or whatever, and they stick really close to me. But I think family members I really struggled with, and I got really aggressive with them, and you know, I don't even speak to my brother very closely anymore, and we've gone so many levels, you know, deep. He's made the choice, you know, he's actually chosen the blue pill, and he said something to me that really pissed me off, and he said basically, you carry on with this flat earth shit and you're gonna have, you know, you're gonna have problems in your relationships. And I felt, you know, I don't know, I didn't believe it,
kind of
I didn't
furious.
understand it, but I just,
He's
it pissed me
projecting
off.
his own fear onto
Yeah,
you in that moment. That is what he is afraid of. That's why he cannot accept this. That's why he must fight it. It's also there are biases that come when you're dealing with your family members, especially brothers and sisters, because there's this competition oftentimes between brothers, and so that could be playing into it. So how
Yeah,
you
no, I get
approach him changes everything. So like
I mean, this guy, I literally, we spent weeks. I mean, he looked at everything, and he basically admitted that the world is observably, measurably, and testably flat, but he still believes it's a ball. And I
yeah,
almost got offended. I was like, look, you know, you're wasting my time now, and I just couldn't shake off that anger. I wanted to troll him, you know, and sometimes I do because I just have no time for him, and I just feel, you know, like I'm not free from that whole trolling conversation we had earlier, but on the other side of the fence.
yeah.
When you
At
say
that
troll,
point,
and you mean more antagonize.
at that point,
Very
he doesn't want
ridiculous.
to
Sorry, Dres.
want to learn it, want to understand it, want to accept it. So it's understandably frustrating, but there is always an approach you can use to get this through. It's just all about your approach, and I would highly recommend you looking into NLP, because the way we phrase things and the way we frame things can oftentimes have negative effects or positive effects. So because it's important to you, you might have framed it in such a way, and you might have gotten upset at points where that just reinforced his disbelief of it and not wanting to accept it. So if you look into that a little bit, you might be able to disarm this and get your brother again.
Well, he knows he can't disprove the flat Earth, and he knows he can't debate me on it. So he just basically said, "I've decided. I believe it's a sphere, even though, oh, yes, you're right. Yes, there is no, yes, yes, yeah, but I've chosen." And it was like so infuriating. It was even more infuriating than a Glober. I can actually have fun with a Glober.
Yeah, he's admitting to you that it's not because of that. It's not flat Earth that's stopping him from accepting it. It's something else. It's something in your relationship. It's something on a deeper level.
I don't even think it's that, Dres. I think he's at the point where it's between him and himself, and that's it.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
that's another aspect of it, or the ego. Like some people's ego won't let them accept it, and that's why, because of the
Yeah.
dynamics in families, it's sometimes really hard for them to accept it for people they don't trust. So if you build that trust first, then it's far easier for them to accept it.
Well,
Root,
so
is this the same guy that said, "Oh, if you keep up with this flat Earth stuff, you're gonna have problems with your relationships"? Is that the same guy?
Yeah, my
Wow,
older brother.
Yeah,
so
that
Witsit has a
tells you what his
very
problem is. Sorry, Napalm, on you go.
What,
yeah, no
projection?
worries. I was just going to say that Witsit has a very poignant phrase that he uses on all of his live streams that relates to this. He says, "The weak find contentment in the ignorance of," or wait, man, I screwed it up now. The weak find
I know what it is.
contentment.
I forget it myself, but yeah.
Yeah. In the,
Right,
it's something along the lines of,
they always gang up against the intelligent, essentially.
yeah, it's like the weak find
Intelligent,
contentment
yeah.
in the ignorance of the masses.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Basically meaning, even though, like your brother, even though he knows the truth, he's not strong enough to face that truth. So he finds comfort and contentment.
Yeah, it's also
in the
because of the way
ignorance
it's framed. It's framed that he's not strong enough, so blah 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 blah. That frame makes it so that he doesn't want to accept it. Like, for instance, I come from a narcissistic family. My middle sister is highly narcissistic, but she's a flat earther, and that's because I didn't frame it so that she was at no point had to defend the globe. She never had to do that. She just saw things where I framed it so that we were laughing at how stupid they were and their mistakes. And then, because of her narcissism and her ego, she accepted it. So it depends on the frame. Each person needs a different frame depending on the person. So if you're dealing with someone who's a little bit narcissistic, if you're dealing with someone who has a little bit of a superiority complex over you, and then you're coming with something that he can't fight against, he's gonna resist it on principle alone.
I think you're bang on there. He was always into science when we were younger, and I wasn't. And then all of a sudden, I did all this research, and I'm talking about science that he'd never read or heard of, and it was almost like he was jealous of the fact that he never came to the conclusion first. Do you get me?
Yeah,
Oh,
makes perfect
absolutely.
sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think I'm going to have a chat with him. Try again from a different angle. Try and get the relationship back.
Yeah, just you could also just start with just being like getting the relationship back and just trying to like build a foundation of trust between you. That helps so much in going forward, because as long as he's especially like once you start alienating them with like pushing them away because you got annoyed at their sophistry or whatever, they start building up their own delusions about how you are and why you're doing what you're doing. So by breaking that delusion, by acting not as they expect, but being the nice guy when they expect you to be, oh, he's going to bring it up again, he's going to be a dick about it. No, you're just being real nice, and then you show them something that you haven't shown them, but you frame it in a way that, like, for instance, find an ISS fail that he hasn't seen, and then, like, show him how dumb it is. But don't frame it in that he has to defend it. It's just a funny thing, and do it after you've built the rapport and the relationship again.
Yeah.
Show him just how funny it is, and just for a laugh, nothing more. You're not going into arguing about it, and that's gonna stick with him, because if he can laugh at it, then a narcissist is gonna think, maybe I can use this, because they need that supply of gratification that from that narcissistic abuse.
It sounds like you know him, man. This is very spot on.
They're all the same. That's
This
the
is
thing.
what I was saying to Sal earlier. People are not really different. That's
All the situations like this involve the exact same people. That's why Drace is spot on. I accidentally landed on this because I grew up in a narcissistic family. I was studying narcissism and psychology, and then went into flat Earth stuff. And then I was like, wait a minute, why are they all playing from the same handbook? Why are they all using the same things? And then I learned about logical fallacies through flat Earth, and I was like, oh my God, everything that the narcissists do, all the delusions they use to program themselves with, it's all fallacious. It's all fallacies. And that's why all the globers are using the same fallacies, and that's why they look all coached and all like they were trained in the same training camp of indoctrination, which we all were at the school, and we have the TV, but I didn't think that was enough. But when you combine narcissism and you combine they have these behavioral patterns and these errors in thought that reinforce their ego, yes, it finally makes sense why they're so similar, because they have the same problem.
Yeah, it's just, now you explain it like this, I can see it, but it manifests itself in different ways that I don't see at the time. And I think it's, genuine, or I think he genuinely has an issue with this point, or he can't get his head around this thing. And it's nothing to do with that, I don't think. I think it's actually more to do with projection and narcissism, like you mentioned. I didn't put it down to that. I thought he made a choice.
And it's like narcissism is a spectrum of bad thoughts. Like he might not be have a narcissistic personality disorder, which means he has all of the traits. He might just have a few of the traits, and those traits and those fallacious lines of logic are what's keeping him from being able to accept it. Because otherwise, he has to accept the hit to the ego. He has to accept that he was wrong this whole time and that you were right, and that all this stuff.
Yeah, because there was a couple of times early on where I thought I'd done it. I thought he'd turned, and he was basically on the same page as me. And then he'd sleep. 2 days later, we'd have another convo. Flat Earth would come back up, and he'd be like, "Yeah, I'm back on the fence." He was back and forth so much, I just couldn't figure him out. But this is making a lot more sense. This is an internal struggle he has, and like you said, he was projecting to me about, I'm going to have problems with my relationships. I never thought that. I thought, well, fuck it. If people don't want to know and people don't want to be around me, I don't care. But he clearly cares about that, and that's obviously what's holding, something around that is holding him back. Because
I don't think there's always more evidence you can give him, I'm sure, and more things to point him to. But I think it sounds like he can't get over the social aspect now, the social implications.
No, dude, literally, yeah. I'm talking 6 to 8 months, and I follow everybody in the Flat Earth community. So as soon as I started showing him, I worked my way up to people like Nathan Oakley and people who are a bit more aggressive, and then it was when he watched a Nathan Oakley video, his first Nathan Oakley video, he kind of got this he didn't like him. And all of a sudden he started building a case up against flat earthers, and I felt like it was the day I showed him the sort of more aggressive flat earthers.
Well, that's what keeps people in the globe. It's people obsessed with personalities. It's not about any personality.
Yeah.
As far as Nathan Oakley and all that go, they just have their own way of doing things, But it seems like he's stuck on the social thing, as he's saying, you're going to have trouble with your relationships and all that, He's just worried about subjective judgments from other people, how they're going to interpret him and see him. And you need to...
Yeah.
It seems like he needs to actually meet more flat earthers. See what we're about, how we behave, how we carry ourselves, what our positions in life are, if coming to flat earth has made our lives better or worse, which it's made everyone's lives better pretty much across the board. He needs to meet more, you need to get him in here basically.
And I don't think that's maybe the best idea. I think the best idea would be for him
to be the flat Earth role model to his brother, like him, because he has the opportunity to be that role model for him in real life in front of him. So, like, you can show him that it's not that ostracizing in real life, as Witsit has shown us countless times. There is a very small minority of anti-flat earthers, and those people have other reasons for this. They have other issues why they're so obsessed with this. Most normal people actually respond pretty well, and like hot girls respond really well to intelligent thinking, and if you sound logical and cool, and then some guy says some stupid stuff and you show him how he's wrong, the girl loves that. And once your brother sees that, he's like, oh, I can actually be the cool guy doing this, then yeah, he might actually go for it.
I think you might be onto something there. I think that's something I need to work on, and I need more patience in myself with him, and I need to sort of get myself to a point where I can play that game with him. But I do like the idea of maybe bringing him in here and talking to a few more, because I know for a fact he hasn't got nobody else has spoken to him about it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Not having experienced it from any other source can also be a negative. So yeah, it's just, I would bring him in then on ladies' night so he gets the softest hands, because you don't want to bring him in and then he hits QE as his first speed bump and
Shit.
like QE slaughters him. you don't want that.
Yeah. He would reject it. He would try so hard to. He'd probably leave.
Well, yeah, because that's just a battle of male dominance, basically, from his context of life. He would immediately reject it if someone like you. Meanwhile, if you bring him in on ladies' night, here's a bunch of sexy ladies who like this. So what's he talking about?
I think that would work. I really do.
Like as Dre said, you should be the flat Earth role model for your brother, but at the same time, you're his younger brother, right? Or is it the other way around? You still there, Root?
Yeah, I've noticed there's a lot of people that can't handle the information when it comes to them in a form that they feel threatening, because they immediately put up their defenses and listen less about the information and more about the tone in which it is presented. And there are people out there that are a little more harsh in their delivery. Nathan Oakley being one of those, I guess you could say. And he's very good at, kind of putting people in their place that have a very similar energy that are coming from the other side. But when you present him to somebody who doesn't necessarily, sorry, my dog's barking like crazy, who doesn't necessarily take in information very well, if it's yelled at them, then that's probably not a good starting point for somebody. And maybe he was just turned off by the brashness of the way the information was originally presented to him by somebody other than yourself.
I don't know if you can hear us, Root, but I was just going to say that I think you should try and get him in here, because I think you said you were his younger brother, so I'm going to go off of that. Maybe he'll have his own bias towards you, especially if you're his younger brother, and just, generally seeing himself above you in the pecking order, purely based on age. and I believe you won't be able to really break through that by yourself. Maybe you will, but I think it'll take a lot longer.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, now can you hear you? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened then. Yeah, I agree 100%. Like I said, my dad, my stepmom, two of my sisters, they're all flat earthers, and he doesn't speak to the ones who are more flat earth focused. He's actually fallen out with a few family members. It does feel like me being the younger brother. He doesn't like, he said I was dangerous to another sibling, and I said, how am I dangerous? Because I've got dad and stepmom and everybody, against the virus, against the globe, and there's an element of that. I think I'm limited to how much I can reach him.
Yeah, well, if it sounds like he's on the same page as the mainstream when it comes to the current situation, those people are tough eggs to crack, because most of them look to the suits on TV as authority figures and tone out the people around them because the people around them don't present themselves as experts or authority figures, right?
Yeah, he thinks he's on the fence, but he got really upset with a Facebook post I made. Like the first month of the pandemic, I said the fence has been removed. Everybody sort of has to pick a side. And he keeps bringing that up, in every argument. He went and spoke to several family members about he didn't like the post that I said the fence has been removed because he thinks he can still sit on the fence on some of these subjects.
Yeah, he does sound like a total narcissist.
Yeah, but in my opinion, once they launched the pandemic, it is almost like a decision. You have to pick a side. Like, you can't just sit on the fence. You're either wearing masks and going for your jab, or you're not. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there is no fence. You believe it or you don't. Simple.
Yeah. So even down to that, our philosophies are so different because he believes you can sit on the fence, and I said, well, they've removed the fence since 2020, and even that, he hates that idea.
Yeah, you should definitely bring him in on ladies' night and have the girls rack him on all his beliefs, and then he'll be like, "Oh shit, I got nothing."
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can work on him this coming week. Get him in on Friday. It's Friday night, isn't it, ladies' night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on him. If I do get him in, I need some good people like you guys in here, man.
Yeah, the girls are gonna do all the work. The girls are great, and what I would focus on is just building a positive experience for him, and to with you, like to bridge the gap before you bring him here, just so that that's not gonna be the unconscious, like, I want to reject anything they say because he brought me here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I've got to work on it. I've got to mend the relationship a little bit first before I try anything like this.
Yeah, do you guys have any common interests that you both share or agree upon, or you can be on the same page with? Whether that be love of sports cars or anything. Do you have kind of a bridge?
Dude, we used to talk about deep stuff from well before 2012. We were talking about the Mayan calendar in 2010. We went through a stage where we were on the phone every single night for at least 2 or 3 hours while we were discovering, everything from 9/11 to ancient history to giants, and we've been through everything, and we were always on the same page. But it just got to a point where he felt I was going too far with things. And I noticed him pulling away on some subjects, and we were debating rather than discovering. And then flat Earth was just too far for him. And obviously, I don't believe viruses can exist with outside of the body. And that was another one. It was those two subjects where I noticed we started, instead of talking for hours, we were debating for hours, and it slowly changed our relationship.
Yeah, it sounded like it was just treated as entertainment for him. Yeah.
Yeah, bang on. Because he never remembered stuff. Like, you know, we'd come to so many deep conclusions, and it'd be like, you know, conversations that should change your personality really and make you less into your beliefs and more, you know, able to sort of take yourself out of your own beliefs and stuff. And I thought, great, you know, this is great. We're both progressing. But then all of a sudden, you know, if I didn't speak to him for a week, he'd come with me with politics, and I'd be like, bro, we spoke about politics last week. Like, what a waste of a convo. Then he'd get offended, and I'd be like, but hold on, we talked about all this. So it was like it wasn't going in and it wasn't staying in after a certain point.
Yeah, it just kind of gets forgotten about as soon as the conversation's finished, and they just revert back, you know.
Yeah, whereas
Well, they say the flat earth kind of separates the boys from the men as far as people wanting to discover truth. Because there's no way it can't change your life in some major way, you know. Whether it's career, location, you know, the friends you hold around you. It'll make you decide to change some aspect, the very minimum. Whereas 9/11 and all that, you know, it's important to know the truth about that. Hold on, Rich, just going to say. It's important to obviously, you know, question that and see the falsities that are being pushed with that. And but it's not going to change anything in your day-to-day ultimately. A lot of people see through 9/11, but it makes no difference to how they act. They keep contributing to the system and falling for the next lie, you know, even though they already realized they've been lied to in massive ways prior.
Yeah, he doesn't like the statement, everything's a lie. He really pisses him off.
I have a question.
When 9/11 you get to sorry, Jimmy. When 9/11 you get to, you know, you can like be half in, half out the water, you know. And you can always kind of be like a chameleon, you know. You can slip back into normal society at any point, you know. You just don't need to talk about it or don't bring it up, you know.
Yeah, you can believe
Half in, half
parts.
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that. Not to diminish the importance of 9/11. It's still very important as far as like, you know, the stepping stones towards real truth.
Baby truth.
Yeah. Sorry, Jimmy, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Sorry.
Jimmy was going to say something, Drace.
What does he feel about God? What does he feel about God?
Interesting question. As I started learning about flat Earth, I started telling him that I believed that there was a creator and that I was reading the Bible. And he didn't like it, and he basically believes in the singularity, and he's always talking about how the singularity is going to happen and that we need to embrace it. And I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, I'd say what's going on right now is he's having a spiritual conflict on the inside about it. I think that you know, once you realize you're not on a gas ball out in the middle of space that was brought about by chance and, you know, statistics, then that means that there is an absolute creator. And then understanding who that creator is would be a big pill to have to swallow. And I think that of that. And I don't think he wants certain things to be made true to him on the inside. You know what I mean?
After you said that stuff about the technological singularity and how you have to join it, did he afterwards start talking to you about the Borg? Saying you got to join the Borg?
Well, that's what I said when I was trolling. That's when I would start trolling, and I'd be making jokes about sort of, you know, the Borg and the dehumanization, and, you know, that he's basically supporting it, and that really got his back up.
Yeah, you could have also gone a different route, which would have been asking him questions so that he has to face the realization of it doesn't work. It's kind of like what Crypto does a lot when you listen to him speak. Instead of telling them, he asks them a question about the thing they're saying so that they have to face the fact that it doesn't work.
Well, that's why I'm here to learn. I'm not quite as articulate as people like Crypto, and I've heard the way Crypto speaks, and it blows me away with how he approaches people, which is why I try and hang out over here a bit, to try and pick up techniques on how to phrase this, and how to challenge people in a positive way. That's what I'm trying to learn.
Yeah, so he uses the Socratic method, and then if you do a little research into the Socratic method and kind of how you would utilize that in conversation, I find it beneficial lots of times, especially in voice and one-on-one, face-to-face conversations, is really listening to what the person's saying, and when you understand that something they're saying is either false or you find a contradiction in two things that they say, ask them questions so that they have to articulate back the concepts so that they're voicing the contradiction, and continue along those lines, because the more somebody articulates the contradiction or you dig deeper based on a question, the more they start to realize, or at least should start to realize, the contradiction in the things that they hold in their mind.
Yeah, I like that, and that's what I'm aiming for at the minute. I'm going to look into the Socratic method, what you mentioned. What do you guys think of? Do you guys know Chemo from the from a channel? Do you guys know a guy called Chemo? Anybody?
Yeah.
What do you think of his approach? Because his approach is like, I don't know what to make of it. It's very entertaining, but I don't know if he makes any progress. And but I get the feeling like he gets more airtime with people who would normally break down, shut down. What do you guys think of him and his approach?
His approach is pretty good. I think of him kind of like a therapist for the globe zealots.
Yeah.
He gives them chemotherapy, and like some of them slowly fix some of their stuff, and it's hilarious to watch. And it's kind of like, because you can't really help the super narcissistic people. They don't accept it. They don't want it. So you have to use kind of a therapy-like approach, like he is doing, to get anything through. And even like when you take a narcissist to therapy, it's not going to do anything because he doesn't want it. He will fight you tooth and nail. So I like his approach. It's good. I haven't seen him speak to a lot of new people, but I would venture that it would be really good because he has really good rapport building skills, and he's training those on the people that are hardest to gain rapport with, or the high narcissistic or sociopathic people.
Yeah. No, brilliant. I must admit, I watch a lot of his videos, and I do enjoy. I have seen him approach new people, and he's the person who I've seen turn new people more than anybody. Maybe Witsit, but Witsit's on a whole nother level. But with that therapy approach, yeah, I see him having a lot of success with newbies, especially.
So one thing I've found effective on using in face-to-face interactions with people when they ask me the question, do you think the Earth is flat, or why do you think the Earth is flat? I like to turn that back into a question to them, where I say, well, don't you experience the world as flat and motionless? Right? So it's not just giving them a statement as a response. It's presenting my answer, but also putting it back onto them, right? So they have to either answer yes or no. Well, don't you experience the Earth as flat and stationary? And if they say something along the lines of, no, not at all, then you can follow up with another question. Well, what do you experience as far as rotation? Right? So it's just questions to get their minds thinking. Less responses in telling and more responses in asking questions to lead, not necessarily lead the conversation, but kind of lead the conversation in a way that forces them to think about the beliefs that they hold, as opposed to an outright defending of the beliefs that they have. Now, that wouldn't work for somebody like your brother who you've already had this conversation with, but I find it effective with people who hear through the grapevine that I'm the flat earther at the bar, right?
Yeah, it really helps to be non-confrontational when it comes to both new people and like repeat customers. But when someone's really going into sophistry or obfuscation and they're starting to be really fallacious, stopping them and showing them how it's fallacious is really nice if it's done right. If it's done brashly, it can really alienate people. Yeah, whatever. I might just go home.
Yeah, it's a tough line to walk sometimes, and you really have to feel it out, and you only get better with experience. You know, my first initial conversations, I was literally that guy. Kind of like you were saying earlier, where it's like talking to my friends and my family, where it's like, this is so obvious. How do you not believe this? Blah, 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 you know? And it takes time, takes time and listening to others to kind of figure out what works best for you in specific situations. And the only way to figure that out is through practice and through talking with more and more people about it, trying different ways. And I find really being cognizant of how I want to respond to something in a way that would be beneficial to the individual that I'm speaking to based on their energy is more important than the words that I say. Like, it's more important than giving them the ultimate truth to find a way to kind of meet them at their level and shift the conversation to get them to think more. Because most people just want to gun you with a million different things. And I really try to focus on not allowing them to control the conversation and kind of putting it back into the tone that I want to have in the conversation or the direction that I want to go. And it's tough and it takes time and it takes a lot of practice, and I'm still working on it constantly.
That's well said, Napalm. Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, you're good, Dave. Loud and
Hear
clear.
you.
I hate to interrupt. There's a couple of VC verifieds I just got here. Have y'all tried to talk to them yet? John M. and Durango. Well, Durango just stiffened, so. John M., are you there? Would you like to speak?
I think he's having trouble with his mic, apparently.
We all continue to give some good advice on using the Socratic method and trying to meet people where they're at and get them to stir them, whatever you can do to stir them to think for themselves. That's what I think. That's what I try to do. Because this is all about coming to the realization with your own brain power.
Yeah, that's a good point, because most people already don't look at you as some sort of expert or authority figure. So they're not just going to take the information you give them, regardless of how truthful or specific it is. If it's not given to them in a way that they can easily digest, or that they have to use their brain in order to really think about what's being said. And the best way that I find for getting their brains to actually start thinking as opposed to just impulse responses is through a questioning process, because they have to think about what they're saying when you ask them a question or ask them to further articulate on things. Because we live in a world now that it's, however many Twitter characters and a meme. You can have a 30-minute conversation with somebody just via memes, right?
Yeah, that's a big problem.
So a lot of people, even in daily conversations, are starting to get trained in a very small phrase way of conversating with people, right? These small talking points is all they can speak about.
Yeah,
And as
bite
long as
size, Yeah.
yeah, and
You
as
got
long as you're
highly
not
complex
necessarily,
subjects trying to be summed up in 200 character limits,
I found one of the best long-term conversations that I had with somebody. We were arguing two different sides of politics, and it was a point in time where like a very short window where I did get drawn into a two-party political paradigm right after 9/11. And the thing that my friend said to me, he said, "Hey, I watch the side of news that you listen to, and you watch the side of news that I listen to, and it seems like all we're doing is just saying what these guys say on TV." And he was very true. It was a very true statement. Like, we were literally just throwing back and forth the talking points that were on the television. So him and I started to find a middle ground and research and read other political philosophy. And him saying that, or at least recognizing that, was one of the most beneficial conversations that I had with somebody in my whole life regarding debating topics.
Yeah, essentially just regurgitating the claims instead of analyzing them.
I just had a conversation with one of my friends. We went eating a dinner, a lunch, and we talked like maybe almost 2 hours. And it was almost that I tried to question things or make questions, but he was like a repeating parrot. Like, it's sad to say that, but he just repeated what he had read, or he didn't think at all. And when I tried to ask him a thing, simple questions, I saw a kind of 3 seconds emptiness of his eyes. Like, he almost like started to think, but then it hit back like an I don't know. It almost like started to generate something called free thinking or something, but something snapped and he went back into that parroting mode or changed the subject or something like that. And it was so frustrating. And we were talking lots of things. What was one of them was a flat Earth, but yeah, I
That's funny
understand
when
what you said. Yeah.
that's funny when you mentioned the dead eyes. When I have seen that happen, I always almost hear like an auditory The Windows shutdown sound, the old one.
Yeah.
I think it's because of memes or something. It's a reoccurring trigger for me. Yeah, auditory prompt. There it is.
Yeah, but it was like I said, it was frustrating because I knew that at least I had researched things by my own, and I just didn't take all as granted or what it said on so-called science magazines or whatever. Like we talked about dark matter and dark energy, and he was like, yes, it's proven and it exists. It's a settled science. It cannot be discussed. It's truth. And I said, no, we don't have any evidence about dark matter or the dark energy or anything like that. And the discussion was like, he just repeated what he has read, and I kind of question the thing that, okay, we don't have any proof for that thing, the black thing.
Yeah, it sounded like you're a little bit talking past each other there, where he says it's like this, and you say no, it's not like this.
Yeah, I find sometimes in a situation like that, even if you disagree with somebody, acknowledging what they say and saying something along the lines of, "Oh, that's interesting. I thought maybe that this was all just a theory, and maybe I haven't found information that you're privy to. Would you
Yeah,
be able to provide me with some of the further research on this? Because I'm really interested."
yeah. That I wanted to actually dovetail right into what you were saying earlier, Napalm, because it was such a good point. How you question it instead of telling him no, like say yes, because then like, oh really, it's okay, it's been proven, it's okay, like, can I see this proof? And then he's like, oh no, this, everybody, all scientists know this, and you're like, okay, can we look it up? We should look it up, find some proof on this. And then like you look it up and there's no proof on this. And it's super easy once you ask the question instead of telling him no. Once you together research that and find out that it isn't, it's easier than telling him, and he has to accept that you are the authority on this when he already believes that all of the authorities are supporting his argument. When you could show him that it's not by saying yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because lots of times when people, would like your friend was talking about dark matter and dark energy and was basically just saying, "Oh, well, it's all been proven," and blah blah blah. Usually, that's when they're trying to take an intellectual high ground based on an appeal to authority. And I find that when you kind of agree with them in what they're saying, but ask for a little bit more information, or, "Oh, I didn't realize that. Would you be able to provide me with some stuff that maybe I haven't found?" Lots of times just saying that triggers something in their mind where it's like, "Oh shit, this person's asking me for this huge mountain of research that I've done to come to a topic that I haven't done any of that, and I'm just agreeing with somebody." So it triggers something in their mind like, "Oh shit, he's actually asking me for this information, or wanting me to articulate it in a very concise manner." And that's when that trigger in their brain kind of hits them, like, and not everybody realizes it, but at least it's been brought to the conscious forefront of their mind that what they're saying they don't have a really good solid foundation for, because you've asked them for that solid foundation, and not in a combative way, but of ooh, that's interesting, I want to know what you know. But they're scared because they know that they don't really have a knowledge of it, right? So that's when it brings it to the conscious forefront of their mind.
Actually, I tried that. We talked about evolution as well. He is a biologic. He's studying a biology in university, and he believes the evolution is true. It's not questionable. And I just asked, okay, what is the best proof for you for the evolution? And he said we have thousands and thousands of evidence for evolution. Okay, I asked him kindly that, okay, can you point me a one? And he kind of repeated, we have thousands and thousands. And I didn't want to continue that conversation because I knew that he will never bring me a one scientific evidence of it. So it's kind of, but at least I tried. But maybe he started to think, like, okay, he been told that we have thousands of fossils or something like that, which is not a scientific evidence or anything like that. It's just a dead bone of some animal. But anyway, yeah, I understand what you're saying, that we should very gently try to trigger them to find out the actual evidence that they think they have. That do they have it, or is it just told to them that, okay, we have it somewhere, but we cannot show you? Or yeah,
you could have dug deeper into that. Like if he says thousands of thousands, and you say it, that's not my question. I just want one. And he goes into saying fossils. We have thousands of fossils. Then you ask him about how that proves it. You just keep asking. Just the more you ask, the more they realize that they don't know what they're talking about, and then they don't want to defend it as hard when they think they know everything because someone told them something and they repeat it. If that doesn't work, their confidence starts shaking.
yeah, that could be a good path to walk with him next time we talk because I think we will continue because he's kind of aware of some conspiracies, but he's kind of in the fence for many things, but yeah, he's kind of half awake, so to say.
Yeah, with close friends and family, it's hard even for myself to understand that when you're having these conversations, you're playing for the long game, right? Because you have a relationship with this person, you're going to see them for a long time and you're going to see them often. And I feel like lots of times we want to win the argument and end it right then and there. And sometimes that's not necessarily the right approach to take, especially with close friends and family. And I've fallen victim to trying to win the argument right then and there. And that's when I find that I'm very unsuccessful.
Yeah, I agree. Same goes. I'm a Christian for 4 years. 4 years ago, I gave my life to Jesus, and the closest relatives or family or friends are hardest to tell about really belief system or Jesus or stuff like that. And same goes with the flat Earth and all the other conspiracies. The closest ones are the hardest ones to talk with. Those most of them don't want to even start the conversation, or they will end it very soon. I don't want to talk with this.
Yeah, my secret trick to that is simply if you provide them a very if you do things for them, then it's only right that they do things for you. And if you listen really closely to them and are considerate and nice, then a little bit of consideration back is not too much to ask for. And you can frame it in a way that like, for instance, with my family, I do things for them a lot. So I have good rapport. And then I ask them, hey, I have this thing that's important to me. Like, would you guys want to watch this? It's really funny, though. So you're going to laugh. and they're like, "Oh yeah, that sounds good." And then I sit them down and I make them watch NASA fail videos. And it looks real funny. There, floppy doors and people fading in and out,
and rats and divers and stuff.
And divers and rats and all sorts of stuff. So everybody laughs. Everybody has a fun time, and then it's all we have established now that NASA is fake, and like, what does that mean? And that becomes a whole conversation. And then I'm like, yeah, the Earth could be flat, and they're like, yeah, maybe, like NASA's fake.
Because you go through all the things like why it wouldn't work in the first place, like with the gas pressure and all that stuff. That's what you did for me, and I was like, yeah, that's a good point. And then I'm like, so there's no space. And I'm like, yeah. And then we were like, yeah, we're like, yeah, there's no space. And I'm like, oh my god. And then you're like, because it's flat. And I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, because they never were fighting me as Globers. They were just my family who loves and trusts me, laughing with me and learning something about some other guys lying to us. We're all on the same side.
One thing about, let's say, about politics and politicians is very common when you talk anybody that, okay, do the politicians lie? Yes, they do, is the answer almost every time. And then when you ask about something, for example, I don't know, some current topic or whatever, could they lie about this topic, what is happening now, for example, or something happened 10 years ago, anything like that? They say, no, they cannot lie about that. They're just lying everything else, but not just that, what you asked. It's amazing, like I don't know what it's called, but you talk first that, okay, they are lying. I understand the politicians have to lie because it's part of the propaganda, and propaganda is for keeping us safe. So the politicians have to lie to keep the population safe. And when you ask one topic, did they lie? Do you think that they lied about this something? No, they couldn't lie this. Have you encountered this kind of conversations?
Yes, not from my family members, but from other people. People I have not built rapport with, people I have stepped on my own toes with. Because a lot. If you look into hypnosis and NLP and stuff like that, you'll learn that everybody has a lock and everybody has a key. And there's the different keys for different people. And different scenarios. So not everybody's going to react the same. There's going to be many similarities you're going to see as you get used to trying to put these locks into these keys. That there are patterns to these, and a lot of people are similar, but you got to have the right key.
Exactly, and
I wish.
That's why I feel like I got a lot of my learning done while I was in the army, dealing with people who had to deal with me every single day. And whenever I got down to talking to people, it was, I heard the person talking, I heard their points of view, I heard their questions, and if I didn't have an answer to the question, I went and found the answer to the question. And now that I'm out of the army and I'm dealing with random strangers, it seems like I have good enough answers to get them questioning, their own beliefs, instead of jumping out into the world, not having done the studies that I've done previously. And now I don't have answers for strangers, and I've got to leave them, and they're feeling like, they stumped the flat earther and he's just a dumb guy. And yeah, I really understand that key analogy, and I do think that it's very accurate, right? Like, not everybody's going to need the same things brought to their minds to actually think about. Whenever I talk to somebody, I'm usually asking them questions first, and getting to know them and understand them, and in the time it takes for me to listen to them and find out, you know, what it is that makes them tick, I'm able to, you know, the key starts coming into my mind, like, you know, I don't need this key ring. Okay, I can get rid of those. I don't need to have that argument. I don't need to have that conversation. So that as I'm listening to them give me their backstory or answering the questions that I'm giving them in certain ways, it helps me narrow down how I'm going to ask them in a way that's going to get them to think. Is I agree with that key analogy.
But what I have learned that it's almost impossible to try to wake up the people who are in sleep. It's so deep. I'm not sure if cognitive dissonance is the right word or mind control, but it's so deep that because the whole life of an adult man or woman, they have been watching TV and reading news and believing all is true or 90% there is true. And to try to question them, okay, did you really think that news you just watched, was it true or was it just propaganda? They don't I don't know, it's it makes me frustrated. That's the word I use often because it's really how I feel. Because I want to people that just to be awake, to be aware where we are and what we are, why we are here and things like that, and be aware that it's not anyway, that's I'm talking rubbish, but anyway, that's how I feel.
No, I understand your sentiment. I have the same feelings. I want people to be aware and awake, but
Can't force it.
we can't force it. We can only like guide them to the doors, and if we know what key they need, then we can open the door and show them through. But they have to take that step. We can't force that. I think the best thing we can do is just be the best we can be and try to be a positive role model for these people, and try to promote thinking and the truth. That's all we can do. We it's up to them to eventually accept it, and you at first it is ridiculed, then it is opposed, and then it is accepted or something along those lines. I forget. There's like 6 different quotes that say something along these lines, but we're seeing it right now. It's getting more and more accepted. It's less and less a knee-jerk reaction to just reject the idea, and we're seeing an influx of new people. So I think we're doing the right thing, and we just need to keep at it and try to keep improving and learning new things. We can't lose. That's it.
Yeah, I agree that I've turned that I used to do like pushing things too much, and I learned that pushing things is not the right way. Just put a little information there and there, just dropping little pieces of information here and there. That might be how I will do it, or I'm doing it now. I'm kind of putting those questions to people's mind that, okay, do you really believe that the evolution is true? or something like that, and they answer something, and then there might be some conversation or something.
Yeah, so a good way to approach that, right? Instead of just kind of asking a flat out question like, do you believe it to be true? If somebody's talking, if, like I said, close friends and families different, right? You're playing a long game. You're not necessarily wanting to win an argument right then and there. So if that conversation comes up, you'd be like, you know what, I've been looking into that a little bit, and there's just so much information, and I'm having a hard time finding a good starting point. Where would you suggest, or what's some information you would suggest I start with, and could you send me some links or whatever? And just leave it at that. Take that information next time you have the conversation with them. Actually read the information, right? It's a good thing to read and understand. Like, I love to read and understand things that I might not necessarily agree with. It's much easier for me to have conversations or productive conversations with people that may agree with it and I disagree, right? Because my knowledge of the topic is what's going to be crucial in having an argument or a conversation with somebody that I disagree with. So take the information they provide to you when you ask them, and take a look at it. It's not too hard to find one or two little things here that you may or may not agree with, and take that one little bit of information and say, I saw this, and I was just wondering if there was more information to back up, or at least where did we start with this, right? So you're forcing them to go along basically the path that you took to understand that this topic, something like evolution, is not a fact, right? So you're taking them there by allowing them to provide you the evidence.
You could also make it a fun thing, like depending on your relationship with the person. If it's a friend or something, you could make it a fun thing where it's just, oh, well, I'm wondering about this, and then you look it up while he's with you, and all of a sudden, the thing that you want him to learn and know is something you can express to him. And because it's not coming from you, it's coming from like the official sources. Like, he can see that. It's not. It's easier to get him to like come to terms with it instead of having to fight it on the principle of like we have a power dynamic, so I'm not gonna accept everything you say is just truth.
Yeah, and especially with friends, you certainly have to have a point in a conversation where you can agree to disagree politely, and be able to walk away from it. Otherwise, it shuts the door completely. Because I had a agree to disagree conversation with somebody that eventually seeds were planted, and months later I get a random text like, hey, so I don't think the earth is 100% a ball.
Those are the best conversations.
Yeah, it's kind of like with my astrophysicist friend. I argued with him for about a month before he broke contact with me, and then I think it's like 3 months later, he said sorry, and like he was wrong, and it was all better now. we don't talk much anymore, granted, but, and I wouldn't call him a flat earther, but because he's a very adamant, wants to join the AI. He wants to upload his brain into the cloud. That's it. That's what he's actually working. He quit as an astrophysicist because I racked him in our debates, and then went back to school and is now working on AI stuff. Like, I don't get him. So I understand sometimes it being too much to deal with, and some people just being a little bit too far out there to actually have a rational conversation. He actually disowned his own mother because he was a flat earther before me in 2015 or 14. I think she was in 14 or something like that. I was in 2015. And he disowned her. And so when I started talking about it, he was like, oh no, hell no, this ain't happening. But because of our conversations, he eventually like made up with his mom. It's now just a taboo subject for him. He just doesn't want to talk about the Earth. The Earth, it doesn't matter. It's just the computers, just AI. So yeah, some people are just beyond saving, I think.
Yeah, that whole singularity, I think that is the overarching end game. And that is the manifestation of the spiritual opposition's end game, in my opinion. And a lot of people are really buying into it. And there's various avenues that have been sold to them to get them to that wanting to accept being uploaded, their consciousness being uploaded to the singularity. One of which I think is simulation theory, right? There is no creator. If there is a creator, we don't know what it is, but all we do know is this is a simulation, ergo nothing matters. You'd be more fulfilled if you upload your consciousness into the singularity, the simulation itself. To me, that's an end game.
Well, according to my friend, I can call him that anymore. He it's about not having any pain. It's about looking however you want. You can be beautiful, and some stupid stuff like this. Vain, ecocentric things that it devalues the meaning of life. We are here to learn and struggle. We can see this through all the experimentations, like we were talking about earlier about on rats and mice. The struggle is part of life. Without it, like even animals degenerate. Like we need some kind of challenges while we're here to help us to grow, to face. I don't think anything good comes from uploading people into a computer game.
Yeah, that's kind of why I think it's the end game. Because if you think about it, if everybody eventually Is their consciousness uploaded into the basically the internet to the singularity?
You're right.
The human
You're right.
race ceases to exist, right?
Yeah,
And
you're right.
all the souls have been stolen.
Yeah, you're completely right. It is also a complete inversion of what they. If you look into Aleister Crowley and the occult and what they claim is happening there on the other side, where like either you become a white magician and defend the good people, or you become a dark magician and for freedom or whatever the fuck they say.
Hey, hold on, Trace. John M., can you please mute? You're echoing.
Oh, yes. Thanks.
And you can speak, so hey, if you want to join the conversation.
It's a spiritual one, so I'm listening carefully. It's very great conversation, by the way.
Okay, well, feel free to join, and when you do unmute, try to figure out what the echo is on your side. Sorry, Trace, go ahead.
It's all good. It threw me off, so I don't remember what I was talking about. I'm talking to Karma as well in between.
Karma's your sister, right, Trace?
Yeah.
I figured there had to be some connection there because Iceland's so small, it would be rare to have two people represented in the server from such a small country.
That's just racist. I'm just kidding.
We've had a few Icelanders in here so far. Not been the best showing for my country, but then again, I'm not very, I'm not very hopeful for that.
You're not nationalistic?
Well, I love my country, and I think it's the best country, and my people are really strong, but they're also really dumb.
Amen, brother. I feel the same way about America.
Likewise.
And now, that's not to put myself on a pedestal and be like, I'm smarter than everybody. Even though that is the case, I don't like to walk around and say it all the time, you know what I mean? Just kidding.
Oh, some of them are really smart in things that I am worse or dumber than they are at. Because intelligence is like not a single line, but like a giant spectrum in all fucking directions. So people know more things than me about things I don't know anything about. But those people are also really dumb when it comes to things that I know about and I try to keep on top of. They're keeping on top of some really dumb stuff they know all about. I don't like some of that stuff. Some of that stuff is good that I don't know about. So there's intelligent people all over the place. They might be dumb in some ways, they're intelligent in others.
Yes. Everybody's got their thing.
Well, I find that intelligence or knowledge is useless if you have no way to apply it to the real world.
Common sense is what that used to be called.
It's like they reframed common sense into consensus-based sense, which is just retarded.
It's not common sense, it's common consents. Or common consent. How's that?
Yeah.
Common consent. Oh no, that sounds redundant.
Well, that's back to the Witsit phrase, the weak find contentment in the consensus of the ignorant.
Indeed they do.
Anyway, I'm out. I'm going to the store.
All right, Drace. Talk to you later, bud.
Yeah, take care, Drace.
Take your mask with you if you're going to the store. Just kidding.
And don't forget your booties, because it's cold outside.
I was going to buy, back when this all started, I wrote the word hoax on the mask that I wore everywhere. And I was going to buy a box of masks. Actually, I could probably, at the place I was working, I'd probably steal a box, but I was going to get a box of them and write hoax on all of them. And then if I'd go walking around in public and see people without masks and just, oh, here, take one of these, you know, and then it says hoax on it. I never ended up doing that.
The few
I should
times
have
I've
too.
had to wear one, I wrote research flat Earth on the front of mine. So
Nice.
Yeah, I was going to say I've never worn one, but I did actually wear one to go to the doctor.
Never?
No.
That's good.
I flew on a plane in July of 2020 without one.
Whoa, you're a fucking badass, bro.
I don't know.
I was wearing one for 14 months during the whole damn thing at work. Not the same one. I'll tell you though, you always knew what your breath smelled like.
Really reduce the garlic intake for those months?
Well, yes and no. I was single for half of it, so it didn't really matter. I love garlic, so, you know, if my girl does not like garlic on the breath, I'm just going to be really mean to her about it. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't. Yeah, usually when it's like garlic breath time, I make sure that I make a meal for both of us that has a lot of garlic, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, middle of the day, I've already had lunch and had a lot of garlic. Haven't brushed my teeth yet. Going to see some people. It's a bad moment. Because, like, no matter how well the conversation goes, you know everybody's going, God, his breath stinks.
Right. Can't get away from it.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I do know what you're talking about with the masks, because let's just say I have worn face coverings, but that's because as a little side hustle, I do some lawn care and landscape work, and I wear a face covering when I'm mowing the grass to
Oh,
reduce.
totally. You got to, man. You don't want to be inhaling chiggers.
So yeah, I wear one then, but that was happening before any of this took place. So
Right. And you could take it off anytime you want. You didn't have to, like, there weren't rules about it. You like wanted to. I've done lawn care too, and I had a friend who was not wearing a mask or goggles for the kind of work he was doing in his own yard, and it was pretty intense stuff. And he said he got something stuck, like a twig stuck in his eye, like it was sticking straight out. and the doctor said, "Don't pull it out. You're gonna fuck it up. Come over here and let us take it out."
yeah, that's crazy. You definitely have to have eye protection, man, for sure.
Yep.
But yeah, even during this whole time, like if I'm getting done with lawn work or I'm going to the gas station to fill up all the machines and all that, I'd have the whatever you want to call it, the gator. I'll call them gators.
Yeah, gators. Mm-hmm.
I'd even walk into the gas station and just have it around my neck. Never pull it up.
Right. Yeah, I'm used to wearing gaiters. I used to snowboard and ski in Colorado a lot, so I had a ton of gators, and I never watched them. And now you know a lot about me. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I have a winter gator too for snowboarding.
Totally.
Fleece.
Yeah, those are fun. Those are nice too because they're just nice and soft.
Yeah, until you're breathing on them on the mountain for however
Yeah.
many hours, and then they become wet, and then they become frozen. You got to
Yes.
keep spinning it around to get to a new spot that's not wet and frozen.
Yeah, and then you got your own spit and loogies on the back of your neck. It's so much fun. It's worth it though. Snowboarding is probably top 5 one of my favorite things I've done in my life.
Yeah, I love it. We used to go on trips at least once a year, all different places, usually out in Colorado.
Yeah.
Cram 15 guys in a 2-bedroom ski in, ski out apartment so you could afford it.
Yeah, those are the best. Yep. Well, and the ski in, ski out ones are cheaper than like renting a condo up the hill.
Yeah. Yeah, we would get stupid rates. It would be like 3 days on the mountain, 4 days total, so 3 nights lodging and lift tickets for like $330 a person.
Dude, that's amazing. Wow.
That's like cheaper than just the lift tickets.
Right. Yeah. We would usually go to Snowmass Mountain, and it was $90 a day for day passes.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
I've been to Snowmass. Snowmass is awesome.
Yeah, it's a great mountain. I was spoiled with that because I've done Buttermilk and Aspen and all kinds of other ones, and just Snowmass is the best one to me.
Yeah, because our passes were good for Buttermilk and what is it? Aspen Mountain. What is it? The other one called? But we were
there's
close.
Just Aspen Mountain. Aspen Mountain didn't used to allow snowboarding. Were you around for that?
No. That would have been a while ago.
I was super young. It was a while ago. Yeah, it was like, I was probably like 10, 11 years old, and I'm 39. But, yeah. They didn't used to allow snowboarding because it was like right when snowboarding was getting popular, and snowboarders were like, you know, being crazy and extreme, man, and like running into people and stuff.
Yeah, now they have like obstacle courses, I forget what they call the little parks.
They got runs, little snowboard parks. Well, and people are, you know, looking out for them now. Like back in the mid 90s, early to mid 90s, like people on the mountain weren't looking for snowboarders going fast and woohoo and doing tricks. They were just looking for skiers. And so it was like we had to get used to each other kind of deal.
And the animosity is still there.
It's still there. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? You know, it actually makes it fun, to be honest. I think it's fun. It's like a little playground situation. Because the skiers, you know, like I'll do a trick and spray the skier, right? And then I'll be trying to go as fast as I can later down the mountain, and they just because skis are usually faster.
Yeah, you can definitely go faster on skis. Well, people of equivalent.
Depends, but yeah, exactly.
But I skated a lot, right? So you always there was always the animosity between skaters and bikers and rollerbladers.
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, we all came together if somebody came to the spot and was like a jock or a football player that wasn't involved in any of the three.
Right. Like a jock's dating one of the skater girls or something. It's like, yeah, you're going to have to wait.
Yep.
Wait out there.
We can all come together and agree we hate those guys.
Right. Enemy of my enemy. I went to Woodward Skateboard Camp in Pennsylvania when I was 11. And there were 3 groups of people there. And please nobody get offended when I say, I'll spell it out. I won't say the word. But so the bikers are called Hell's Angels, right? We were the skater dudes. and this is the hierarchy. So the most powerful, right? Because the guys on the bikes were, I guess, the coolest. Then it was skaters, and then the lowest was rollerbladers, and rollerblade F word. If you know what I mean. They were the rollerblade Fs.
Cigarettes for
Said
those
I'm
of you
offended, man.
Cigarettes.
I'm sorry. I'm offended.
Listen, I'm trying to tone it down.
All right. How does snowboarding work on a spinning globe?
I mean, let's be honest. I think you could make it work, but it'd be a lot harder to get it all set up, and chair lifts wouldn't work at all. You know,
You would feel the
stuff like
spin
that.
as you went down the mountain, right?
Right, and like I said, you could make it work. Like you could make the way that you ride down the hill go with the Coriolis or what would I say? But yeah, like I said, chairlifts wouldn't work. Grooming, you wouldn't be able to groom it too well. You know, this kind of deal. Yeah, it's like why don't the ramps under vert skaters move just an inch or two under them when they're in the middle of the air doing their big air tricks? You know?
Because we're flat and stationary.
Because
that's right.
In the air, he's in the Velcro atmosphere. That's the Glover excuse. That's all they got.
Right. I just don't want to hear it about reference frames. You're either on the ground or you're not. Does that make sense? Globers, does that make any sense to you? You're on the ground or you're not on the ground.
Especially with like things like drones, you know, it's just ridiculous. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree.
Well, I find it funny that most of the time, the thing that they try to equate Coriolis to is ballistics with bullets.
Right.
That is a known object that is spinning as it's flying, which means it will deflect based on the spin rate. Period.
Right.
And that's the best thing you got? There's a lot of other things that leave the Earth.
Yeah.
Helicopters, hot air balloons, smoke, just to name three.
Dragonflies. They're like, no, but they're using the lift from the wind. That's how they can go. Yeah. So why is it that water that weighs less than them is held to the ground?
Yeah, the Helio model is full of absurdities, but the Velcro atmosphere has got to be up there in the top.
Yeah, yeah. How do the clouds move independent of the ground while velcroed to the ground? That's what I want to know.
It's magic.
Yep. Hey, you know what? At least these guys and gals have an imagination. I mean, truly. It's good. It's a sign of intelligence in a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, there's a psychopathy that's going on that's making them choose to be anti-flat earthers at this point. But then there's also the good stuff. Like, wow, they really do have quite the imagination, right? They could be writing comic books, children's books, movies, TV shows, cartoons. You know, you name it. So.
Yeah, but it's originally not their imagination. It's originally someone else's imagination, and they're just
sure. I get it. Yeah. But I mean, I guess it speaks to the creativity the person already has, right? So I can see a picture of space, and then when I'm laying down trying to go to sleep one night, I can think about the planets talking to each other, right? Or making salad together, or you know what I mean? Like traveling to another galaxy. All the things, you know, that planets do.
Planets make salad? Okay.
Together. Yes, they make salad together.
Would that be Cobb or
a funny thought. So imagine this, like just picture in your mind what it would look like the cinema that we have, the movies and films or whatever that we have and that we've had for like the last 50 years, especially the last 50 years up to this point. Just imagine what they'd all look like if everyone knew that the Earth is flat and stationary and contained, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. I mean, so many of them would look and sound so different in so many ways. It's just kind of a funny thought, I think, to just picture in your mind what that looked like. It's kind of hard even to the ultimate extent.
Mm-hmm. Fun little thought experiments, though. Try to imagine if you still thought Earth was a globe.
Those Star Wars movies would have never happened that way.
Right. I like the Star Wars stuff, man. I like all that stuff, all the sci-fi. It's more fun now because I can laugh at all the dumb shit, be like, haha, people believe that. But then also, like I was talking about with imagination, it's fantastical. It's an adventure. I think it's neat. But that's the problem. That's how they get kids hooked on it, right? They're like, oh, we're just going to make it this fun adventure. Even if it's lies, they don't care. We're going to tell them it's the truth and they'll believe it. Because they're having fun.
So this might be one reason why some people don't accept it is because, they don't want to let go of that. Oh, just 10 years, 20 years from now, come on, I can make it. It'll happen. They'll make it economical. I'll go to space. We'll go to low Earth orbit. We'll go to the moon. Yeah. We'll contact aliens. Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. You can't. Right. If you take that away from them, you're really just hurting their fragile feelings.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You're destroying their fun world.
Yeah, the problem comes when people start blurring the lines of reality and fantasy, right? They let go of the reality too much. They're not realizing it, but they are. I did too. For 50 some years, I thought it was all real. I just never checked it,
Yeah.
But it seems like Ryan was talking about, they keep kicking the can down the road as far as space accomplishments. At some point, that's going to run out. People are going to, realize they've been doing this for 50 years or whatever now. It seems like the time's about up on that whole thing, kick the can down the road, but I could be wrong.
Well, they have a new excuse, right? Thing that's now happening. We can't go to the moon because the thing that's now happening, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't want to take Cocoa Pebbles to the moon. No way. Especially not Mars. Gosh, if we're going to live there someday, we've got to make sure everything is up to date with its inoculations out there first and before we go, right? Because Mars and the moon, they don't even know about this nonsense just yet, right? We have to be the ones that are responsible taking our bodies into space from now on. We really do, guys.
Yeah, I know it's just fiction, but if you remember War of the Worlds, what killed the Martians was contracting bacteria and got sick here on Earth and killed them.
Yep. Common cold killed them.
Yeah.
I love that movie, the Tom Cruise one. Oh, man, I love it.
But that was the birds, right? The birds killed them.
The birds.
Right?
Giving them bacteria?
I thought they said that they contracted it from the birds, but I don't even remember that well either.
Something.
just
Somehow they got bacteria and it killed them. Go ahead, Roger.
okay. Yeah, I just remember then at the end that the birds they sat on the because they had this force field, right? And then at the end you see the birds landing, and he's like, "Look at the birds! Look at the birds!" And then they shoot the things down. I don't remember. But
Yeah, the birds were like attacking them or something.
Yeah, it was like the birds were attacking them and bacteria was killing them from the inside of the ships. It's like, well, listen, if you were going to put your ships in the earth, or I guess they came down in lightning bolts, huh? So if you were gonna come destroy a place and take it over, wouldn't you want to learn a little bit about it first? I don't know.
Moral of the story is we're smarter than aliens. That's all.
Duh.
Maybe we were just their Iraq.
Yep, history repeats.
So is the battle going to last for 30 years or what?
You mean the battle between flat earthers and globetards?
It will end at some point, yeah. I just hope it ends with an awakening and not war. Something tells me it might be both, but I'm going to go with just an awakening. Forever the optimist. What keeps going through my head, and I try not to entertain it, but it just keeps coming back. It's like flat Earth is going to become like the shape of the Earth is argument. Almost all of the conspiracies, if not all of them, are going to become moot because the things that are coming ahead are going to make people not focus on anything else but survival. I don't think flat Earth or globe Earth is really going to matter after, like, what are they going to do? The fake alien invasion? They know that we know about that. They've been talking about it, at least, right? Are they ever going to do it? Because if they do, and if they really do it that way, nobody cares about the shape of the Earth at that point, right? They'll either be like, oh, aliens from outer space, or, oh, they were already here, hollow Earth. It's like, it doesn't matter. Now we just need to survive.
Well, I kind of hope they do to a certain extent, because I myself personally have talked to so many people about this in a preemptive kind of manner, saying to them, hey, I want to be clear about this. I'm not saying that the government's going to put holograms in the sky and fool you. What I'm saying is I have a suspicion that they might do that they have the technology to do that, or somebody does. And I'm telling you right here, right now, in the future, if you see it on the TV, oh, look, there's aliens hovering above the city. There's flying saucers, there's spaceships hovering above the city over here. And there's spaceships over here. They came from space. They came from space, and they're just hovering above us. Look up in the sky. See it on the TV, and maybe you see something even in real life, but nothing you can touch yourself, just something in the sky. I'm telling you right here, right now, they are lying to you. Whatever that is, didn't come from the vacuum of space, and there's a good chance it's not even a solid object, it's just a hologram, and they're just pulling your leg for some reason. So if you tell this to someone beforehand and make it clear to them, I'm not claiming they're going to do this, I have a suspicion they might do this, then, if that day ever comes around, you can kind of tap them on the shoulder and be like, hey, what's up? What are we gonna do about this? Are you gonna still tell me you think you live on a ball in space? Because all right, fine, be that way if you want to. Think you live on a ball in space, but at least you and I both realize they're trying to fool a bunch of people around us. We gotta do something about it.
Yeah, but people have drones, right? So that would be too obvious if you just fly a drone there and it just flies through the hologram. I mean,
yeah, that's a good point. Unless they make that illegal or disable it with EMP or something, but I don't know. Good point still.
They totally flip
Yeah,
the script and admit it's flat, and they claim the aliens are coming from Antarctica. They come from other ponds. That could happen.
I like Orion's point of view because Satan actually does have a very, very fine feeling of reality. At CERN, the LHC particle accelerator, they smashed these ultra small particles. They have the biggest and most sensitive sensors you can imagine, which collect data from these microverse collisions. So, yeah, it does have other kinds of feelings about reality. He does see all the electromagnetic spectrum, all radio waves, microwaves, harmonies, supersymmetry, everything. He has them. And with aluminum nanoparticles in the air, I think they can be controlled through radio waves. You control their behavior in the air. Like they turn into tiny little nanobots, you know? Mic check?
Yeah, you're here. So what I was
Yeah.
thinking, right? They said alien, right? But
Mm-hmm.
this thing that's now happening is also quote unquote alien. It's coming from outside to the inside, right? So
Mm-hmm.
could
Yeah.
this be the alien attack they're talking about?
Nah,
Well,
this person's too dumb to see it like
if
that. I think the
sorry,
alien invasion
go
will be
ahead.
much more literal. Yeah, sorry, we get. Just wanted to chime in.
You are a little bit low. I didn't hear you.
I
Yeah.
was just saying, I think that's we can look at the current situation in that kind of meta way, but the average person can't see it that way. I think
Yeah, but
their
it's
fake
not for the
alien
average.
invasion will be. Is it not?
Well, what I mean to say is that they have. It's kind of code language, maybe. So alien invasion is when you say it literally, right? I don't know if that would be literally if you can look at the current situation and say, well, that's alien and it's coming from the outside in, right? So I don't know.
I thought that's what you were saying, though.
Yeah.
Could the current situation be the predicted alien invasion?
Yeah.
Fake. I guess we can look at it in that way and be like, yeah, maybe they're playing that game. But I think I think it needs to be much more literal for the average person. I don't know.
Yeah, you had Nixon, was it? Nixon, what he said, wouldn't be nice if we had some outside threat,
Yeah.
right?
The whole world will forget about their cultural and differences, and they will unite against this alien force.
Which happened, right?
Yeah.
The whole world united, all went
Yeah.
into all closed down. So, I mean,
Yeah.
and then and then people talk about quote unquote the mark, right? Which is your phone now, which you need to go inside a restaurant to buy stuff. I mean, maybe it's me, but comes close.
No, Roger.
I guess we need to wait and see what the second half of this current event's gonna pan out like, after the magic stuff. Right now, there seems to be a kind of lull in the world towards this thing. Almost feels like they're on, the elites are on the back foot. They're kind of losing control of it. So, but we know that they're planned ahead. So we've got to wait and see what's gonna pan out in the next couple of years.
Operation Cyber Polygon.
And that stuff too, yeah. I mean, you could be right. This could be it. But I don't think it's reached its climax yet.
May I request a link or something on that cyber polygon?
Should be able to just Google it as is. You'll probably get to the website.
Yeah.
There you go, Jimmy. Put it in live stream.
Speaking of cyber, I was just curious. Anybody, what's the official story on that Facebook crash the other day? Does anybody know?
No. I heard some talks that it was because of the quote unquote whistleblower, the woman that came out. So they needed to take it down to erase stuff. I don't know. The whole whistleblower thing feels like a psyop in itself. I mean, she has a whole PR company behind her. I mean, what?
Yeah, I heard something the same. And I also heard that it was a scan. It's a reset now, that anything that's posted from here on in about certain topics, they're going to collate data from this point. Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
Yeah, things like that, there's no way to actually get to the bottom of it. We just kind of got to believe what they say happened, right? Anyway.
Well, we know that whatever they do claim as the cause of it most likely wasn't.
Got a new person here named Codster with no roles. I don't know if somebody wants to try to talk to him.
Oh yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, so on that Facebook thing, isn't it ironic that the whistleblower is basically calling for more censorship? Like Facebook wasn't doing enough. It's convenient.
That's a hell of a whistleblower. I need to go and look into what was actually said. I didn't see it myself.
Sounds like she's whistling the tune of the agenda to me.
Yeah, we can talk to
Darknet
Cots.
is rising.
So we can talk to. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Good, finish it.
Yeah, I wanted to say Darknet is rising and nobody can crack it. Nobody can find his back door in this financial system. If you're not in, then that's it. You're not gonna buy, you're not gonna sell, you're not gonna do anything. You will be illegal if you're not in. Yeah.
Well, we have Kotster in the room. Kotster. I've unmuted you. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah. Good.
Good. I just
So
I joined this Discord a while ago.
okay.
Never paid attention to it, honestly.
And how did you find us? How did you find us?
One of my good friends, I forgot his name, a while ago, sent it to me.
A good friend, which you don't remember his name.
Yeah, I quit coming on the PC for a good year and a half.
Okay.
Well, that's a good habit to get out of.
Yeah, a bunch of life happened. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
I was big into gaming, and I wanted to get into live streaming and YouTube. And my friend sent me this Discord. I don't know why.
Well, there is a reason, and now you're gonna have to find out what that is.
Fun.
So you have a
Sent
talk
here to
to
figure out the nature of your reality. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah. So have you ever talked to a flat earther before, Godstay?
No.
No.
Never.
And have you done any research? Looked into it?
No.
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 So
Be honest.
It's safe to say that you think you're on a spinning water pair hurling through space? Is that what you believe?
Say that one more time.
So, is it safe to say that you think you're on a spinning water pair hurtling through space?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And why do you think the Earth is a ball? What is it that the Earth is a ball to you?
Why is it a ball to me?
Right.
Yeah, what will be the best evidence for you to believe it?
I mean, how did my science teacher put this? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, good.
When the sun comes up and the sun goes down, the shadows move along with it. If that makes any sense, you know? If it's flat, the sun wouldn't come up or go down. Does that make sense?
No.
No.
Where to go?
Oh,
No.
so do you think
So-
the sun is going below your feet?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, so what I'm really wanted to ask, right, is so when do you experience the Earth as a ball?
When do I experience the Earth as a ball?
Right.
I mean, every day?
How?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, so, right. The thing is, right, the Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating to everybody on this Earth.
Yes.
I mean, you never seen curvature or felt the Earth move. The
Actually,
only thing
you've been to a beach?
Quite often.
Okay. You looked way off out into the ocean. Where does
Right.
it go? You can't just see it forever.
No, because you don't have Superman eyes, right?
It's the
Can't
curvature
see.
of the Earth. That's where it
How
goes.
would okay? So how would you know that is the curvature of Earth?
I mean, it doesn't just fall off. You know, you could take a boat out there. You don't just fall off, right?
Right. So you don't
keep
fall
going.
off. Right. You keep going, right? But
Yeah.
what does it?
Going straight.
Yeah, you're going straight, right? You don't. You are not going over curvature.
Okay, then if you don't have the eyes, like you said, look through a telescope. It's still going to disappear.
Okay, it's going to
It's the
disappear.
curvature of the Earth.
How do you know that is then the curvature of Earth, and not just how your eyes work, perspective and
Science.
the resolution?
You never seen
So-
the pictures that the astronauts have taken out in space? It
So-
clearly
so-
shows the Earth is round.
So what? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, stick to the topic first before we go to astronauts.
Okay.
So the Earth, right? The Earth itself. So the Earth presents itself to everybody as flat and non-rotating.
Yes.
Okay. So how? So the base axiom is Earth is flat and non-rotating because you don't experience it any other way. That would be the base axiom. And then the question arises, okay, so your screen, right, told you that the Earth is actually a ball. How can we know for sure that the Earth is a ball?
Measurements.
Right. So we can measure, surely we can measure the Earth to check if it's curving.
Right.
Right. And what if I told you that you yourself can do this and then figure out if the Earth is actually curving?
Okay.
And that's why we are here, right? Okay. We've done that. And the Earth is not curving. You can see objects. Right. You can see objects way beyond the globe geometric limitations. We can shoot lasers over large bodies of water measuring no curvature.
Okay. But how does a laser prove it?
Laser, right? We build with lasers. Lasers shoot straight over the water, parallel. And if the laser is at point A at a certain height and you shoot it at point B at a certain height and the laser hits the target, then...
What target?
A camera.
A target on the other shore. It can be your eyeball, it can be a camera, or it can be a screen.
And have you proven this by one person standing on one shore and the other person standing on the other shore?
Yes.
Yes. So we have 24 laser tests done by FE Core, that's field engineers. They done this in the Netherlands. They had a high-powered laser. They shot it over a large body of water, and it hit the other side. 24 miles, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the basic, right, and also a basic thing about water, right? It always seeks its level, right? When you pour water out of a container, it tries to seek its level again.
Right.
Right. And whenever you observe water, it's always flat and level in rest. If it's in a cup or in a bathtub, in a pool, in a small lake, big lake, or sea or ocean, right? To you, it's always flat and level. And when we measure the water, it's also flat and level. So if they claim that 73% of the Earth is covered in water, then, and all of the water is flat and level, Earth cannot be a ball.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions to Godste?
Yeah, I want to know if he knows the radius of the globe Earth.
I do not know the radius of the globe.
Okay, they give us the radius, 3959 miles, 3,500, 3,900 miles long.
Okay.
And according to this radius length, you have a arc curvature around the ball, which is universal. It's all around it, except topography, mountains, hills, valleys, and all this stuff. But overall, it must curve at a rate of 8 inches per mile square. Can you comprehend that?
Yes.
So every mile you travel, you're going 8 inches down.
Right.
But from a observing perspective, as
Yeah.
an observer, if you look out in the distance, for example, a 1 foot observer height, your tangent horizon line must be at 1.225 miles far away. That's where things begin to disappear behind the curvature. That's the point where that uh, geometrical obstruction of your vision happens. So everything that's going beyond that distance, it will disappear in the horizon.
Yes.
Because of the shape of the ball, the curve, which obstructs you not to see far away. At the beginning of conversation, you have asked us if we ever used like a telescope or, high zoom devices. Yes, we know about them, and these devices actually increase the distance of visibility.
Yes.
With your naked eye, you cannot see that far away, But when you use a telescope, you will see much further away. And this means that when you go on a beach and you see a boat disappearing in the horizon with your naked eyes, you will start seeing it disappearing from the bottom up. But when you bring your telescope and you look at it, you bring the whole boat into view. You can see it, all of it, to the point where it makes contact with the water. So this geometrical horizon, of a sphere cannot change shape like that.
Hmm.
Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with
Codster,
him.
Yeah.
Codster, do you have time to answer 3 basic questions that you may or may not have heard of before?
Yes.
Okay. All I want is honest answers, and I don't know is perfectly fine. So, do you know who, where, and how a direct measurement of Earth's curvature was ever done?
No, I do not know.
Okay, that's an honest answer. How about the motion of the Earth? We're supposedly spinning on our axis, going at 1,000 miles an hour to the equator. You know when that was detected and by who and how they did it?
Nope.
Our answer. Third question, I'll let you talk to somebody else. You agree that you and I are breathing air pressure right now, right? Keeping
Yes.
us alive. Okay. You know of any instance that can be demonstrated as the heliocentric model claims that we have a near perfect vacuum next to our air pressure system? So the basic question is, can you show any demonstration or know of anybody that's demonstrated having gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum without containment?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, well, thanks for your honesty. If you got any questions, feel free to ask. There's plenty of knowledge on this panel. And like, we're not here to
Yeah.
convince you of anything. We're here to share information. What you do with it is up to you. Just think for yourself. Go ahead,
Right.
guys.
And you see, this is actually the reason why the globe Earth model for you is only a belief. Because you are not able to answer these questions.
Yep.
And yeah, we don't like to do that, to believe stuff without evidence when it's about the shape of our world. It will be the same like you are a multimillionaire and you hear on the radio some real estate agency selling mansions and advertising, and interviewing people how good life is living in a $50 million mansion, and
Yeah.
then you go to this agency and you say, "Oh, I want to buy one mansion too," you know, and they sell you a swine shed, they scam you.
Yep.
And they tell you, "Oh, this is a $50 million mansion, we offer it." Yeah. And you pay the money, you install yourself in the swine shed, and you believe you live in a $50 million mansion. So, does it make sense to you now, if it's important or not?
Yes, that does make sense.
Yeah, because it's your home. It is where you live. Some globe Earth people come in here and they say, "What's the importance of this? How does it change my life?" Well, it does, because all the mainstream media in the world, worldwide, everyone is propagating this narrative of the globe spinning world, when actually the truth is not. And we have today experiments like, I don't know, complicated co-magnetometers, 6-axis inertially suspended rubidium atoms. Uh, it's some sort of nuclear gyroscope. And these people claim that, yeah, they build these devices to detect motion. They are accelerometers, and they detect movement, any change in position, and they are very fine and precise instruments. But
Yeah.
these instruments, they do not detect that the earth, the world, is spinning or moving. They say it's spinning around its axis with 1 revolution per day, but that speed at the equator is a tangential speed of 1,000 miles per hour. It's more than supersonic above. And actually, it is a
Hey,
supersonic speed. Yes.
When they came up with what you're referring to right now, didn't they kind of have to do like reverse engineering, like make the math work, the model kind of thing?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
they're like masters of reverse engineering, I'd have to say. Well,
Yeah.
at least they were for a while anyway, but
Mhm.
that time has come to an end. Oh, sorry,
Yes.
that's all I wanted to chime in with. Please
And
go
it's
on.
true. Yeah. You can't reverse engineer the globe model.
Well, they thought
You
they
can't.
could.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, did you know that timeanddate.com is not based on observation?
Oh,
I
is
was
it?
talking to the new person.
I did
I'm
not
sure
know that.
you're aware of that, Get Beget.
That's interesting. Yeah.
I did not know
Oh,
that.
mm-hmm. And I think there's like two other authoritative sites. I think there's one that's like a military site, and then one other. I don't remember. It was something that Indio had told me a while back.
Mm.
So yeah, isn't that effed up, you guys? Something that, we assume is based off of observations. It is not.
I did not
And
know that.
that should cause a big concern. It's a red flag for scientism because they're posing calculations as measurements or observations. So we have a big problem here. And, I like knowing where I live. I don't know about, I think most people would agree. So if you don't know, see the thing for me in the big picture, I don't want to take over the live stream or anything, but if you don't know where
Oh, no
you are,
problem, Jenny.
if you don't know where you are, how could you possibly know who you are?
Exactly.
So, a
Yeah.
lot of
Yeah.
people, contend that there's a big spiritual warfare kind of battle going on with, the knowledge of our
Yeah.
existence. And, knowledge is power. So, keep a bunch of useful idiots around to do your bidding, build your machinery for who knows what, so there's
Right.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of all I
Yeah.
got. Thanks.
Feel free to ask us any questions you may have. Yeah, you were saying about astronauts in space taking pictures. We also dealt with that and studied a lot of
Right.
flat earthers. And you see, the pictures of satellites and all that stuff, they are all CGI. Also, the famous Globe
Oh,
Earth
I have a
blue
question.
marble picture. Yeah, sure.
I have a question for the new person. You just made me think of
Yes.
it. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at my phone and stuff, but um, so do you believe we went to the moon?
Yes. 100%.
Oh, there's like three, possibly four documentaries, and in my
Yeah.
opinion, they're all different. And they talk about, they point out a lot of what you would refer to as coincidences, anomalies, if
Mm.
you will, but there's a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
So these guys could point you in the right direction of those if that would be of any kind of interest to you. And this kind of information is not put out in your indoctrination center or your propaganda, reporting on the TV, that type of thing. So it's just something for you to take in and, make a decision for yourself on what you think's going on. And then when you think you know what's going on, something else comes about and you're like, whoa, I didn't know that. So it's like a
Yeah.
continuous journey, really.
Right.
You see, that thing with the moon landing is the most craziest thing. We don't have a video approaching the moon and getting that spaceship or whatever it was called, the lunar module, getting into the lunar orbit. All they show us is a couple of seconds clip uh, showing some sort of window and beneath some gray land like moving beneath you. That's all we see. And the thing is, um, when you are trying to reach a, imagine a train, high-speed train, like maglev or the Japanese or Chinese going 500, 600 kilometers an hour. That's a very fast moving train. But imagine yourself, you have a speed bike, which, yeah, you can reach those kind of speeds. And now you you're trying to orbit to spin around that moving train. First, you have to accelerate faster than the train to reach the train. And once you get over it, then you have to switch on the other side, you know, and then slow down, brake, and so that the train now overcrosses you, you know, goes in front, and then you have to switch sides again and again accelerate. You get me?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah, when you accelerate, you know, that costs money. It takes gas,
Yeah.
a lot of it.
So, Costa,
Yeah.
what makes it that you think that the moon landing is real? What convinced you? What evidence did they show you that it is real, that it actually happened?
Do you believe that we're on Mars? The
That's not.
rover on Mars?
That's not. We're talking about the moon landing, right? So, at this point,
It's a secondary
um,
planet, is it not?
I was talking about the moon landing at this
No,
moment, right?
it's
We can go
not a
to
planet.
we can go
Yeah.
to the robot on Mars topic in a sec, because this.
Yeah.
So what makes it that you believe in the moon landing? What evidence did they show you that they really went there?
The man on the moon picture.
Okay, so pictures.
Oh, I got
Pictures
a picture for you.
like unicorns, pictures like unicorns and Bigfoot and
Would
Got a
it be
you,
picture.
possible for them to create a studio like they imagine the moon to look like and take a picture
Yeah, that's
in a
possible
studio
too.
to fake it? Yeah, so it's much easier to fake it, correct?
Yeah.
right.
And cheaper because you already have the resources here, all you need, you know, sand, a flag,
Hey
a
guys,
hello.
Skippy get sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you. So I'm gonna post a screenshot from NASA's website, and if you look in the middle, the reflection of the helmet. I can post another picture it's bigger than that. It's the same picture. But if you look, you can see the horizon in his reflection of his helmet. I think that's a big problem.
Yeah, there are multiple problems.
Yeah, we could
Shadows.
talk for a whole week on all
So
the problems.
right, there are globe earthers that made a documentary for 3.5 hours long, and I you could watch it. It's a bit slow, but it has everything, even the debunks,
Um,
and they
so to
even,
the oh, sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
last thing. So, and then they even tell you that they destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to build back again,
Oh.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so for the new guy, sorry to keep calling you new guy. I'm just not going to be on here for just a few more moments. But so one of the documentaries is called "It Was Only a Paper Moon." What's the other ones, you guys, for him to write down? Because there's
American
Of
Moon, American Moon.
I recommend also a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
oh yeah, Bart Sabrell, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that,
Yeah, dude. Seriously, you should write them down and watch them because
yeah.
right now you have a biased level of information. You kind of need both sides. So there's a lot of information that they've kind of conveniently left out or
Yeah.
kind of hidden in plain sight too. A lot of the times, there's that. So pretty fishy stuff. But anyway, nice talking to everybody. I gotta go. My lunch is about over.
Take care, Jenny. Bon appetit. Do come back
Bye.
for the ladies' night.
Yeah, they built a buggy for what was it like $30 million for a moon buggy,
Yeah.
something like that.
You know, Coster, the one simple question of why haven't they been back in the last 50 years? Like Roger just said, they claim it's because they destroyed the technology and it's a painful process to
Yeah.
build it back. Does that make sense to you? That they use
No, it does
think
not
of
make sense.
think of all technology's advanced. Everything's advanced except for space technology.
Yeah.
That is correct.
I tell you what, actually, if you study a little bit of criminal psychology, criminalistics, you know, you will find that criminals will destroy the evidence of their crimes. So that NASA astronaut, when he said, we can't go back to the moon because we had the technology, but we destroyed it, he actually sold himself.
Yeah, we have Creation Bay. Do you
Yeah.
have the quote? That's don't
The
put it.
problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Don Pettit, one of the NASA astronauts, when he was asked why we didn't go back
Yeah.
to the moon. Just to give you context there.
I tell you why they destroyed it. Because it was a studio which they used to fake it. They made the video, they have the product, and now they have to destroy all evidence and to make sure that all you are left with is the video, the product, and the result. Because if you find any evidence of faking that video, then it's a problem.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right. So the moon is not necessarily that's not the Earth itself, and we live on the Earth, and there's things that we can do here and observe here that would give us a better understanding of what the surface of the Earth actually is. Right.
Yeah.
So your first kind of question to us was, have you ever gone to the beach? Right? Kind of the ships over the horizon.
Yep.
So I like to give people a little bit of homework. Like if you're legitimately interested in knowing and understanding the answer to that first question you asked,
right,
I would suggest doing, a fair bit of research into how the human eye works. What's the smallest angle to an object that the human eye can resolve? And just kind of going down that path. And what you'll find out, not saying I'm trying to tell you what the answer is, but what you'll find out is that there is a limit to the human eye.
Yeah.
That means that there's also limitations to any enhancements to things we look through with the human eye. So all optics have limitations. And we know due to perspective that things not only get smaller as they go further away, but when we look at the horizon, the floor appears to rise to your eye level and the ceiling appears to drop to the eye level. And this is solely based on the way that the human eye works, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Have you ever taken an art class and kind of drawn something to a vanishing point?
Yes.
Right. So that kind of gives you a relative idea of how the human eye works.
So with that being said, do you understand why just asking us if we've gone to a beach might not necessarily be a good argument for the globe?
Yep.
Or do you think you need to look into that a little bit more?
No, I understand.
Okay. So, as Roger was saying, I think it was Roger, it might be Get. You know, for all of us, we experience the world as flat and non-rotating, right?
Yeah.
So, since we've kind of talked about the first example you gave of how you thought you experienced the world as a globe, is there any other firsthand experiences that you have that would lead you to think that you live on a globe?
Not really, not on the top of my head, no.
Okay. So it's kind of, is that kind of shocking to you that you wouldn't have any kind of real world experiences?
Well, yeah.
So if we don't have any real world experiences and we don't experience the world as curving and spinning, wouldn't you say that those would be some pretty extraordinary claims? That the world is curving and spinning?
Yeah.
Sure. And in my book, extraordinary claims should be met with extraordinary evidence. Do you know of any evidence or proof or experiments that have been done that would prove the curvature of the Earth or the Earth's
He's been
spinning?
through the 3 questions.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry, I was
Yeah,
doing some work
yeah.
through part of the conversation.
Yeah, welcome. No worry. He
To his credit,
sounds
he
like a
answered
nice
all.
guy. Yeah.
To
3
his credit,
points for yeah, I'll give him
he
3
answered them
points
all
for that way
honestly.
people won't. Cool, that's good news. I'm going to give him the 3 points participant rules so we know that.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mary Mom.
So after going through those the 3 points, do you think this is something you might dig into a little bit deeper?
Yeah, when I get my free time, I can do that.
Okay, cool. Well, the server has a lot of information for you.
I've seen that.
Yeah, yeah. So I like to ask people the questions, give them a little bit of homework, and have them come back and ask any questions that they may have.
And I will definitely do that.
Good.
I have
And
a question for the new guy.
Yeah.
What's your name? Sorry, in here.
Coaster?
Coaster. Okay.
Yeah.
You mind if I ask you what is your profession, like field of study?
My profession, like my job?
Yes. Like, what did you study? You studied to be a mechanic, to be a
Yes, I
biochemist,
studied.
or
Well, I studied. I wanted to go to school to. I'm going to school to for computer science or
computer science. Oh, okay. That's a little bit different.
Oh yeah.
But
No, it is for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Well, as in computer science, you must have an understanding of robots, mechatronics, this
yeah.
kind of stuff also. So, yeah, you still need some basic physics understanding and also electricity, you know.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Podster,
So,
is that how? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, again.
you see, I didn't hear you mention invoking the word gravity, you know, but when we were talking about the moon, and you mentioned also about the Mars. I'm sure that somewhere you will claim. I mean,
Right. There's gravity.
yeah.
Obviously,
Would
is
it
a
be
math.
a shock for you to hear that gravity is actually fake and it doesn't exist?
That would be shocker, yes.
Okay, good. You see, at
But I don't believe that it's
MIT,
fake.
yeah, at MIT University classes, physics classes,
Yeah.
the physics teacher teaches incoherent electrostatic acceleration for the down vector, which ordinary people in ordinary free school systems they learn as gravity, you know. And in school we start like elementary school, fifth, sixth, seventh grade. They start with Newton. Yeah, they teach
Yeah.
you Newton's gravity and laws of motion. Then when you go to high school and you do a little bit advanced into physics and all this stuff, they teach you Einstein's relative gravity, which supersedes and debunks Newton's gravity.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and this means Einstein's gravity actually replaced Newton's theory of gravity because it is not true. That's the problem with it.
Yep, just a
It's
little
not a
spackle in between
force.
the pseudoscience.
Yeah. And yeah, after high school, if you go to university and you want to learn real science and stuff, then yes, you start studying electricity, electrostatics, and magnetism intensively. And yeah, this down vector, which we call gravity, is actually a property and manifestation of elements inside an electric field, magnetic field, and electrostatic. And to have a field, actually, you need this binary um, composure. Like you need positive and negative charge, opposite charges. Um, in magnetism, you have north and south pole, two poles, two opposing poles. Yeah. And according to these poles and charges, you have attraction or repulsion.
Right, like a battery.
You know?
Yeah, like two
Yeah.
batteries.
Yes. And for us, the sky is the positive Gaussian plane and the ground is the negative Gaussian plane. And we already know that the negative Gaussian plane is physical because it is the solid ground beneath our feet. And yeah, vast majority of elements in nature, they are attracted to the negative Gaussian plane of existence. But what makes the positive Gaussian plane above us, like the sky, when we look at the stars, they look like I don't know if you have seen lights on the bottom of a swimming pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's still, you can see the lights crystal clear. But when you throw something in the swimming pool and it makes waves, it perturbs the water surface, those lights will look like they're moving because
Right.
of the waves. Yeah. And yeah, that's how we see the stars in the sky. They twinkle. It's like they are behind the liquid something.
There's water up in the name scare, right up in the sky.
Yeah, it can be, but yeah, we have to empirically demonstrate that to claim it. Yeah.
Yeah. Check it out really quick. Sorry to interrupt, Get. I wanted to show something, and I think
Sure.
I don't know. I think you were talking about this one day, and I was doing some research on it. Somebody sent me this picture, but in the voice text, the noble or inert gases that are excited in the what is called the atmos quote sphere, in the atmo, in the air, in the gas that makes up this world.
Yes.
Those colors. See, you got
Yeah.
helium, nitrogen, argon, krypton. Does that say krypton? Are you kidding me? Is that what that says? Yeah, and
Yeah,
xenon.
krypton,
So
yeah.
that's what makes the color of the sky. People are like, oh, it's just the sun. It's like, well, hold on. The sun is electromagnetic, and it helps excite these gases in the air to make these colors. So if the sun wasn't there, we'd have less of this, a lot less of it, but there still would be some.
And when you look at those gases, they do change color based on the intensity of the charge.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Anyway, go ahead, Get. It reminded me of that, and I wanted to make sure he saw that. Everybody saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, according to the charge, energy, they have different light spectrum. Yeah.
And what I want to know, lastly, is excuse me, is how the sun, is it nuclear fusion? Is that what it's supposed to be, or it's a ball of gas, right?
Mm-hmm.
How from way out there does it excite these noble gases here?
Yeah.
Essentially, it's a big ball of fiery gas. How does that affect any kind of, why would it even affect these kinds of gases? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. Just trying to figure it out. Anyway, as you were.
That's a good point, Glatt. If you put a flame underneath those chambers, you probably won't get the same result as if you pass an
You'd hardly get
electrical
anything.
charge.
I mean, we probably wouldn't do much at all, right? The point is you need the push and pull from the electromagnetic, the static, presence there, I suppose.
Right.
Don't have it all figured out, obviously, but yeah, I love that. Whenever a glober's like, why is the sky blue? I'll be like, let's see. Krypton mixed with xenon.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Little bit of nitrogen. So, Codester, what do you think, partner?
I got some homework you got to do.
Yeah. Are you interested?
Yeah.
That's good.
I got some stuff.
I think you might even come to like it. Yeah. You sound like you're genuinely curious. Because, I mean, check this out, man. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree. It does interest me way more.
I mean, if that's a Thundercats logo, you're my kind of guy.
Yeah, I was going to say the Thundercats is really helping me out here. I don't like to judge a book by its cover, but I did. And so far, so good. So what are you going to look into first? What's the thing that's kind of grinding your gears right now?
I
There's
can't
a
put my
lot.
finger on one thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot, for
Do you
sure.
think we're missing something, Coaster? It's like there's something we're just completely forgetting. Like, oops, you dumb flat earthers, you guys forgot to, this one thing. Is there anything you can think of like that, or no?
No, not really. You guys have made a lot of points.
Well, I want to touch a point which he addressed. I watched a couple of months ago a YouTube video with an experiment about flies in a vacuum chamber. And this guy put like 10 flies in this vacuum chamber. Then he started sucking the air out, pumping the air out.
Mm-hmm.
And when he reached like 20% from the outside air pressure, the normal air pressure, the flies were not capable to fly normally anymore. You know, you can see them like jumping chaotically. When they start flying, they actually put the most effort when they start flying. And once they achieve flight, yeah, it's easy to maintain that in normal air pressure. But when it's a very low pressure, that fly must make an effort to stay flying. And yeah, you can see them like they are falling back, or they quickly jump to a wall, you know, and they stick to the wall. Yeah, they quit. They start quitting flying when they reach 10% of the air pressure, like 1.4 psi pressure. They completely give up flying. They don't even attempt to fly anymore. They will only walk on the walls of the container. They will not even flap their wings. They know they can't fly in that air pressure.
Right.
And this is 10% of the air pressure. They are not capable to fly, even if they tried. And the guy tried with magnets and stuff, a needle inside that chamber, to push them, to scare them, to make them fly. But no, they don't. They and you see, they sent this rover on Mars with a drone. And they say that drone is flying in 1% from the Earth's air pressure. 1%. That is like 0.14 psi. Not even 1 psi. 0.14.
Yeah.
Oh.
I got another point real quick on that one too, if I may. Someone posted a GIF earlier. Why would they train in water? That's one environment, right? And water is a completely different environment to that of a vacuum environment, right?
Yes,
Why the
medium.
hell would you?
Yeah.
Why the hell would you train in water to go to a vacuum? You know what I mean? That's like me. That's like me training to play tennis and then going and playing a major league baseball game.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, Glat, it's for the don't drown in space, safety precautions.
Yeah.
We've lost one too many. Drowning
That was
in
pretty
space.
sloppy. I don't know why they even told us about that. Astronaut almost drowns in space. What? Why is there water in their suit when they're out in space, motherfucker? What?
Why is there air bubbles in space?
Yeah. Oh, you almost drowned, but that was the first near death. Like, how is it that nobody has just accidentally popped off the cord and just floated into space? Nobody? What?
How many people die due to diving and rising too fast, and no one up there has had problems with pressure sicknesses. What?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh, they just don't tell you about it. It happens all the time. Sure.
Yeah, they also found algae on the ISS, right? Some kind of sea
Found
algae.
what? Algae? Oh, of course they did. Of course, and why wouldn't they?
I think we have somebody else new to the
Oh,
server.
it
VC
was
verified.
it was plankton. Sorry, sea plankton.
Yeah, it sure was. Yep. I believe every bit of that.
Pika player, are you new to the server?
Yeah, Pike is asking Codster there to DM him, so he seems like he's new. Are you able to speak, Pika?
Hey. No, I have been here for a while. Just not active. I have a lot of schoolwork.
Oh, okay. So what have you
Got a
heard
caravan for me. Sorry.
What? What'd you say?
It's a movie reference. You got a caravan for me. It's a Pike reference, anyway.
You like dogs? Like dogs?
You like dogs? I'm sorry, Mary
Yeah, I
Mom. Go
like
ahead.
Oh no, that's fine. A lot of those kind of references go over my head, but I don't mind people making them.
I know. I just interrupted. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to ask him what he'd learned about the Earth since being in the server.
Oh, me.
Pika, yeah.
Oh. Well, as I said, I haven't been very active on the server since I recently started college, and there's a lot more work than before. I haven't been able to be so active.
Well, that's understandable. You're hard at work. Has anybody ever shown you the evidence for why the Earth measures flat and the globe model is a complete fantasy?
Yeah, I think I got a video about it from someone.
Did you watch it?
Spakeface gave me a video.
Panto. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you watch it?
I haven't had time. I need to focus on my school right now because, you don't want to start with an F.
Absolutely. Although I do find that understanding, the propaganda and superstition that surrounds the globe model does free up a lot of room in your head to concentrate better on other things. You might even find your schoolwork will improve if you get off the fantasy globe model. I think it's pretty good for your brain to be able to.
I can 100% back that up. Yep,
Thank
I'm in
you.
school right now. Yep, I'm in school right now, and the more I speak with you fine people, the more I'm just apt in my homework. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you train your mind to think logically and to, actually use your reason and so on. Then it does help you in other areas. I've definitely found that with my own work.
Yeah.
So yeah,
What
Pika.
is
Yeah, go ahead,
studying?
Gippy.
I just want to ask him what is his field of study.
Year of technique.
What are you studying?
Basically computer science.
Oh, computer science. Okay, just like the other guy.
Science. Yeah.
Yeah.
But computer science is not like hacking, right?
No.
Yeah, okay.
No, it's a real science. I think they have to take a lot of difficult science and math classes to, get a degree in computer science. I think it's challenging. Yeah.
It is very challenging.
Yeah, so Pika, have you seen the laser test, or do you understand the argument about the long distance observations, why they're impossible due to geometry and the fixed size that they give us for this fantasy globe model?
Yeah,
You do?
I've been here.
Okay. Yeah, okay,
listening.
so you have been listening. Okay, so what is the argument then? Like, why do we say we can see too far?
I listened, but I don't remember because my bad memory, and I have been playing games.
Oh, I understand totally, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then objects would disappear from our field of view due to this alleged curvature, which would increase at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared if it were there, even though it's never been measured or seen anywhere. And basically, if you are actually interested in evidence, objective reality, scientific proof of either curvature or rotation has never been found anywhere. So this predicted curvature, which you can see in the chart there in the live stream voice text, is not found when we make observations in the real world.
Yeah.
So you understand, if you're into computer science, that models would be useful. Usually they're used to like predict something or explain an aspect of a problem. You know, that would be the purpose of a model, to explain something. So the globe model, which no one's ever seen, the actual globe, you know, and on the NASA website itself, they tell us, they don't even claim that they go up there and see a globe. They tell us Robert Simon, whose job is to be a data visualization and designer. So, you know, he's not a data collector. He's not a data observer. He's a data visualizer, and his job is to make the globe image match your expectations of what the Earth looks like from space. There's a quote right from NASA.gov, and there's other interviews with Mr. Simon where he says he uses Photoshop to make the globe image. And so he does, you know, your computers, with your computer science there, you know, you probably could get a, you know, possibly if you're very talented like Mr. Simon, you could get a high paying job at NASA fooling people with images on the computer that have nothing to do with reality.
He's very popular in our circles. I really wouldn't want to be him.
Yeah, one day he would be called to task for his deception, but you know, at least he comes right out and says what he's doing. I mean, you know, at least he's hidden in plain
He's
sight.
lying about it. Yeah, he's not lying about it. It's just, yeah, it is Photoshop because it has to be. And
Exactly. I like his honesty. I don't hate him at all. He's great.
No, he did for the normies. He did a great job, right? It just, people look at it. Yeah, that's Earth, but it isn't. It's Photoshop because it has to be Photoshop. So what do you think about it, Pika? No pictures from space, all Photoshop.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
There you go. Robert Simon, NASA employee, telling you Creation Bear has the recording there right out of his own lips. If anybody, any of these, Pika, did you have something to say?
No.
Roger asked you what you thought about it.
Oh. Wait, I need to mute my music. Okay. What was the question again?
Roger asked what you think about the fact that the NASA employee tells you that the globe image is photoshopped to match your expectations of how the Earth looks from space.
Well, something new for me. I didn't know it was photoshopped before.
It is photoshopped.
Is that the scientist saying that?
Yeah, that's Robert Simon. Yeah, data visualization designer.
But it's has to be.
Thanks, Robert.
Yeah,
He's
there's
saying it has to be. Does he know for sure? I'm just asking. I'm curious.
He's the one that does it. Oh, I forgot the part. He's the information designer. Thank you, Miguel Souza. Yes, lead data visualizer and information designer. I mean, come on, guys. Just his job title alone. Please. A data visualizer. He's imagining it and putting it out there for you. Not a data collector, as I said, a visualizer. An information designer. Yeah, not an information, recorder or an information finder, an information, observer, an information designer. He's going to design the information for you and visualize the data for you.
Some will say it's a painter, right, or an artist. But these days, when it's about the ball Earth, you're an information designer.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a nice way to say a liar, Yeah, fancy way to say that. Professional liar, information designer.
We also have Caramel Kush. Maybe.
Hi, Caramel Kush. Michael Jackson's back in town. Look at that. Oh, he doesn't have a role, though, Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson, great singer.
So you gonna teach us how to moonwalk?
Maybe so. Yeah, speak up if you guys got any questions.
Nobody here wants to defend the globe?
No, I have no interest in defending a lie.
We have a reliable Globe spokesman here. Maybe he wants to defend it again for the 100th time. Matthew?
Oh, God.
I've said everything. I mean, you guys know what I think, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I mean, if you guys are curious why we Globers believe something specific, I might be able to explain it, but I don't know if I could defend it very well.
No, I don't want you to speak for anybody else but yourself.
I think when I speak for Globers, I would say I'm speaking for 90% of what most Globers would say. Would agree.
See, right there, you're doing it. You just
Well,
assume.
you're
Just
hold
assuming
on,
shit.
hold
You
on,
don't
Black
speak for those
Globe.
people.
Black Globe. People can speak for whoever they wish. Let they speak up and say you're not speaking for me. Why don't you use this as an educational moment? Matthew, is there any direct evidence that we live on a globe?
Yeah, eyewitness testimony from Apollo astronauts.
That's not direct evidence, is it?
Wow.
For them, it is.
For them. Okay, so for you, is there any direct evidence should you choose to do something to gain actual direct knowledge that the Earth is a globe of a specific size?
No, there's no direct evidence.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
Whoops.
It's almost
you,
like
no direct evidence that
it's
radio
almost
waves
like
exist.
if I were there is because
no,
they're
you can't see radio waves.
but there are receivers that receive them, right?
Okay, so you use equipment to look at them, yes, and so that's indirect. But you're right. There are ways to tell truth besides direct evidence.
No, it is direct evidence because you can just build a radio to receive them, and then you can be a person who broadcasts something, and if someone picks it up, that's direct because you have a direct relationship, right? Versus me coming up to you and saying, hey, Matthew, see this book right here? This book that I wrote was from God. Would you believe me today?
No, I don't think it would.
Would you believe me 1,000 years ago?
No.
Okay, so if I tell you something I'm going to have to give you some sort of evidence other than my word, some sort of evidence other than it came from my mind and that's it, right?
Right.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, the astronaut's testimony, I'm surprised you have such a low standard of evidence, Matthew. I mean, come on, like, why should we believe those three guys from long ago, over our own eyes and our own experiments and their own measurements and so on, of the many, many people who have made long distance observations and laser tests that debunk the globe? Why should we disbelieve, this fiat testimony of people, back during a time when the government had much incentive to lie, even within the confines of their own narrative, the alleged Cold War and so on, the alleged space race and so on? Why should we believe their testimony, especially since NASA has been proven and the U.S. government in general has been proven to be a disreputable organization that puts out falsehoods to suit their own narrative and later declassifies and admits them?
Yeah, those are all fair points. When Elijah asked for direct evidence, I was assuming he meant something you can actually see with your own eyes, and there are very few people who've seen the whole Earth with their own eyes. And the Apollo astronauts are the 24 people who have claimed to do that.
That right
So it
there
depends
is
on
just
whether you
what they
believe them.
said, right? I can believe. Okay, so okay, my friend. Okay, Dandelion.
Yes.
For the sake of this argument, just go with it. So
Okay.
I wrote this book last night, and it happened to be the word of God that I heard, and I wrote it in this book. You believe me?
I'm sorry, I don't, Elijah.
Someone believes me for the sake of this argument, right? Speak up now so I can continue.
Oh, am I supposed to
Can you
pretend to believe
repeat
you? I'm sorry.
for the
Yeah, I
sake
gotta
of the
hear it
All
again.
right,
argument?
I
Can
got
you
I
can you
got a yes.
repeat one more time,
I
please?
got a yes out there. I got a
Okay,
yes
good.
out there. Great.
I didn't
So,
hear.
Matthew, wouldn't you say that this person who believes me has direct evidence?
So it depends on how trustworthy the people are. So yeah,
Okay,
I
do
see
you
what you're
trust
saying.
me, friend who said yes?
Oh yes, you're the most trustworthy, so of course.
There you go. Now, wouldn't you go on and tell someone else that there's direct evidence because someone who trusted me and said so? Matthew, based on your logic?
Okay, I get what you're saying, that it obviously depends
Would that
on
be a
how.
yes since you get what I'm saying, or no?
Yes,
I just
yes.
need you. Thank you very much. The
I'm
only
sorry if
point
I
that I'm
messed
trying
up
to
the
make
argument.
here,
I just have been fooled so many times that I never believe anyone about anything pretty much anymore. I'm sorry.
that,
I was supposed
it's
to go along
okay.
with it. I'm sorry.
The thing that I'm trying to illustrate to everyone else is when I asked Matthew for direct evidence, he pointed to someone else whom he doesn't know, who he finds trustworthy to say, well, yes. He said yes, and then he said because they've had direct evidence, which those 24 people died by now, by the way.
Okay, so yeah, it's not direct evidence for me. That's right. I thought you were saying, is there direct evidence? And my answer was to say
Direct
that
evidence is
for
direct
them,
evidence.
yeah, for
I
them,
mean,
they have direct evidence, but I don't.
that's if you believe them. You don't even know. They're telling you they have direct evidence of something, and you're just like, sure, that's what they said. I believe them because I trust them. Is that correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Right. Just want the rest of you to know that this is the same logic that you're employing.
It's anti-logic.
I would
The
say that there
table.
are some things that would count for me as direct evidence. I don't think that you would agree that they're direct evidence.
Well, you said that
Nope.
they were. I mean, you can you can offer them up. I'm not stopping you. We can discuss it, right? As if we never have. We can go through it if you have time.
As long as, Elijah, you're okay with this dude halfway reneging on his entire conversation with you. If that's okay, then yeah, let him keep going.
It's okay as long as there are other people listening who want to know what's going on. Yes, sure.
Sure, I would say my direct evidence is that late at night, I went outside and looked in the sky and didn't see the sun. And
What's that direct evidence of?
That direct evidence means that the sun was not above the horizon.
Oh, so that's a begging the question fallacy, right? Because number one, you think that there's a horizon in which the sun can go below, and number two, you think that there's a light powerful enough to light an entire surface of the earth if that was the case, correct?
I would say that it's just a simple observation that I couldn't see the sun at night.
Yeah, but you did introduce the method, the logic of begging the question, didn't you?
No, I just said that I can't see the sun.
So when you said it doesn't, you said it would make sense that it goes below the horizon, assuming there is a horizon that's a physical distance away, that we could actually say such a thing.
By horizon, I just mean like eye level, like where the sky meets the ground. That line. That's what I meant.
But isn't that where the curvature is supposed to be obstructing your view from the rest of the Earth?
I see what you're saying. What if I don't use the word?
Or is that a yes or a no for the other people who know about the model that you're supposed to be defending?
Sorry, ask that again.
The model that you're supposed to be sticking to and defending, in that model, is that supposed to be the horizon 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
It's supposed to be close, but it depends on the atmospheric refraction and stuff.
Okay, with the atmosphere, you get like 0.2 extra. Is that correct?
Yeah, you get some extra. It might move a little bit.
Okay, so it could be a mile. It could be a mile 0.2, right? Depending on your, obviously depends on your elevation. Not much of a difference, is there?
No, not much.
Okay, so say it's nighttime. I hold a light up. Can you see it?
Yes, you can.
No, say it's nighttime and I put it on in my house. Can you see it?
Oh, in your house? No, you live too far away.
I live too far away. Okay, why do you think that is? Why do you think you can't see it?
Light attenuation.
So light attenuation through the atmosphere, right? So
that's right.
Okay, if the Earth were flat and I put a light up, could you see it?
It depends on the distance and how bright the light is.
Okay, so I put a light bulb up, regular 60 watt, and you are 2 states away. Can you see it?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
It's too far away and it's too dim.
So you would have to know how far the sun away is, and you would have to know how many lumens it's producing in order to say for sure that you should see it at night on the Earth, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So how could it be direct evidence if you don't have these figures?
Because, 5 minutes before the sun sets, it's really bright and I can see it right there in the sky. And then 5 minutes after the sun sets, it doesn't seem like it would change brightness or distance that much. And I just can't see it anymore.
But that's just speculation because you don't have the distance of the sun, nor do you know how bright it is, right? Directly.
It's a speculation that the distance and the brightness wouldn't change that much within the space of 10 minutes because it doesn't change that much.
That wasn't the question that I asked. I'm sorry. You don't know how far the sun away is or how bright it is directly, do you?
No, I don't.
Right. So then your direct evidence is actually speculation.
My direct evidence is speculation. That's right.
Thank you.
But it seems reasonable to me.
That's fine if it's reasonable to you. I'm not here to change people's minds or here to, you know, I mean, you can think what you want. That's okay. I
Yeah,
was only
likewise.
asking for direct evidence.
Likewise, I see my role here is to try and explain honestly and truthfully what I think and why I think it.
So when you said you had direct evidence, now you're admitting that that's not direct evidence because
To me, it counts as
that's
direct evidence. I admit that you don't count that, and I said from the beginning. I said I have what I think is direct evidence, but I don't think you'll say that it will count.
well, if I had direct evidence to show, say, a judge, they would be able to determine by the evidence that it's direct evidence or not, wouldn't they?
I suppose it depends on your assumptions. So based on my assumptions, I count it.
Well, not based on an assumption. Let's say a crime happened and I have direct evidence as to who did it. It wouldn't depend, would it? Do you think?
That's kind of a hard hypothetical to. I mean,
Matthew, you're going to have to admit that your estimation of what direct evidence is not up to standard with what direct evidence actually is. This is what I was just
fully
getting at.
admit that my definition of direct evidence doesn't meet your standards. That's right.
Why don't you give your definition of direct evidence so that we're all on the same page, including the people that are listening who don't know whether to make a decision or not today?
Sure. I would say direct evidence is something that you can see and that points to a certain interpretation of the facts. And so not seeing the sun at midnight, it would be an example.
So that would be affirming the consequent then, right? Because
yes,
you interpret it one way, however, it could be something else, right?
Exactly. It could be.
So that's a fallacy in logic, isn't it?
Yeah, and so I suppose it would be a fallacy for you to claim the opposite then.
Okay, but I haven't made a claim yet. Would you like to ask me a question?
Yes. Why
to make this fair?
Why can't you see the sun at midnight?
Well, according to my everyday experience, when a light is too far, it no longer illuminates an area. Nor can you see it. That's not really. But
yeah,
that's not really.
About we don't know how
that's
bright
not
it
really
is.
a claim. You asked me, why is it that we can't see a light? Well, in every instance, the reason you can't see the light is because it's not bright enough or it's too far to see.
You never claimed to see the sun at 12 o'clock at night, so I don't really. It's non sequitur.
No, but the bottom line is with light sources, as far as we are concerned with them, and as far as we experience them, the only reason you can't see one is because it's too far, right?
Right.
Or if something is blocking.
Right.
Right. But I don't have a claim though.
But we don't have any direct evidence of that, and we're not claiming we have any direct evidence of that, Matthew.
Got it. So you're saying that there is no direct evidence that the reason that the sun can't be seen is because it's too far away.
Well, it could be.
It could be using a court.
The alternative is. I mean, if I'm putting up a false dichotomy, let me know. But it either has to be obstructed, obscured, or it can't be bright enough for you to see.
Where does it go if it's too far away to see? If you can see it at 1 minute and then it's gone, where does it go?
I'm sorry. I'll just give me a second. So, do you think there's a third option, Matthew?
No, those
either
make sense.
It's obstructed or it's not bright enough to see. Those two options are good.
That's right.
Okay, so that being said, we can determine if there's curvature blocking a light source. The only thing we can go on is the positive claim that the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So if it's not that, there's no reason to think that there is Earth curvature obstructing the sunrise.
Sure, if you want to use that as your preconceived notion, then you would have to say that that's the only.
Well, what's the preconceived notion?
That there's no curvature. You just said if there's no curvature.
Well, you would have to measure it for there to be some, right? You don't just because am I assuming that there's no curvature, or if there's curvature, would I not just directly measure it?
No, you're saying if there's no curvature, then the reason you can't see the sun must be because it's too far away, right?
All right. So, in the sense of sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, is there any direct evidence that there's that much curvature?
I can't think of any direct evidence. I mean, there's measurements and there's calculations, but that's a separate topic.
Right. Calculations aren't measurements. So, that being the case, when I can't see something, it's probably because it's out of my optical um, equipment's ability to see it.
So out of your vocal equipment's, your optical equipment's ability to focus in on it anymore. So we can answer Codester's question with that too. When does something suddenly disappear? Coaster, when something suddenly disappears, where you could take, for instance, boats disappearing apparently over a lump of earth curve that they're not disappearing over, which we can prove, obviously. Someone could probably post a GIF straight away showing how boats don't disappear over the curvature. But they appear to disappear away from you as they go away from you, do they not? They do so because of the incidence of the angle to resolve it to the surface. I would say the celestial bodies could be much the same, right? The opposite way is if I was to put your head very close to a ceiling and roll a ball along the ceiling, the ball would disappear top up first, should I say, as I move it away from your face. So we could sort of apply the same form of logic to the celestial bodies. The reason why something would disappear in the sky as it goes further away from you, again, would be due to the fact that your eyes no longer are able to resolve it. That's all. So,
Drace, are you able to get on mic?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to say this earlier when he was talking about how the sun not being visible is somehow going to prove his globe, when even in the globe understanding of how things work, the sunrise and sunset is when all the colors are supposedly coming from all of the light scattering out of the visible range. So I just want to ask him, how can you see something like a light when the light is no longer visible? How do you think you can see it when it's not in the visible spectrum?
good way of putting it, bro. Exactly, the sun's covered up all the time, isn't it, Matthew? By various different things.
Well, yeah.
Always asking you, yeah.
The sunset looks red because the blue light gets scattered more. So it scatters different wavelengths at different amounts.
No, I'm talking about the red of the sunlight and of the sunrise and the sunset. When the sun turns red and the sky turns red, that's the light scattering down into infrared.
Exactly, but it's not all the light equally. It's different wavelengths.
No, I'm not saying it's all the light equally, but you can see the sun itself turn redder and redder, and I can show you a video here. This one.
Yeah, because more and more atmospheres between us and the
and you can see it's just fading away. Just fades into the sky.
I guess I've never seen that happen in real life. I don't know what.
Yeah, that's because you haven't gone out and explored this for yourself. You just believe other people willy-nilly. That's the issue here. You haven't gone out and tested it under different conditions at different altitudes. So that's the issue.
No, I've looked at the sun through eclipse sunglasses where you can actually see the sun with your own eyes, and it stays the same size while it's setting.
Yeah, you're talking about videos and stuff. You're talking about solar filters. Yes. We've also looked at all this stuff and more.
Can I ask a question to both of you, maybe everyone in the chat? Maybe this is a dumb question, but I never thought about it. So when the sun is moving towards the horizon, I suppose, right? That's when we see all this light become, so many different brilliant colors. Now, why can't I just look to the horizon midday and see the same thing? Or maybe, matter of fact, when it's like on the other side, when it's 9 a.m., why can't I look to the horizon to the west and see those colors if that's the case?
Because it's the distance between you and the sun. Because normally when you look towards the horizon, you don't really see that as far, like the sun is further away in the sky than the horizon is to you, if that makes any sense. So anything on the ground there is closer to you, and the light traveling from it to your eyes is having to travel a less distance and through less stuff. Whereas the sun itself, being high up in the sky and then far away, would have to travel through more stuff.
Yeah, right. But when it's 9 o'clock, or let's say 8 o'clock in the morning, I look to the west and it's just a regular day. It's not, because that would be when the sun is even further than if it was 12, if it was noon, or if it was like 4 o'clock towards the west, right? So it's got, I don't know. There's got to be something is going on. I don't know. I wish I knew.
There's definitely a lot of unexplored things and unknowns concerning the sun. So it's always interesting to look at.
Did you guys watch the Tesla being launched into space?
Yes.
You did. I'm sorry?
Yeah, what do you think about it, Kotster? You think there's a stock, right? So they took this car from the factory and they just put it in a rocket. Oh wait, they removed the rear mirror, right? That's the only thing they removed, and they put it inside of a rocket.
They removed the rear view mirror?
Yeah,
correct.
That's the only thing they did with the car.
And what about that?
Possible. Well, you don't want to break the fourth wall, do you?
What's that? Say it one more time.
You ever heard of the fourth wall? Staring into the camera. If you put a mirror right there, what is it? Why would you take that mirror away? Right? It's pointing right back at the quote unquote camera. So don't want to break that fourth wall. So take
how is it live streaming then right now?
Okay, so you're watching your screen and you're like, yeah, man, live streaming car from space, cool.
So if I play live on YouTube an old video of the Teletubbies, you're gonna think that's live and happening in real life, right now.
What are you talking about? You saying that a live stream can be edited? That is incorrect.
Information being sent back from this car right now. There's no live footage from any cars in space. Any kind of video like that up right now would be an old recording.
So you're trying to tell me that they are editing a live stream that is currently live?
You're not getting what he's saying.
No.
If there's a Teletubbies live stream on right now, is it being currently streamed right off air, or is it being posted as a live stream? Do you understand?
Listen, bro. Yeah, listen, if you're watching it and it looks just like the movies, but it says live stream. Actually, it looks worse than the movies. It says live stream. Do you believe that it's a live stream? They could do anything. They could be filming from someone's basement on a single computer, or they could be, what they're really seeming to do is in this huge fucking, three-quarters cylinder Hollywood setup.
It's even worse than that, because they admit that they are not getting any information back from the car, okay? So they only have like 3 or 4 hours of battery life to send the information back. So the delusion thinking that they're still getting information from the car just needs to stop right now. Okay?
There's nothing out there. Nope. Especially not a Tesla car.
I want
You
that
fucking
paint.
kidding me? Do you think they just put a piece of trash up into the sky like that? It's ridiculous.
I want the paint that's on that car.
Oh, we're just gonna send some cars out. Yeah, satellites weren't bad enough. Even though we don't see one of them. I'll just put some cars. Yeah, fuck it. How about like
Can I ask
throw
one
some
question?
restaurants out there and just buildings and just fuck it. Let's put all our trash in space, right? We would.
Can I ask
Listen,
one question?
guarantee you, if we could, we would have by now on that one. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
To the guy who incredulously asked us if they were faking the live stream. Are you there?
Yeah.
All right. So, you tell me, do you think you can put tires in space?
Do you think you can put tires in space? What kind of question is that?
The question he just
People
asked.
have people have physically filmed a rocket going into space from the ground that we currently live on.
Okay. I don't want to. I need you to just give it a second thought because I don't want you to feel embarrassed. I'm talking about a high pressure system in the vacuum of space, right? So we're talking about a tire filled with air that's going to a much lower pressure in space. Do
Do
you
you know
think
that we
that?
have tires on
Let
Earth
him
that are
finish his
completely
question,
solid?
Codestar.
Yeah, that it was just a regular stock car. So you know that, right? Just regular air, regular tires. Well, straight from the guy's mouth, by the way. So regular car, regular everything. So that being said,
No, the mirror was taken off. You forget the mirror.
okay, the mirror was taken out, but
One mirror was
They
taken off.
modified the stock car.
other than that, it wasn't space hardened or modified or changed in any way. It was just taken straight off the
assembly
the-
line.
So that being the case, do you think that live stream with those 4 tires on there, you think that's real?
Yes, that is correct. You cannot physically edit a live stream, and I know that.
So Elijah,
that's fine.
That's not true. That's actually not true. Wait there. Who just said you can't physically edit a live stream? You just say that? Did you seriously say that?
How you can edit a live stream that is live.
Wait there a second. So you know when someone video calls you, right? And they put a filter over their face on Snapchat or something like that. What's that called? What's that called? What's that called, Codestar?
Not editing
What is
a
that
video.
called?
You tell me.
It's a filter, not
It's
editing.
called.
It's a filter. It doesn't
Still
mean it's
editing. Yes, it is editing. What do you think editing was in the
It's
early days?
editing
Filters.
the output from the input. It's changing what the input, what you input something, and it's changed when it comes out.
That's called editing, bro. I'm telling you right now, as someone who literally edits photography all the time. Literally, I do this all the time. I edit photos all the time, right? And I've also edited live photography, meaning actual video, right? You can edit live, bro. The way they used to edit even back in the 1920s and 1930s on film, live, they would do this. They would do this live at the cinema, bro. People used to do this for fun. They used to play tricks on people. They would make it look like a penis appeared on someone's head. They would cut out a little penis out of a piece of card, and they would stick it onto the reel about 20 reels or 20 frames back. And then next thing you know, there's a penis on a woman's head. Live editing, bro. It was being live shot to the people. Obviously, live editing would have been if we live recorded it that way. So on the original negative film, when they were filming the very film that we're talking about, someone could have stuck a penis to the negative. So then when it was developed, it would have came out with a penis on it, even though it was filmed live. Like you said, a filter on a fucking camera when you're talking to someone.
Could we go
Come
back
on, bro.
to Elijah's point about the pressure?
Before that, I want to make one more example of what Crack is talking about. Not an example. There's actually something that was supposed to be live streamed two children in a classroom, and the little stuffed animal or whatever it was supposed to be just appeared into the live stream.
It's funny as hell.
What about when we had that Miko come in here the other day? We had this channel that's quite a big channel coach to come in, right? Called Code Miko. Just to give it a plug. The point is it came into this channel and it was a lady, okay, dressed up in in one of those sort of CGI type suits, right, where you stand behind a green screen and then you emulate over the top of this, right, effectively an animated character. That animated character was on Twitch live streaming while talking to all of us guys in here. That was all live, and it was live in here too. So I really don't know what you're talking about.
And she was getting fatter and fatter as I don't know. You could pay and change her looks. The chat was going over her body. So yeah, I mean, come on. This is the digital age. They've been faking shit since ever, right? What was the first fake photograph? Like 1900s something?
The first film was about going to the moon.
Okay, so Elijah, what were you saying about tire pressure? You were in the middle of a point before we went down this live editing rabbit hole.
What happens when you send a helium balloon up into the sky? What happens eventually?
Eventually it explodes because the pressure's too high.
Right. That's what I was saying about the tires.
Tesla tires normally are about 30 psi on Earth. Would you agree with that?
I don't even know.
Yeah, 30 to 35, yeah.
How high do you think the pressure on Earth has to get before a tire explodes? Do you think if you went up to 45 or 50, it would explode? Or would it have
Well, we'd have to perform an experiment, would we? We're not just going to sit here and go, what do you think would happen? Well, I think this.
No, you could read it on the burst pressure on the tire.
You're saying could. Are we doing that right now?
No, I'm talking about the burst.
Have we got an actual? Wait there a second, Matthew. Have we got an actual tire? Have we got an actual tire that we're literally looking at to literally read the burst pressure from? No, we do not. So stop going red herring on me, please, sir.
I mean, you would have to put it in that kind of environment. You would need that kind of vacuum. You would need that kind of difference in pressure to test it. Do we have that kind of vacuum here on Earth, Matthew?
No, but we could simulate the difference, the pressure differential.
No. See, just stop it. No, because otherwise you're talking about it could be Narnia. We're not there. We're not doing that. So the answer is no.
We can't actually simulate anything analogous to that what that car went through in space. We cannot simulate, and do not listen to him when he says this. Again, we were speaking about this the other day on the Nathan Oakley show. This is analogous to saying, like, the pressure, right? So the pressure of space being 10 to the 17 negative torque, right? As a vacuum, comparatively to how high we can get a vacuum, as in how little air is inside of a vacuum, how low pressured we can get one. It's like tantamount to saying, again, that 85% pure methamphetamine, I've got it to 85. It's tantamount to saying that 5% is equal to. There's tantamount to saying that 5% is equal to more percentage in potency than the last 1% if I had 99.9% potent methamphetamine. And that last 9% is way more potent, all right? So, yeah, we can get to, very negative pressures, but the negative pressures become even more negative as we get to the higher level. Remember
there's no such thing as a negative pressure. It's a zero.
Or whatever,
That's a good point.
Low to zero.
There's also no such thing as antimatter, but we don't have to go there.
Okay, so if you take a Tesla tire that's supposed to be inflated at 30, and you put extra in it all the way up to 45, it still won't burst at 45. You'd have to go higher than 45 before it bursts. Would you guys agree with that?
Well, we're talking about putting it in an environment where the pressure is less, not putting more air into it.
Yes, I'm asking on Earth.
So it's not really the same question, isn't it? Is it? I mean, even if we were going to play this game, it would have to be some different kind of thing versus making it analogous. Is that correct?
My point would it takes a couple
Well, is
steps
that
in this.
correct? Yes or no before you move forward.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so old dude is right. Teslas are rated for 30 in the front and 40 in the rear. And those tires can stand a little bit extra pressure. So if you went all the way up to 45 in the front and 55 in the rear, I think that those tires would still not burst if you went 15 psi higher than they're supposed to be. That's my first point.
Yeah, but you have an issue here, don't you? That the entropy that would take place is not analogous. This isn't a pushing in on the tire. This is a pushing outward.
Yeah,
remember?
exactly. Pushing out. Yeah, it's
right. So the way that a tire is built to have pressure pushed upon it, right? Yeah, to have pressure pushed up. A tire is designed to have pressure pushed on the outside of it going inward, not designed to have pressure pushing outward, right? So you can burst tires very, very easily, and I've done this myself, right? You know, have you ever fitted a tire to a rim, Matthew?
No, I haven't.
You haven't, right? Have you ever done it with like the gas trick where you can put any like a form of solvent or gas in there and you light it? And as you do so, you sort of have a screwdriver in there, and you better be careful and quick at what you do. And then the tire, right. Point being is that you can press upon the edge of that tire with just the tip of that screwdriver, like a tiny, tiny bit, and it will blow up. And that's not even it fully pumped up. That's it, like, you know, going to about half pumped up from just fitting it. Because the pressure applied to it, remember, on the inside going outward is completely different than the outside going in. So it's non-analogous.
So this is what I was thinking of the analogy. Maybe you can tell me what's wrong. If a 30 psi rated tire here on Earth is pumped up to 45, you have 45 on the inside and 15 on the outside. That would be the same as taking a 30 psi pressure and putting it in 0 pressure in space. So the differential is still 45.
No, the problem is this. You asked if it was analogous. No, it's not. Because on the one hand, you're dealing with a specific amount of air per square inch, right?
Right, exactly.
Right? So that doesn't change.
Right.
But in this scenario, you're asking, well, how much needs to be in there in order for the tire to pop? But that's not really the scenario, because the scenario would have to be that the pressure on the outside is less.
Yeah, so, it's a pressure differential. You're exactly right.
And then the way that, Matthew, the entropy of the pressure leaving this tire, would that have a vector to it? Would it be in all directions, this vector, or would it actually? Because according to your own model, remember, gas molecules are attracted to gravity, correct?
Right. So it'd be in all directions.
So the nearest, there would be a bias toward one directive, wouldn't there? Accumulatively, unless you're going to now go against what you've previously said, which is that the atmosphere is kept in by the gravitational force of the Earth. So the closest and strongest pulling celestial body to the tire would be, proportionately speaking, there would be a somewhat vector of entropy toward that directive pushing out from the tire, wouldn't there, Matthew? According to your model.
Yeah, but it
would
be a
so now we have a pressure increase inside the tire due to the entropy of it pushing out toward the negative pressure place in one direction, or one directive toward the center of mass of the nearest celestial body, meaning that the tire is effectively what? Not supposed to take, it's meant to take pressure from all directions going from the outside inward. Now we have pressure going from the inside outward in one vector. That is completely non-analogous, Matthew, sir.
Okay, so on Earth, if you take a tire and pump it up to 45 psi on Earth, it's 45 on the inside and 15 on the outside. That is a pressure differential of 30. The differential is it's 30 psi higher on the inside than the outside, right?
Hey man, can I jump in?
That's correct, Matthew.
Okay, so then if you take a 30 psi tire and put it in space, now you have that same differential, 30 on the inside, 0 on the outside. And so I think that if a tire can stand 45 psi on Earth a pressure differential of 30, then it's the same as if it would be a 30 pressure differential in space, 30 to 0.
Yeah, but remember that pressure that you're talking about with
correct.
the tire. No, shut up, Codester. If you say it's correct again, you don't speak for this room. I don't know who you are, right? I will just ban you straight away. You're not going to insert he's correct when you want to, all right? I'm going to tell you that right now. You're a VC verified person. You're not even a flat earther, right? So you're not speaking for our panel on our live stream. You do that again, you're gone, all right? Simple. The point being, again, Matthew, it's non-analogous, right? We're talking about a pressure increase on a tire on Earth, right? Okay, that would be effectively coming down from where? From the floor, right? So pressure increase via the weight, which would be pressed across a body or a surface area of the tire itself, right? Versus something that, even if we take it analogously, the same amount of pressure pushing out from the tire. Remember, the tire isn't designed to take pressure outwardly, coming out of it, the same way it is inwardly. It's not designed that way. Remember, there's a reason for that as well. There are fail-safes involved in this for a reason. But the point is, again, there is a vector to the pushing out of this. Because of your own model, there is a vector toward the center of mass of the nearest celestial body. So the entropy existing on the tire now is pressing upon a point that is singular comparatively to a massive surface area. This wouldn't be a huge surface area, would it, Matthew? It would try to seek to find the weakest spot that is nearest to the vector of the center of gravity of the celestial body, meaning the weakest spot of the tire. That would probably be found at the rim. The rim of the tire is not what gets pressed against the road. It's the surface of the tire that gets pressed against the road, and then all of that's displaced around the rim of the tire that presses against the rim of the tire itself, yeah? So you don't have an analogous situation. It would find a weak spot, it would find a seam. Once it had found said seam that was in line with the vector, then guess what? It's going to push its way out, isn't it, Matthew?
I don't think that would happen because basically we claim that the Roadster was weightless, so there isn't a vector in that situation.
The Roadster's weightless. What are you talking about? We're talking about the gases themselves being attracted to gravity, because gases are held onto Earth, apparently, by gravity, correct?
By their weight, yes. But in space, on the Roadster, there was no weight because it was in free fall.
Because it was in free fall, right?
It was in free fall, going away from the thing it was free falling towards, correct?
That's right.
That is absurd. That's a contradiction.
No, the Vomit Comet airplane that simulates zero G is in free fall even when it's
Comet goes up and down. It doesn't help you.
In the first half, it's going up, and it's still called free fall because it follows a parabolic path. So free fall doesn't.
It's not free fall. That's wrong. It's using its engines to go up. It's not free falling.
What about a cannonball? Is a cannonball, when you shoot it, in free fall?
What, when you first shoot a cannonball? When you first shoot a cannonball, right?
Right.
Is it in free fall?
Right.
No, it's not freely falling, is it? It still has forces enacted upon it. Until those forces are overcome by the resistance of the air that it's traveling through, and then eventually, obviously, there's going to come a point where it starts to fall. But is it still falling completely freely? Because do cannonballs fall directly down, Matthew?
No,
because if you're going to say if they fall freely, as you stated, meaning without any form of other force against them or working with them, then you would have to assert that then gravity is completely what? Gravity is, in this scenario, not making the cannonball fall directly straight in a straight vector toward the ground to the nearest center of mass. It's not falling straight once it loses its velocity and its inertia. The cannonball doesn't just fall straight down, does it, Matthew?
No, it has air resistance and all the other things. You're right.
Right. But if it was in free fall, as in free of any form of interaction with anything else, it would fall directly down. So you're just disproving your own point again.
I would say it would the Earth would turn underneath the. If it was really free falling, the Earth would turn underneath the ball.
Well, Matthew will then say it depends on the velocity of the cannonball itself, whether it's defeating the
No,
atmospheric spin of the Earth.
We're talking about free falling, right? If it doesn't have anything then the Earth should turn underneath the cannonball. But
100%.
it doesn't. But it doesn't. How about that?
Yeah, according to Matthew, basically all flying things are free falling.
Yeah, going up is not free falling. I mean, what's this?
Can you give an example of something that is in free fall motion? Because I don't know.
The Twin Towers, they free fell.
Jesus Christ.
Coast, so we don't need your colourful commentary either. So in an example, for instance, free fall in terms of what you were talking about, right? We're not going to apply that to a cannonball that had initial inertia added to it, i.e. it gaining velocity via it being launched into the air via high explosives, right? That isn't something that we're going to say is analogous to anything that's free falling, right? But something that would be free falling would be something that effectively had no extra work put into it, i.e. any form of energy put into it before it was allowed to release and fall. You should be able to work out the rest for yourself, what free falling would be.
Okay, I understand your definition.
It all started, Matthew, with the tires, right? So if I have this tire, 30 psi, maybe 40, and it goes up and it hits all these supposed layers of the atmosphere and then comes into a very cold place. You still think the tires would have held?
I don't see why not, because in order for a tire to burst, the internal pressure versus the
I'm not
outside
talking
pressure
about
has to be really high.
I'm talking about the structural or like the rubber itself.
Yeah, of course the rubber would deteriorate pretty quickly, but it might be able to last a few hours, right?
Might be. So I don't think so, Matthew. They don't take rubber tires to very cold places. They use tracks and stuff like that.
What about the temperature also, Matthew?
That's what I'm alluding to, man.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, the temperature gets very cold up to 70,000 feet or something.
What happens to rubber when it's extremely cold, Matthew?
Eventually, it gets really hard and cracks.
Brittle, right? So when I was talking about the entropy of the tire, right, and then it effectively in your own model having some form of a vector toward the center of the nearest celestial body, right? Then what you would have would be, at that point, right, it would be in free fall, as you would like to call it, as it goes around this Earth, effectively cooling down, slowly and slowly and slowly cooling down. It would become more and more brittle, and eventually the entropy would be pushing against a point of it that would be weaker than the rest. It would find the path of least resistance, right? Which it would get brittle at the seam as well, wouldn't it? Because the seam would be close to what? The metal. The metal itself would be something that would be great for it to be pressing against, that effectively would act as a form of, as a form of an insulator as well of that cooling, right? Of that to stop it from heating back up. There is no way for it to heat back up, is there, either, Matthew? Because there aren't any gas molecules, effectively.
That's right. It would get colder and colder, and eventually crack and be brittle and
right.
Yes.
So once it's cracked and brittle, what happens then to the PSI of the tire inside pushing against the cracked and brittle rubber?
It would leak out, and the tire would deflate.
Did we see this?
No.
Okay.
How long do you think it would take before that happens?
It's still there, isn't it?
I don't know. We haven't seen any pictures since like 3 or 4 hours after it launched, and then there's no other pictures since then.
Well, all rubber fails apparently at minus 60 Celsius, right? So you can work out how long it would have taken. It probably would have been instantaneous. The entropy would have instantaneously probably pushed itself out of the tire, let alone after, I don't know how long it was that we were looking at this object for.
Yeah, so it's a good story, right? That the pressure that wouldn't explode because the vacuum is low or whatever, right? But it would have failed nonetheless. The temperature is so low that rubber would just.
Yeah, I agree. The question I have is how long would that take? They only had batteries that lasted 3 or 4 hours, and then the live stream stopped. So we don't know what it looks like now.
I would say pretty fast, almost immediately, right? Cools down very, very, very fast. Becomes brittle, it's gone.
Those are things an engineer would have to answer. I don't know.
You know how they put stuff into liquid nitrogen, right? And then smash it on the table?
Yeah,
Something
those are
like that.
cool. I've seen that done with the rose. Pretty cool.
Why didn't they use the Mars rover batteries? Those last like 20 plus years, don't they? It would have worked.
They're probably much more expensive.
Matthew, is it embarrassing to still be stuck at gas pressure at this point?
I'm not embarrassed because I think I'm right. Does that make sense?
Yo, man,
Yeah, it totally makes
not
sense.
the person. Attack the argument, not the person.
Okay, I was just asking him a question. It's a personal request.
No, it's a good
I was
question.
interested.
It's a fair question.
So I'm just curious, but so how does the Earth remain flat? Like, because it's got depth. So, like, if I draw a circle or even a straight line on a piece of paper, and I continue to draw that line, and let's say I make a 1-inch line, and I make that line, I give that line 2 inches of depth, it's going to become at least a cube, or it's going to become a rectangular shape. So if you have a flat circle and you make it deep, and the deeper and deeper you make it, it's going to take on at least a cylindrical form.
Cylindrical.
Why?
Why does it have to be like that?
Right. And what's your point?
Because you're giving it depth. If you give something depth, it changes. It changes the dimension.
Yeah.
So if something is flat, it's 2D, right? But if you give it depth, you add a third dimension.
Firehawk, no. So 2D is a concept we don't see in our reality. Is not 2D, right? So we live in a 3D reality, right? And so is the Earth. But we are not making a shape claim, okay? It is about the measurements. Earth is not a ball because it measures flat. Like all of the water measures flat. So
I'm not necessarily arguing that it's a ball or not, but it would have to have a shape because it could not be inherently flat.
Right, Firehawk, wait there. I get what you're saying, Firehawk. Wait there, one second. Let me help you out. So the point is because it has depth, right? Then inherently there must be a shape. Yeah, we're yet to discover the whole outreaches of what that shape is yet. So yeah, we're not going to tell you and sit here and tell you what that shape is. It's pretty much that simple, dude.
Yeah.
The moment that we know, you'll know.
And you have to be truthful to yourself and then think about it. Do I know what the Earth looks like? Because I've never. Right? They only showed you on your screen. No, 1 second. So they only showed you on your screen a ball Earth, right? But you never ever witnessed this in your life, right? The Earth presents itself as a flat, non-rotating Earth. So you have to be honest and then claim, yes, indeed the Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating, and the only time I see the Earth as a ball is on my screen.
That
So-
might be. I'm not gonna argue that fact with you. The Earth could be a cube for all I know, but I will argue that it can't be two-dimensional. Like you said, we live in a two-dimensional world.
I don't know
Who
where
claims that? Nobody claims two-dimensional.
A flat
Where are you
line would
getting
be
that from?
two-dimensional. If it's flat, it's
Nobody said
two-dimensional.
It's just an.
There's topography, dude.
All right, you guys have a good day. We'll agree to disagree.
Okay.
If it's got shape,
No,
it's not two-dimensional.
Bro,
have a
you
good day,
did-
guys.
We didn't say it was two-dimensional. Who did?
What the
That was weird.
He ran.
Strange.
Okay.
You guys did your best.
Yeah,
Log drive-by.
I'll straw man you, and if you don't
Did he-
agree with
he just
me,
rage
then
quit
I'll
out of
leave.
his own retardedness. Amazing.
Wow.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Lulu.
Hey, Lulu.
Well,
It's
it
cracking.
was funny. I laughed, so it was funny.
Yeah, third piece of paper from the sun.
Yeah,
I
piece
just
of
missed
paper.
that
Yep.
schizo guy. Dang it.
Yeah, I
I'm
call
gonna-
that I call that two-dimensional thinking.
Don't worry about it. You guys would have mopped the floor with him, and he would have had a really good
Here's
day.
the deal. Well, the reason this happens is because if you live in a cartoon model, that's all you think of. Yeah, everything has to be two-dimensional.
Yeah.
Hello.
Why
hello,
would they
Lulu.
ever think that? It's ridiculous.
What did I miss when I was underground?
A seizure.
The kid said that the Earth can't be two-dimensional. If it's flat, it's two-dimensional. And how can that be? And we never claimed two dimensions only. So I don't know what you're
Because he
talking
saw
about.
the picture of the disc in space. That's why he comes in here with that.
Full
Correct.
Even a disc in space is not fucking 2D. So
Full seizure.
Yeah, a
It's
piece
a
of
grand
paper
mall.
is not two-dimensional. Just for the record, a piece of paper is not two-dimensional. Or
no, I
Nope.
know.
Correct.
He said straight line is two-dimensional, and I want to know how there's topography, brother.
I bet you he thinks that 3D means globe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, a straight line is
Spherical.
one-dimensional.
Flat is a
He's
curve,
saying
right?
that he's saying
Not
that a
shape.
plain card is 2D is what he's saying. Plain card.
Yeah, it's not. There's no 2D objects in our reality.
Yeah, but he didn't get that part.
Shape or else, yeah. Shape or else. You're going to get it.
Well, you got to remember, they're still in Muppet vision. Their mind is hovering in space. So it's like, well, just tell me what shape I need to plug in here. You know, it was previously a ball. So you say flat? Oh, okay, sheet of paper, magic carpet, space pizza, cone, disc, you know, whatever fits their boat, cube, you know, so.
He never took an art class, because in art class you learn about perspective and all that stuff.
Well, that must be why they defunded art,
That could
right,
be.
Professor Earl? Because I remember that was going on when I was in high school. Well, we don't have enough money for this. Mr. Discom has to get fired.
Before I came to Fly Earth, I really just thought everybody understood perspective.
We don't have enough money for art, so we're going to teach you science. More important.
We'll teach you seances, or science.
I mean, we already invested in the globe, so we might as well use it.
No matter how many times you invoke the globe, it will not become the Earth.
What they're going to do is they're going to combine art class with computer class. Just teach the kids how to draw on digital things. That way, when they go and get a job with NASA, they can do it better than their predecessors.
Absolutely. And why not, right? Evolution.
It's a shame that guy didn't stick around a bit longer. Probably would have been hilarious.
I mean, I think it did the work for us because he left saying that the world is 2D, or our model, which we don't have, is 2D. We think it's 2D. That was pretty embarrassing on his side, and that's why he left right then.
If the world was 2D, our perspective would all be all messed up. Like,
It'd be Mario.
Exactly.
You
Like,
you said something stupid, you know. Sorry, I'll on you go.
Like, imagine living in a 2D world. Like, it would be just weird. Like, your whole visual perspective, the way you moved around, and
Living on the edge, down, 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 down.
Living on the edge. Sorry, Crack and I ruined that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Sorry, Earl. Damn it. Oh, here, just in case there's any Globers watching and listening, I posted a meme, because we speak in memes now. It's a good way to get a lot of points across quick to certain generations. But anyway, so it shows a spinning disc with ice edges floating in space. And it says, if you see this and think this is ridiculous, you're right, it is. That's because this is not the flat Earth model. Research it before you mock it.
So what model is it?
Sorry?
So what model is it?
What model are we looking at in this picture?
Well, it states the flat Earth model.
The land of pure imagination.
I thought Roger was using a voice manipulator to play.
Kind of sounded like it.
No, I have a different headset now.
Ah.
We are joined by Ro Voss with no roles. If you would like to speak, you can jump in BT check in, or we could pop you off mute if you want to talk.
And I was going to say same thing with Michael Jackson's back, no roles.
Yeah.
Shit.
Modeling is a nice job for young ladies.
That is true. It's very true. And young men. And then
at
some point we can't tell the difference. Anyway.
True.
That's what models are good for.
If gravity makes
Close.
everything into perfect spheres, then how is it pear-shaped?
Exactly.
Because it's 10 pounds. That's why.
Guys, they're going to say gravity is evolving. That's what they're going to fucking say.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah.
Chubby's a good way.
Did gravity forget?
No. Gravities and elephants. They are steel traps, my friend.
Hey, my love. I'm gonna pick up my battery. Okay.
Elijah hot mic. Elijah hot mic.
Right.
Okay.
I was going to say, Roger, as long as I've been listening to you, that's the first time I've heard you had bad audio ever. Couldn't believe it.
Do I have bad audio now?
No, a minute ago when you were
a few
changing
notches in
headsets.
quality.
It is usually better.
A few minutes ago when you were said something with your headset, you've been distorted at all ever. So, no. Let's talk to Michael Jackson. Somebody want to try?
Yeah, we can try.
Watch out, he's a smooth criminal.
Hell yeah, I am.
Last time I talked to him, it was about the price of giraffes. It's because I was planning on getting some too. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Holy shit.
I'm just here to listen, so You guys can mute me again if you want to.
Yeah. So, Michael, do you have any questions?
No, I'm just here to listen.
You're here to listen. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. You
It's
can.
very.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
think you have good arguments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
something
that's
to
all
think
for
about,
me.
right? Something to
What?
think about, right?
Yeah.
Right. We all did. So it's.
Reality is what it is. Whatever you want it to be doesn't matter.
So how did you find yourself here to listen? How'd you find the server?
I found it on Discord earlier today.
Just by searching for the keyword, what piqued your interest?
I was just looking for Discord servers with flat Earth. No, actually not. I found it in a link from I first found a Discord server, and from that server there was someone who sent a link to this server or an invite. So I got invited from another flat Earth server.
It's similar to what happened to me. This server almost found me.
They captured me and threw me in here. I had no choice.
Yeah, we will never know if Annie is okay.
It will never know.
No. The only question that will remain unanswered forever.
All we know is she got hit by a smooth criminal. That's it.
Yeah.
So do you think you live on a ball, Michael Jackson?
No. Indeed, I don't.
I think he took just a little bit of offense to that. Wow. I would have too, though, so. It's almost fighting words.
You think I live on a ball? What? How dare you?
Exactly.
Isn't Ladies' Night starting in a bit?
Hopefully.
I want to make sure we start at the right time.
Okay.
Well, then you need
6 more minutes, fellas. Get it out. Get it out your system.
6 more minutes. Oh boy, we better.
Oh, she's really counting us down now, boys.
This is the beginning of the end, boys.
I think the end's
Let's
already
see.
here when it comes to that. They're going to take control of this whole damn server before long.
Let's see if we can all rumpus each other for the next 5 minutes. Let's do it. Go. Everybody go.
We've already taken over.
No more of them. We must fortify. No, just kidding.
Exactly how we get away with what we do. We let you think you have taken control. But that's okay. You can think that because you deserve it.
Yeah, that's when you know you're gonna get locked out of your house. Yeah.
Yeah. When you know the rent's paid, you know you're getting thrown out.
You'll be like Fred Flintstone pounding on the door.
Oh, look at the bouncy balls. Oh my God. They'll stick balls in your head no matter any way possible, won't they?
Well,
4, 3, 2, 1. Silence your mic, boys.
No, you have 4 more minutes.
Yeah,
Um,
I was gonna say that in 6 minutes. Wait, wow, you're having time issues there, man.
I don't know how many of the ladies will be able to join tonight. Nice to see you. Okay, cool.
Thanks. Great to see you. I'll at least be joining for a little bit.
Yes, the first part is always the hardest part, but I will try to.
And you always do a great job, so yay, I'm glad you're here. Good to hear you.
Thank you.
Hey, has Crystal been around for ladies' night, or just wondering? I haven't talked to her in a long time, so
Somebody's really low.
No, it's probably me. I can't really talk loud. I have to
No,
whisper.
you're perfect. It's the other girl's low.
Oh,
Oh, is it
never
me?
mind.
Do I just need to speak up?
No,
Is that better?
you're not low.
Oh,
You didn't sound low to me. Maybe he has his volume low.
maybe.
Well, to answer your question, Earl, I haven't seen Crystal in a while either. I miss her so much, but
Me too.
yeah,
We were
I'm not sure.
talking there, and then for some reason we stopped talking. I don't know. Yeah, so they've been wanting to connect. Our friendship was good. I don't know what went wrong. So yeah, I would just want any other ladies knew. Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with you. I know she wanted to take some time off Discord, so she probably is not on Discord at the moment. I'm sure when she decides to come back, she'll reach out. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I will
Yeah, no
mute
problem.
myself.
Yeah, you still have 1 more minute.
Darn it, I don't know my time well either. Crap, man. Maybe because the days and weeks are going by so fast for me. It's hard to mentally keep up with all this.
No worries.
It's like Thursday comes up. Oh, it's okay. Then I'm here. I'm like Thursday again. What the crap? Wait, how did that happen?
Yeah, I thought it was Thursday today too, and until I came on here. So it happens to all of us.
Yeah, time does go by fast, but it's good hearing you again, Earl.
Yeah, I like hearing myself too. No, yeah, thanks. It's always good when you can self-deprecate yourself. It just yeah.
Yep. So I guess we can officially start the ladies' night. I only see me, you. Okay, cool, and
Who else is here? Oh, did Lulu cut out? Did I?
No, you're still here.
Midnight Sun! Where'd you go? We can't hear you if you're trying to talk. Thanks for letting me know. Well, anyway, I guess, yes, we're starting Ladies' Night. Midnight Sun has mysteriously disappeared. Let's hope she'll be back. Oh, great, she left. Maybe she'll try to reconnect. And there was one. There was one. Okay, well, I don't know what number Ladies' Night this is, but welcome everybody. I do not have permissions to do the DJ bot, which I actually, oh yeah, we still have one of them, something, so we could play music. And I don't see, do we have any Globers in the house? Let me look. Anybody?
What's going on?
John M. Hi, welcome to Ladies' Night. What about John M? Has anybody talked to him? Would you like to talk, John? You're here in the live stream. Welcome. Oh, well, I got a DM. Joshua is Minecraft. And he says he's a Glober.
Do you want me to unmute him for you?
Well, my question is, are we still having them? Are we still making them go into VC check-in and then getting the role, or?
We can do that, but I'm a mod, so I can just decide to unmute him right now.
Okay, that would be great. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
For some reason, it's not working, so.
Joshua?
Okay.
Oh, and he left. I guess he didn't really want to talk. Oh, thank you, old dude. Yes. Spin it. Well, maybe to kick off Ladies' Night, we usually try to Joshua. We usually try to play a song. So, does anybody know of anything new, or maybe we could play? Oh, Karma. Hi, Karma. Good evening.
Hey there.
How you doing? We had a Glober, but then he got scared and he left.
It happens. A lot, actually, but yeah, it happens.
It does. Oh, and trombone. Shell Sound is here as well. Welcome. And my son is also here, if you can hear him.
Do you want me to kick the night off with a song for you guys, yeah?
Please, yeah, Karma, trombone, do you guys have any requests?
Can I
Ooh, I
just
do
say?
love the Matrix.
Can I just say your son sounds really cute?
Thank you.
I was
I'm
thinking
biased.
the same thing.
He is very cute. I'm biased, though.
No, he sounds cute. Right, we'll play.
And you're too much of a truther to be too biased about it, so he probably is pretty adorable. I mean, just by logical assumption.
I like your logic. Okay, acceptable.
Can someone DM one of the female mods as well?
Yes, great idea.
Oh, and I request Kai's song "The Matrix." I think
I
that would
was
be a good
literally
one.
about to play it. Just about to play it. Right. The bot is not even responding, so. It looks like the bot's offline, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think the bot is offline.
This is what I was saying the other day, man.
These are startup problems, and yeah, we'll fix it.
Okay, well, thanks for trying. We gotta work the kinks out.
Mm-hmm.
I'll message an admin.
Hi, Flatter Day Saints.
How you doing?
Oh, I thought you were a lady.
No. Oh, Saturday Saints? I'll be a Huckleberry, you know what I mean? You know?
He's a rapper. He's a rapper.
I'm just a tramp. I'm just a tramp,
Let me
not a lady.
tell you some of the second Flat Day Saints. Tonight is ladies' night, right? So the guys sort of they stay on mute and we listen to the ladies. It's not fully started up yet. Ladies'
Okay.
night. We're sort of waiting for a lady moderator, but I'm just letting you know because I know you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Flat Day Saints. Shout out to him, man. He's making some good music, bro.
Thank you. Wait till you hear the next one. You're gonna really like it.
Sweet, brother.
I put a surprise at the end.
Right.
All right, bro. Good talking to you.
Yeah, you too, bro.
All right.
Cool, thank you. Well, I mean, we do have some newbies in here, but well, like I said, I did message some ladies, so we'll see if one of the mods show up, or even one of the gold members. Can the gold members unmute in the live stream? No, it's just the mods, right?
The golds can do it too, but you know, if you want anyone muted in particular, just say I want this person unmuted. Say the name, and then I don't have to keep speaking. You know what I mean, or anything like that. I've just unmuted one guy for you already. Jawthon, Joseph, so Jonathan Joseph or Donathan Joseph. Isaac, you have control of your mic.
Cool, thank you. One of them. Welcome to Ladies' Night. Do you have any questions for the ladies? If you have control of your mic, you can unmute and talk. If you so choose. You said Isaac. Okay. And I guess if they don't talk, obviously just put them back on mute. If you're not going to talk, then you're going to get put back on mute. And later on, if you'd like to go into the VC check-in, you can always get checked in to get your VC role so you can talk. All right, what about Jonathan Joseph? Was he unmuted? You could, that'd be appreciated. Good. Jonathan. Do you have anything to say? You're here. Live. On Ladies' Night. Is anybody brave enough to talk to the ladies? Karma, what do you think?
I don't think anyone's brave enough so far, at least, but we can always keep hoping.
Right. Yes. Yes, we can. Oh, great. Is Shines here? Shines. Yay, you made it.
Hi, I made it. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
We are trying to talk to some people, but they
Oh, you kind of broke up there. I didn't get to hear the last bit. Doesn't seem like anybody's here.
Oh. Well, yes, it looks like there's quite a few new people, but they do not want to speak, apparently.
Cats got their tongue.
Maybe it's my voice. Is it my voice? Do I
It's
sound
definitely,
scary?
no, it's definitely not your voice.
That's funny.
You sound very cute and approachable. I don't understand why they don't want to talk to you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you.
I kind of like the dog in the profile picture. Very fitting for that.
That is my dog, actually. She's really cute. Dinah. She's in the whole picture, she's actually standing in front of her kill. She had killed a vole. She was so proud of herself. Her little smile. I know. I made her sit down in front of it.
She is smiling
she
too. It's so cute.
posed for me. Yeah.
She killed a what?
A vole. It's like a little rodent thing. Is VOLE. They look weird.
Like a stoat, or like
We have very few serious and pretty lucky with that.
Right, so we have people up in the VC check-in, girls. So don't worry too much. I've unmuted. So yeah, Clown Grade, you've got control of your mic. There's a guy called Dai who just come in. He's new. I guess he's VC verified. But yeah, I can't really do too much other than just unmute people. Simple Beats just came in. I can unmute them. B, you have control of your mic.
Oh, Clown Grade. Was that you?
Yes.
Wow, welcome.
Hi. Okay, here in Europe, we don't use science books to wrap hamburgers. Also, it's been known since the ancient Greeks that the Earth is round. Their proof, which is correct, was that the shadow of the Earth on the Moon is a circle every time of the year. And that is possible only if the Earth is a spheroid. If it were flat, we'd see the shadows stretching more and more as the relative position to the Sun changes. Those people just want to keep their eyes closed to live in a world of imagination and fear their cock is big. Flat Earth Conservationist Museum. You do have the stupidest things, and this comes from me, and I am from Italy, the most bigoted country in Europe.
Did you write that down?
Yes.
Did you practice? Good job. Wow, straight into it. Where do we begin? So you think that, is this what you believe then? What you just told us?
Basically.
Cool, so you think shadows prove that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, yeah.
And do you think that is a scientific experiment? Do you think shadows and sticks is a scientific experiment?
Well, what I've just written down is from scientific experiment.
Is that like a site or something? Or are you just repeating what I said?
No, it's from a book.
Oh, it's from a book. Is that what you just said? I feel like I've heard you before. Have you been on before?
No.
Okay. Well, welcome. So can you give me one? Do you know what scientific experiment is? What is scientific experiment? What do we start off with?
What do you mean?
I thought it was a pretty simple question.
Well, it's a pretty broad question. What do you mean, what is scientific experiment?
I mean, how do you conduct a scientific experiment? What do you have to start with?
Well, you have a problem.
A problem?
Yeah, then you, no, not necessarily, but you have something. I don't know how to say it in English, but you have something you want to experiment, and then you write a hypothesis, and then you use your knowledge and skills to educate yourself on a subject you want to research.
Okay, well, I understand there's a barrier. So what I'm trying to get at is that when you create a, for lack of a better word, experiment, and that's what the sticks and shadows is. It's creating something to observe. It's not a natural phenomenon when you put something in the ground and just observe what's happening. I mean, shadow can still happen on a measurably flat Earth or even a curve. I mean, it's just perspective, really. So do you know anyone that has proven and measured the curvature of the Earth?
Well, I can
Other
ask you
than
the same
sticks
thing.
and shadows.
I can ask
I
you the
mean,
same
that's...
thing. Do you know anyone who has seen the edge of the Earth?
I asked you a question first, if you could please answer that.
No, of course not. But it's the same thing. It's
So,
the same concept.
no, nobody has measured the curvature of Earth. Thank you.
But it's the same thing. Did anyone go to the
And
edge of the
has
Earth to see if it's round? No. There's also
Well,
plenty of.
round, excuse me, no, stop. Calm down. Well, what is round? I mean, a penny is round, right? A pizza is round.
Yes.
So what do you mean specifically? Like a ball, like a sphere?
It's like you're talking like to me like it's a one-on-one class. It's simple. Even on space.
But if it's so simple, why hasn't anybody measured the curvature?
Well, if it's so simple, why has anyone gone out of space and shows a picture that Earth's flat? It's the same thing. And besides,
Well, how can we go to space? Do you believe that
many,
people have been to space?
of
How
course,
come we don't have one picture of the globe then? Tell me that.
Well, because the Earth's too big to
No,
take in one picture.
but too big, even from the moon?
Because the satellite is on one side of the Earth. How can you take a full picture of the Earth if you're on one side of it?
Okay, how do we go to space? How can we go to space if we have air pressure? We'll move on to that. How do you know anyone that has gone proving they have gone to space?
It's the
Other
same thing
than
I asked.
NASA
it's a question.
and some.
It's like you're asking.
Oh, because you can't answer it?
Of course. It's not like I can ask you the same thing. Have you seen anyone that has proven the Earth is flat? That has gone out to outer space and showed that the Earth is
Why
flat?
do we have to go to outer space to
Well,
prove
how
that
do you
it's
see the
flat,
Earth?
though?
Well, how do you see that the Earth is flat else?
Long distance observations. What do you think about those?
And from where are long
Laser
distance
tests?
observations done? From where are they done? From space.
Where?
From space.
What? From space? These long distance observations? No, they're done here on Earth.
Oh, well.
And what is space anyway? Can you just, what is space? How about we define that? Are you there?
Did he leave?
I don't know.
Great job, girl. That was ridiculous. I asked you a question. No, I'm gonna ask my question. Like Clown Grade, you
No,
are
no,
still
I'm
here.
back.
I can see you're here.
I
Okay,
could
good.
say the same thing. Oh,
Ask me the
here. He's
stupidest
still
thing.
here.
Good.
Why? What is space? What the fuck? You can ask me the same thing. What is life? It's a stupid question. It's such a broad question. You can't just answer it in one sentence.
Well,
Like,
why don't you
what is
try
flat?
to answer
What is
it?
flat? What is flat? Well, I can ask you this. What is flat?
What is flat?
Yes, what is flat?
A straight line.
A straight line. I can keep going on. You know, it's a stupid answer and a stupid question.
Oh, really?
No, that's silly because no, you need to know what definitions are so you can understand the world around you. If you are saying something that doesn't make sense or you don't understand it, then we need to get down to that before we can move on. So her asking you a question is very incredibly valid and you should answer them so we can have honest conversations. It's not meant to be rude, like it's just part of the conversation.
Also, she answered his questions. He did not answer hers.
Incredibly
Yeah.
true.
Why are you here if you think it's so dumb, dude? If you're so convinced, why are you here?
What do you mean? Not a stupid question. What do you mean? Why are you here? If
Why are you here on Discord? Why are you having such a hard time answering my stupid questions if they're so stupid?
yeah, that's why it's a hard time because they're stupid.
Is there a language barrier?
I think that there either is a language barrier or you're just trolling. Like if you want to have a conversation, then
Right.
say I'm here because I want to discuss this. I want to understand why people think the earth is flat, or I want to make fun of like be honest and be like I want to make fun of people who think the earth is flat, or just, have a conversation. Just saying that questions are stupid it's getting redundant.
Clown grade. Clown grade C-. That's your grade.
F- in my book.
Do better.
Do better.
I love women.
Is there
It's the
anybody
same-
else? Is
it's the
he?
same
Oh,
thing.
you're still here. Oh, okay, great.
It's the same thing as the illusion of money. We believe money is a medium of exchange, but what is a medium of exchange?
Man, you're jumping
stupid.
all
What?
over the place.
No,
Let's just
wow,
stick to the topic.
you're really
Let's stick to
just
the
talking
topic.
about things that have a proper definition that you can properly define.
Oh, see, you're just strawmanning me right now. You're telling me that I'm telling you.
No, I'm not.
Wait, I'm talking.
Oh, who's this
Things
guy?
that have a proper definition.
No, we told you that. No, we told.
I can define a medium of exchange pretty easily.
I'm not talking. You're not going to dictate
And
the
you can
pace of it.
define space.
Guys, it's ladies.
You're talking about proper definitions. You're talking about things that are proper definitions. So when she's asking me things that do not have proper definitions, how can I explain to you it? How can I explain it to you? It doesn't make sense.
Come again?
You're telling me about things that have proper definitions. So you're admitting that she's asking me things that do not have proper definitions. So how am I going to explain something that does not have a proper definition? Makes no
Because
sense.
you're going to explain it the way that you understand it. And then we can go through and say, okay, well, this is what the mainstream
But
says.
that
for
makes
the
no sense.
definition. This is
You're
what we're
acting like
saying. It's a conversation. It completely makes sense. It totally makes sense. How do you personally define something? What do
Personally,
you think of it as? Or
science.
what have you learned about it? Whatever that answer is, it's not a stupid question. It's not a hard question. It's what is this? And then you give an answer, however you want to answer it.
It's not subjective. Science is just one thing we all can all agree on because it's proven.
No, that's not what science is at all.
You can't just say the earth is flat because I saw this and I saw that. No.
What are you talking about? Science is not a consensus. Science is never completely understood. Science is always seeking, always questioning, always debating, and trying to further ourselves in understanding the world that we live in. So you saying that, oh no, it's just understanding, this is what we agree. Like, no, that's not what's happening.
But when you're using science, you use things that have proper definitions. You can't just a bunch of words in something and just say it is like that. That doesn't make sense. Everything needs to have an explanation of why it is like that.
Yeah, and then sometimes those definitions can change. Sometimes people lie about how things change, and they can change a definition, and then the mass majority don't agree with that definition.
But how do you know they lie? How do you know they lie about
Because there are certain things that I collect dictionaries, number one, and I've witnessed how words can change, new words are created, what they have done with certain things that we can't talk about on here, how definitions can just suddenly change to fit a narrative.
Okay, but
those things can happen. Let's just settle down. Let's all, because I'm talking fast, you're talking fast. We're trying to get our words in. Let's just take it down a notch. This doesn't need to be anything angry or excitable. It's just a simple conversation. So when we are talking to you and somebody asks you, like, what does this mean? Whether it is what you have learned, how you do you actually agree with what you've learned, whatever, that's all that is. We shouldn't have to have a conversation about defining things and you simply giving a response. This isn't a gotcha. We're just simply trying to understand where you're coming from, so then we can further explain where we're coming from, so we can have a civil discussion about what we're discussing. Cool? Okay, guess not cool. Is there anybody else in here that wants to talk?
Yeah, let's move on to the next person. He didn't seem like he was open to have an actual like two-way conversation, because all my questions were stupid. Even though he didn't answer any of them.
It's a classic. When you can't fight a man's argument, all is not lost. You can still stoop to calling him foul names. There's a quote or something like that.
How are you girls doing?
Hi, doing all right. Trying to cook and have fun on ladies' night at the same time. How are you? Who are we speaking to?
Oh, darling, the internet is not letting me hear anything of the things you say.
Maybe somebody else can talk. Can you hear anybody else?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Can hear her.
Could you hear the other girl, or are you talking about her like dropping in and out a little bit? Or are you talking about like that kind
Excuse me, what did you say?
I was saying, did you hear the woman speaking earlier and she was just choppy, or did you not hear her at all?
No, it was choppy.
Okay.
Oh, I do not have that great of service, though.
Oh yeah, you are kind of choppy. Just a tad. Leslo, you're new, or has she been in here before?
Oh, yes. Well, I've been to the server like this is the third time. But I don't know why I stopped using Discord, and then I joined again, and then I left again, then I joined again, and now I'm here again for the third time. And I don't know, while I was going through the verification thing, the nice guy told me that there is a girls' night, but I don't know if I'm right here because didn't really feel like it, so I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, this is ladies' night. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Are you a flat earther, glober, seeking, don't know yet? Where do you stand on all this?
More like seeking, more like trying to get more information about the whole Earth topic. don't know yet what to believe. I'm sorry.
That's a good place to be. I mean, questioning is
Thanks.
always great.
Thank you.
There's also a ton of like additional information at the bottom of the server where there's like laser tests and long distance observations and all kinds of things. And of course, you can just chat with the people in here.
Karma, I'm so sorry, but I couldn't understand you because of the accent. I tried, but it didn't work out.
I'm sorry. I sometimes speak with a bit of an accent. I'm being especially bad today because I'm tired, and that's when my accent comes out. But
Okay,
yeah,
now
I was saying
understand.
there's additional information at the bottom of the server where they have laser tests and long distance observations and all kinds of different things. But I wouldn't mind someone else speaking more than me, seeing as I am tired and I will be heavily accented for the rest of the evening. I keep almost switching into Icelandic every like 5 seconds.
No, I this time I understood everything you said. Thank you, darling. I'll take a look. Thank you very much.
No worries. It is a bad habit of mine to fall into the heavy Icelandic accent, and I was speaking very low, so it's harder to understand if you don't know me well.
I'll get used.
Yes, I was gonna say, I can understand her just because I'm used to hearing her, and so I love your accent.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it is cute.
You guys are cute. Oh, you're gonna make
We're
me
just
blush.
a
Stop
bunch
it.
of cuties tonight.
And they still don't want to talk to us? They're seriously scared of a giggling bunch of girls? I mean, come on.
I see some new people in here. I don't know if people have talked to them, but Chronics, Stuff and Things. Has anybody talked to that person? Are you here? Do you want to come off mute? I mean, there has to be somebody. John M., you're VC verified. No Rolls, Jonathan, Joseph. We have a ton of people in here. Nobody wants to speak to us lovely ladies that are very kind and generous with the kindness. Nothing.
You did get a good chuckle out of Grace, and I laughed as well, so that was a great pun at least. Do you want to hear a riddle I heard at work, since nobody's talking?
I love riddles. I would love to hear it.
Okay, what does everybody get twice for free, but they have to pay for the third time?
I honestly have no clue. It boggles the
Teeth.
brain.
You get baby teeth, grown-up teeth, and then if you have to get fake teeth, you gotta pay for that shit.
I love it. That's so true.
Good one.
That's fantastic.
A child told me that one. I laughed my ass off. I did not expect it to be this good.
That is a good one.
Nobody talks. I'm gonna keep asking you guys riddles. I mean, this is horrible.
Oh, hey, there's Mystic Warrior. How about Mystic? How about it? Are you there? Try to unmute. Press some buttons, then move your mouth.
I've unmuted him, so he has control.
Thank you. You know what? That's fine. I wanted to hear more karma riddles anyway.
Okay. Do you want an easy one or a hard one? A home-picked one or an old one?
I want all of them.
Okay, here's a silly one. What's brown and fuzzy and green and wet?
Earth. I don't know.
Great guess, though. I usually get something like moldy dog or something, like really bad guesses. So I like your
Algae. Seaweed.
No.
Caterpillar.
Nope. Oh, Morvis got it. It's kiwi.
Oh,
kiwi.
that's a good one. Nice.
Perfect.
I also have jokey ones. Do you just want jokey, like the very riddly ones, or do you want the jokey riddles as
I
well?
love fun facts, riddles, and jokes, especially like the little silly ones, like how do you make an octopus laugh? Do you give him 10 tickles? Like stuff like that. I'm like a fiend for those things.
Okay, then why did it take the pirates so long to learn the alphabet?
One more time?
Why did it take the pirates so long to learn the alphabet?
It probably has something to do with R.
Nah, he spent years at sea.
Oh, that's awesome. That's fantastic.
Oh, that is a really good one. Oh my goodness. Oh, what about Chronix? Has anybody talked to Chronix?
We tried. He said he's only in chat, or they're only in chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cut out there for a minute, so my bad. What about Dewey? I'm just gonna call him Dewey.
Yeah, that's my name anyways. Hey.
Hi.
Welcome.
Yeah, so well there's really not much to say because like we pretty much all believe in flat earth, right? So
Oh, we believe in it? Tell us why you
well, I
believe in
do.
flat Earth. Please.
Why I believe in it? Because every time I come in here and I ask questions, somebody yells at me, you know, like I'm a retard. It's like, hey man, like you believe in science, but they teach you in school, like, you know. So I'm still looking. I wouldn't say I believe in it. I don't believe in. No, I can't prove any of it. So, or I haven't proven it for myself, you know.
Gotcha. Yes, that's important. I actually proved it to myself, so I know the Earth
How did you do that?
observably and measurably flat. Well, I actually went on a sailboat and I made a long distance observation, and I
Oh,
put it
that's sick.
into this curve calculator, the Earth curve calculator, which is provided. I mean, they give us the R value and the drop of curvature rate and where the horizon actually should be. And so, I mean, it's pretty easy when, you know, they have the calculations there for you and you just need to like type it in and then see for yourself that I shouldn't be able to see that far. Where's the curve? You know what I mean?
So how far have you sailed? Like from where to where?
Ask that question again.
How far have you sailed? Like your longest distance?
Oh, well, it wasn't me sailing, although that would have been awesome. I've only sailed myself on like this little lake. But I took like a boating tour in Seattle, and so I just got to ride. It was a beautiful sailboat though. It
So
was
while
just
you're
for
on the
like
boat,
an hour and a half.
yeah. See, while you're on the boat, you made observations, and that proved to you.
It did, actually. And then all of the natural law has also proved to me. So like the second law of thermodynamics and that we have air pressure here on Earth that we can breathe. So there needs to be a barrier keeping our air pressure in, correct? What do you think about that?
I don't know. Don't they explain that with gravity though? Like that's what keeps the the atmosphere.
Well, that's what they tried to explain it away
Mm.
with, one of the explanations. But do you know anyone that's actually proven gravity? Like a scientific
No, I don't.
experiment?
I don't, but there's probably a lot of people smarter than me that like attempted it, right? So,
Well, they've attempted it, but they've never actually done it because it doesn't exist.
mm. All this is really intriguing. I'm not a scientist or, I don't study this, so I have no clue.
Well, you can study it for yourself. I mean, don't just, say I'm not smart enough or whatever. I'm also actually not the smartest, and
Oh, I
I don't
believe I'm
even
very
argue
intelligent.
this.
It's just,
I don't even
it's just
argue
I don't
this
spend
very
my
well.
time on this,
Yeah,
like
I've just
my
I just
work doesn't
try.
revolve around this. So,
Mine doesn't either. I'm a
yeah.
mom. I help my husband with work, and but you can easily find out for yourself. I mean, what is one thing that's stopping you from knowing the Earth is measurably flat, or what do you still believe in about the globe?
Mm. Well, I, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of on the fence. I come in here like once every few weeks or something, and I see the arguments. I would sit in the chat and hear people argue. I enjoy that. As to like prove one way or the other, I haven't.
Well, that's honest. Yeah, thanks for being honest. You just don't know yet.
Yeah.
And anybody who is new here, just make sure you're in the live stream voice text because there's lots of great information within here. And people will tag you in it to show you things that we're discussing.
What up? I'm woke. I was told to introduce myself. I'm new here.
Hi, welcome. What's your name? Woke? Is that what your
Yeah,
name is, or you like just
yeah.
woke up from a nap?
Woke. No, woke soldier. No, it's just like a name I got because there's like the whole woke community, and I'm just like, all right, I gotta do this. Even my brother makes fun of my name. But yeah, we were talking to some people in the voice chat check-in, and he said to bring the topic over onto here.
Cool. What was the topic specifically?
We were talking about NASA and the information that they provide us, and I want to talk about the dishonesty that they do provide us with open arms. Like they'll give us things that aren't really that thing, but they make you think it is. So uh, we were talking about there's actual footage of the Apollo mission. If you've ever seen a documentary called Something Funny Happened on the Way to the Moon, there was footage of a camera that picked up sound from a metal object hitting the lunar lander. So you can't really propagate sound through a vacuum. So I was talking to a globe earther from YouTube, and I was trying to get him to understand that if he believes the camera captured the sound of that, then the sound needs to propagate from the two metal objects through the lunar lander, across the lunar surface, and up to the camera, which sounds absurd. It doesn't sound logical. And I was trying to get that to wrap around his head. And the guy up top on voice chat, he said, well, when it comes to documentaries, there could be sub dub overs, and I understand like Hollywood does that all the time with footsteps or just menial sounds. And yeah, so the whole point was, is NASA providing honesty to the people, or are they providing more dishonesty to the people?
They're definitely providing
Right.
dishonesty. Oh, sorry, Karma. Do you want to go ahead?
No, I just want to say I think it's hilarious you'd ask this because the reason why I looked into Flat Earth is because Drace showed me a compilation of NASA fails, like a 2-hour video that just shows how extremely fake it is and how badly they fake it. And that's how he brought the whole conversation up. So yeah, NASA, if you look at any of this in detail, it's just so badly done. It's actually really funny. Like, laugh out loud funny. Even before you know that the Earth is flat, it's still hilarious.
I couldn't agree more. And I also, when it comes to the whole sound thing, I remember watching when they had the first women's spacewalk on the ISS. I was watching it live on Facebook. And there were bubbles, right? And so there were some people commenting on the bubbles that were coming up all the time. But then they broke, like, it was like they were breaking something. Like, there was all these humongous loud bangs, and all, of course, the NASA people were making women jokes like, oh, the women are going to break the ISS and blah blah blah. And I was like, is anybody concerned of the fact that we can hear these incredibly loud bangs even at the distance that they're at? Like, that kind of sound should not be happening. You know what I mean? Like,
Is there live
crazy.
stream or is there like still footage of that you guys could share on
Of
a
the
live
ISS?
stream? Oh no, of that woman's
Yeah, the ISS is still up. The entire live stream is up there. I mean, it's many, many hours, and I wouldn't be able to give you an exact timestamp of when it happened, but it is in that live stream. You can hear the sounds in it. I know that I had this discussion with the Glober, and I was like, I'm not going to go back and find the exact time, but they did go back and find it, and they found that there were the sounds, and then they were arguing, well, because of where the camera is placed and something about a vibration from the camera to the ISS, then that vibration is what picked up the sound. Like, it was absolutely ridiculous, the response to it, and it's just not reality.
yeah, the response
Not
that they
happening.
give to confirm their bias on that stuff is kind of like, you got to really reach to really accept it now. Once you like figure out all the lies that they kind of tell you, it's really hard to reach yourself to make it make sense. And there's a lot of kind of like reverse thinking, where since you believe it did happen, you will fill in whatever it needs to be so it is true.
Well, it's confirmation bias is the term for that. So you find anything to confirm your bias that it can possibly be true, and even if those descriptions, you can reduce those into nothing, you'll still hold on to them and say, well, what about this, what about this, da, 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 you know. And even if somebody's able to get to you through all those, you'll still continue to look for things to confirm your bias rather than just admitting, I was wrong, which a lot of people they just can't do that. There's a lot of ego that comes along with it, and admitting that you're wrong. And
Yeah.
what I love about when you are in these communities, especially with flat earthers and people that really are seeking the actual truth, is that we had to admit we were wrong. Like, we were Glovers once, right? So we had to
Yeah,
admit
yeah.
that we were wrong. And so we're more susceptible to being like, oh, you know what? I can take that on. I can look into this, and not having that just constant confirmation bias, which we
It
need to get
is
rid of.
it is a battle of your own ego, because when I first was introduced to flat earth, uh I was listening to Joe Rogan, and so I was what I do is, I'm a civil engineer, and I work just doing design work, and I was listening to Rogan's podcast, and he was laughing at flat earth, and I'm like I was astounded. I was like, what? I thought that was something that was 200, 500 years ago. What? There's literally people that still believe the earth is flat. And
I even thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
no. And the first thing was, I just go to my phone. I'm like, dude, there's literally pictures of space and the earth. What are you guys? Are you guys really that delusional? And I go and I type in Google pictures of earth, and my fucking heart just drops, because no matter where I looked was cartoon renderings. Man, I've played enough video games to know what's real and what's a good rendering. Some of these things are really good nowadays, and it's just it is like it is self-fulfilling when you see lies. If you see the lie, you really can't accept it anymore.
If
Mic
you're a
check.
truth seeker, that is.
Hey, is this working?
Yeah, what's up?
Mic check. Okay, yeah. Hey guys, can I introduce you to a friend who's on the fence? Maybe he's a full globe earther. He believes Earth is a globe, and I invited him to come talk to you guys. He's gonna bring up the best points that he has. Would you mind having
Okay.
this conversation with him?
Oh, it's not Michael.
Yeah, it's on voice activation.
Hey guys, I am this is actually my brother, but yeah, like
Just ask the question.
I'm not really sure about this whole flat Earth thing. I'm open to like ideas about it, but I'm not sold on it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it sounds hard.
Did he just cut out?
Yeah,
Are you
did he
there?
cut out? I
Sounds
thought I
like
was
it.
lagging for a second. Maybe he's lagging.
So, well, I guess I don't have like anything to argue. I'm just wondering, like,
No, sorry to interrupt you, bro, but you literally just cut out for the last 10 seconds.
oh, okay. I'm saying, I got put onto the flat Earth thing, but I'm not 100% sold on it. Like, it's just hard for me to believe that we're on a non-moving, stationary plane of
Right.
firmament above our head and all that. So I was wondering, like, what are your biggest proofs that the Earth is not a globe? If you could share them with me, that'd be cool.
I guess sea level.
I'm sorry, it's ladies' night, just to let you know.
Oh,
The new flat
sorry.
earther. It's okay. We're
You
always
guys
happy
go
to have
ahead.
new guests.
I'll mute myself. I'll listen right now. Sorry.
Okay, that's cool. Thanks for trying to answer, though. Yeah, you're welcome to stay and chat after ladies' night is over. So, thanks. Karma, go ahead.
Oh, no, don't make me do it. I'm half asleep. It's Iceland, man.
It's okay. Start talking Icelandic. Just joking.
Okay, það eina sem þarfst að vita. No, I'm just
Oh, we totally got it. We got it. Earth is flat.
well, the lack of curve, you can start there at least.
Right. And I just want to shout out to Damsel Medic. Thanks for being here too. Yeah, I totally agree. The one of the biggest proofs is the lack of curve. We're given an equation, 8 inches per mile squared. And I mean, it doesn't add up, man. The math, we're given the math, and when we do it, the curvature is not there due to long distance observations. I mean, also our senses too. When you're just standing there, do you feel like we're spinning? Especially at the equator, well, it's like 1,000 miles per hour. We're supposed to be spinning. And it just doesn't make sense anyway, because the one of the natural laws for gas is, I forget the words, but it's supposed to bounce all over the place. There's no like specific ladies, help me out. You're better at this.
You're amazing at this. I haven't even been paying attention because Dre's bought like a massage gun or something today. So yeah. But, yeah, Black Swan video is also great. Dre's just posted also the picture of the screenshot from the video of the Black Swan. Right below that, he also posted all the curve calculations and stuff to help you out. So if you compare that with like where we should be seeing the curve and how far we can see, that's just absolutely insane. Because 9.4 miles is obviously much further than 1.2 miles, which is how far we should see before we get actual physical obstruction in the way, which means it's like you can't see through the pregnant belly on the pregnant lady, you can't see the hand underneath the belly. Same thing with the globe. If it's a physical obstruction, you shouldn't be able to see that far. And we have tons of those. I mean, look up the world record for long distance photography. That should not be possible on a globe.
The
And
Bolivian salt flats.
yeah. All the super flatbeds. Kansas is flatter than a pancake, right? There's so many things.
Oh, and sea level. We can't forget about the oceans and sea level. I mean, water always seeks its level, you know?
Yeah,
That's a
and
huge
the
one.
lack of scientific evidence for any type of gravity, whether it's Newtonian or Einsteinian, they can't prove any of it. They don't
He's
have
just listening to you
evidence
guys,
for interpretation.
and I don't think he even has anything to say.
No, I'm just listening. I appreciate it. It's very interesting stuff. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I get it. It's kind of like when I first started looking at this, I really wasn't into any of the space stuff or the science stuff to begin with. My brother was super into that stuff and looked up all the things. And then one day he just shows me a NASA fail video, and I laughed at that for 2 hours. It was hilarious. And then he starts walking me through things like sea level, and then he's like, "How can gas pressure exist to like no gas pressure? Wouldn't the gas level out?" And all the different things like that. And then I'm like, "Okay, space definitely doesn't exist. So how does that work? What if it's not space? Then what is it?" And he's like, "Flat." I'm like, "What?" And here I am. Flat Earth. That's all I got. But a lot of people in here have much better points than me because I'm sleepy, I'm Icelandic, and I don't talk to people very often about this stuff. So someone else, like maybe Shines, could do this because she is absolutely lovely and she gets her points across very eloquently, unlike me. So Shines.
No, you're great. And Shines is great. And Damsel
I
Medic is great.
actually just came back. My son was just screaming the SpongeBob SquarePants song at me. Aye, aye, Captain. So I missed the last bit. So
That's awesome.
and all of you are amazing. This whole, what do they call that? I'm totally brain farting right now, but it's self something. Like, don't do that. You guys all have the points down. You guys are all speak so eloquently, and I learned so much from each of you each time we do this. It's fascinating. Just so many new topics come up, and you guys do fantastic. So,
Oh,
I think the word you're looking for is self-deprecation, right?
thank you.
When you
Yeah,
talk yourself down.
self-deprecation. I was gonna say
Yeah,
flagellation. I was like, I know that's not it.
dude,
Yeah,
it's because we
self-deprecation.
have a collection of shy girls tonight, and we don't have any of the outspoken, like, go get 'em girls tonight. Because I can usually go for both, either one. But right now I'm in a very, like, oh, I missed my staff party tonight, and blah, blah, blah. So I'm not in a super woohoo mood. So,
Yeah. I totally get
But I'm
it.
hanging out
But
with you guys, so
you're
that's
doing
some fun.
great. Yeah, and you know what? I remembered what I was trying to say earlier about the gas. I was talking about the Coriolis effect and how gas, the natural like laws of gas, they don't like stay in lockstep with the spinning of the Earth, and that's, if I remember correctly, what they claim. Like, oh, we can't feel the spin of the Earth because we're all spinning at the exact same rate, and the atmosphere is like keeping up with us and blah blah blah, but that's not a characteristic of gas. When I finally understood that, I was like, wow, how can anybody actually believe that? That's so crazy. Like, all my trees aren't leaning to one side. You know what I mean? They're not. Whereas we spin in the same direction. And plus, we're supposed to be spinning like slower and faster, slower and faster. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's like a paroid spheroid shape, but yet all the pictures, the composite pictures we can see, are all perfect spheres. And that doesn't make any sense because if something continuously spins, I mean, it does start to like wobble and stuff. I mean, there's no like continuous energies, like centrifugal force or whatever. It's like, how are we continuously spinning? Like, what is giving it that continuous energy? You know what I
I
mean?
wanted to go back to what you were saying about like the images that they do show us of Earth, and like they really are convenience theorists. Like it's so convenient that the sun. I can't remember the name of it. I'm totally brain farting today, but where the sun makes its trail over in the sky, it's much larger on the bottom than it is on the top. Somebody can remind me of what that's called, but it's so much larger on the bottom, but yet they say that the images when from space you can't really see the difference because it's only like however many miles that it is an oblate spheroid, so you can't really see it. It still looks like a perfect exact circle on these images, which none of it adds up. It's just like convenience after convenience after convenience that they have for all of their stories. Like there's nothing more. It's a cool story and it's mighty convenient, but none of it actually adds up. Like if we were to go to court with all of this, like they would lose. Like
They totally
you don't
would.
have anything. You got nothing. Analema. That's what I was looking for. Analema. Yeah. Thank you,
cool.
Roger.
Yeah, like Austin says, they're coincidence theorists or something like that.
Oh, that's a cool picture, Miguel.
Yeah, that's the analema. So it's
Yeah, that's
that much
really
bigger on the bottom, right? Which would make sense on a flat model because it gets bigger and bigger the farther you go from the equator, right? And the circle just keeps getting broader. But on a globe, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why is it doing that? There's no answer. It's just convenient. Yet we don't see it in the images. We don't see that it's larger on the bottom. They can say that it's larger, but everything that they've shown us, it isn't. How convenient.
Also, there'd be different speeds of spin depending on where on the globe you'd be. Kind of like when you're in a carousel, whether you're close to the middle or the outer edge, you can feel a difference. And with your vestibular system, you really should be feeling all those changes, especially since Earth is not supposed to be going in a like normal full circle orbit, but like one of those that goes elliptical. Yeah, see, I got traces of vocabulary next to me. That is saving my
nice.
An ellipse. Yeah, it speeds up, it slows down. Flight past. I mean, it's just like fact after fact after fact, and all they have is convenient stories with nothing to back it up.
Yeah.
I would just love one actual thing that makes me go, maybe, but I still have yet to see that. Like once you come out of it and you start researching everything, I have yet to see one thing that would even bring me close to being like, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong about being wrong. And then Earth actually is this heliocentric model globe oblate spheroid, but I have yet to see it. Not one thing. So if there's anybody in here that has something like that, we would love to hear it.
I've only been waiting for 6 years to see something like that.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
What about like, so you guys think that all of the space agencies and anyone who puts up like a GPS satellite and all of those people, all of those scientists are all in on this giant hoax to hide the truth about space or God or or just us being on a flat plane? That all of that science and all of those people are all in on this giant, like, I don't know, lie.
No,
And
I don't think that. I
okay,
can't speak for everyone else, but I don't think that. I know for a fact how compartmentalization works. I know many people that have worked for Lockheed and NASA and things like that. And you are restricted to your top security clearance, whatever your security clearance is. That's all you're allowed to know. And when you go in there, you can't bring a cell phone, you can't bring out any outside stuff, you can't talk about it with family members, friends, anybody. Like they will destroy your life. So all you know is what you're working on. And whatever you're working on, they can turn around and use that for something else that isn't even what you're actually thinking that you're working on. And so the only people that would need to know are really high level people. So I'm not even sure exactly how many people are actually in the know, but I know it's not a lot. It's definitely not a lot. And how many people have actually, quote unquote, gone into outer space? It's not that many. You can send somebody up into, a very high altitude and they could perceive it. It's just like people that are in an airplane. They're like, oh, I've seen the curvature of the earth from an airplane. Same as the people that are up there. They're probably thinking that they see the curvature of the earth. Like it just doesn't compute, until you like see that veil drop down from you, you aren't going to understand what is actually in front of you. It's an optical illusion. So yeah, I definitely don't think that a lot of people are in on it.
Yeah, I agree with Shines. Go ahead, damsel. I heard you in there.
You learn this in school. You're indoctrinated by a teacher that learned it from her teachers or learned it from their parents or not. It just gets passed on. And again, you don't have to know that everybody would be in on it. It doesn't even need to happen. Compartmentalization is a real thing, but also just the fact that you're teaching something to your kids that you think is real. Why would you change it? I mean, why would you even know? Why would you ask? I never asked. I taught my kids the same stuff. I didn't think anything of it.
Yeah, exactly. And High Truth prevails. Welcome. You made it.
Hi, Truth.
Hey, girls. I was just listening. Yeah, I got here a little late. I didn't even know if I was even going to make it. But yeah, I'm here. So who's
glad you're here.
asking the questions?
Exactly. It's that us Goonus. That us Goonus? I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's not that. It's one of my friends. He's on the fence. He's not sure if it's flat. I've been trying to tell him for a while now. He still doesn't believe me. I finally introduced him to this server today, and I'm letting him have a conversation with you guys. And the best mind that can wake him up or do the best job today.
Oh, cool. Well, maybe he'll make his own account and come in more often and just hang around and listen. Listen to the conversations more than just one. This is something that it's hard to take everything in just with one sit down. You can't do it. It's a lot of information. But this
it is.
I do want to point out though, this is a very new thing. This hasn't been around for long. I mean, what, like 100 years?
Well, it comes and goes.
I think so. And don't forget about all of the additional information. I don't know if your friend wants to go, if he has questions and doesn't want to ask them, or just wants to do his own research, because nobody can convince anybody, right? Like, you need to see the proof for yourself. And so if you just scroll down to additional information, there's so many videos and articles about anything.
Yeah, so if you observe your world that you live in, like, and you don't have this filter of indoctrination that they've put in your mind, like if you just observe it for what it is, you see it flat, level, stationary, you don't feel it moving. You see the sun and moon move over your head and transverse the sky very locally. They're much smaller. Like, these are the things that you observe. The only reason anyone even thinks or believes that it could be spherical or that it is moving is because that's what they tell you from birth. It's just programming. It's mental programming. If you remove that and look and see what evidence they have for any of this, and see if you observe any of this, you never observe anything. None of what they're telling you. Not one iota. But anyway, go ahead. You were getting ready to ask something.
I appreciate everything that you guys are saying, and I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm just trying to learn. That's all. And yeah, I'm just like, I don't know, with just the globe model. It's a model that works in real life. Like, you can use your GPS and go to a different place on the Earth, and you're gonna get there the right way. I mean, seasons work, the phases of the moon work, eclipses work, all of these things, like Gregorian calendar works on the model. Like this model works. So I just don't see, like, is there a flat Earth model that can fit all of those things and still work? can you make a map, and get to another place on a flat Earth model and it be accurate?
Is there a globe model that works?
Well, he
I
thinks
think
there
so.
is. So, I mean, what model are you looking at? Maybe we're looking at different models. And
I
are
guess
there,
like
what
Google
do
Maps,
maps,
like
yeah,
Google
and what
Maps,
do
Google
maps
Earth.
look like? Like are maps curved? Do they, or are they like flat? What are
That's a good point. They are flat.
they?
Also, the funny thing is, once you start really looking into a lot of those things you mentioned, actually contradict each other. Their explanations, how they explain how one thing works, then contradicts how the next thing is supposed to work. And
Yeah,
the more you look into it, the worse it gets.
can I ask the dude, like, what do you believe the what causes the moon phases?
Yo, homies, ladies' night.
Okay, I'll ask a question then. What do you think creates eclipses? How about that?
Isn't
Have
it
you
the
ever heard
alignment of the sun?
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I apologize. I was just gonna say, isn't an eclipse an alignment of the moon, the earth, and the sun in a certain way that'll give you solar or lunar eclipse?
Ruth, could you take this one? You're so good at this topic.
Oh, the eclipses. Well, I mean, you guys do a great job. But I mean, yeah. So okay. So what did you say that you thought causes the eclipse? Could you repeat that?
Just the alignment of the sun, the moon, and the earth.
In alignment, but still, yet like so the align. So what? But what is causing the eclipse? What is the thing causing the eclipse?
Well, depends if it's a solar or lunar, right? It would be like the moon or the earth blocking out sunlight.
Well, I like to jump right directly to the selenium because it's really. But there's many different types. But they claim that the Earth is blocking, like getting in between, and that the Earth is blocking the light from the sun, and like it's even hard for me to jump to that because first, the moon is not the reflection of the sunlight. Okay, but we'll get past that and just go directly into the eclipse. With the selenium eclipse, you have they're posting. I don't know if you're following Livestream voice text, but they're posting some images of selenium eclipse, and if you look at it, for one, like the Earth can't be blocking. It's not one. You need to establish that it's even a shadow, right? But they claim that it's the Earth's shadow, but the light is the shadow is going in the wrong direction. It should be going from the bottom up, right? But it's not. It's going from the top down, and not to mention, like with the selenium, you also have the sun and the moon both above the horizon at the same time. So it's, and they even call it the impossible eclipse because they know their explanation is impossible to explain this eclipse. Like their explanation, this eclipse is impossible. And they even call it that. It's right in your face. Right? So the Earth is it's obviously not causing the eclipse. So what is causing it? Now, to have the answer to what is causing it, we don't know. But we do know that it's not what they're saying it is. It's like a lot of these things, a lot of their explanations, that's pretty much where we're going to be at. We're not going to be able to give you the actual explanation, but we can definitely verify that what they're claiming is going on is not going on. So if you think that the Earth is getting in between the sun and the moon, it's like you would have a hard time explaining that with the selenium because you have both the sun and the moon above the horizon at the same time.
And I can actually confirm this too because here in Dallas, Texas area, the last supposedly lunar eclipse, at about 6 o'clock in the morning, the moon and the sun were up above the horizon. And so how in the world could it be the Earth that is causing the shadow? I mean, it makes no sense. And that why can we see the moon during the day sometimes too, and it seem like it's transparent? That's kind of crazy.
And then some eclipses, they're red, right? The moon is red. Is a shadow red? Anyway, it's obviously not what they're saying it is.
That was very cool. I've never heard of that kind of eclipse before, but I've definitely done some research into it.
Yeah, for sure. But there's many different ones. I like I like to focus on the sun more so than the moon. Even the moon is interesting, but then you have well, I'm not going to get into all these other eclipses. I'm going to wait and follow your train of thought where you're at and just answer your questions as you have them. Hello, Blaze.
Hello.
I saw you sneak in here.
I know. I had a few minutes. Hi, you guys, girls. This Globey seems nice. I just got here though.
Well,
I mean, it
it's
seems like
refreshing because he seems genuine, doesn't he?
right. Yeah, that's probably a better word. I mean, that was authentic. You know, he'd never heard it like that, and that's what. If people are really honest, that's what happens a lot of times. But they just have to seem like they defend a belief that they don't even know when they. That's what's so funny. I was thinking about this the other day. I mean, shouldn't it be like a magical moment, like one of those aha moments, like, boom, when you realize you lived on a spinning globe? It should be a definable moment. But, not a lot of people have that defining moment. We know where we were not when 9/11 happened, when Michael Jackson died. You know what I'm saying? I mean, your first kiss, you kind of remember those big things. Do you think it would be a big thing if, when you realize, like, wow, oh my gosh, I live on a spinning ball flying out in space. That is so amazing. Blech. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying?
I like it. It's like,
well, you can't go back in time and go, there was this like defining moment. So that should say something to people, really, if we're going to be honest about things. That defining moment, when you realized you lived on a ball and you had to hang on really tight. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
That's awesome.
The sun, the crepuscular rays, it's like that done it for me. It's like there's no way in hell that sun is 93 million miles away. Absolutely no way. And then it's like that was the thing that made me actually consider all of the other things. Because when you think about the Earth, you're like, well, it's kind of too big for me to try to figure out, as small as I am, or at least that's what you think until you really look at what they're claiming. And then when you look at the numbers that they're claiming and you realize that if you reduce your observer height to one foot, which, at the time I wasn't even doing that. It was just over bodies of water, or for me, I live in the mountains. So when you get on the top of a mountain, if you think about living on a sphere, then the further that you look out the mountaintops, they should start tilting away from you, and they never do. They just continue to be level all the way as far as you can see.
Imagine that. So is the Globey guy still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Do you have more questions for her?
I'm just listening at this point. I appreciate you guys and your knowledge.
Well, and see, I'm someone, I hang out down below, but I mean, you don't have to be a technical person to realize where you live. You just have to be willing to be authentically real and ask and consider, okay, you have to research both sides of the story, if you want the truth. Because some people just defend what they already know. They don't really care about the truth. They think they have the truth and they defend that rather than, go, okay, I could be wrong, but let me just check and see what they're saying.
I wanted to touch base really quick on what you've just said, Blaze, and what Truth said, because there's something very true about both things that you guys are touching at, where what they try to do is they try to use these grand numbers and these grand equations and make people think you're just not smart. You just don't get it. You aren't smart enough. You aren't learning enough. You don't have enough degrees and paid enough money into the system to know what is actually going on. But when you really take it down to a very base level and you start going down to like just basic reality and
Yep.
basic logic, starting with Euclidean elements and things of that nature, just honestly, just innocent, basic logic. You start there and everything falls apart from the very beginning. You don't even have to get into all of that. It falls apart from scratch. So I think you both just nailed it on the head.
Yep. It's so true. You don't have to complicate it. You know, I mean, for me, I have to make it duplicatable and simple. I mean, I always say the same thing. You know, for me, I just went at it like the why. Why? Who would benefit if they lied about it? And I was like, whoa, wait a second here. And then I had to ask, who taught me that I lived on a spinning ball? Well, it went back to NASA, and I already knew that we didn't go to the moon. So that was like, okay, now we're on to something here. You know, I wasn't happy about, like, how am I going to tell people that now what my belief is and not have people ridicule me? So there's that. But then after a while, you start to meet other people and you get, you feel the support. You're like, I'm not the only weird one out there. And then you're not even weird. You're just a truth seeker. You know, I mean, that's just like, I'm not attached to the truth. I just want the truth, you know, and truth should doesn't fear investigation, right?
Yeah, and doesn't fear scrutiny. The more you know, the easier it is to see. The more you know how much they have already deceived and conspired against the people, so to speak, the easier it is to see it's flat.
Oh, yeah. And mountains, nobody's denying the mountains and stuff like that. But let's talk to the guy. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys, but you know, there's got to be some questions that you learned in school, or you know, you think, you know, ships going over the horizon. I mean, things like that. There's got to be some things questions that you can have answered here, or other people. I
Yeah.
hate. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just thought about this. Like, what about a sundial? Does anyone have an answer for how sundials work?
Exactly how they're supposed to. The sun moves the top overhead of us and it changes the shadow on the sundial.
And it actually works better on a flat Earth than ever on a globe, because the sun would be so far away on a globe, the rays should be all straight, and it shouldn't be working as well.
Yeah, the cultures that began using sundials depicted a flat, stationary Earth. They didn't like create and start using a sundial thinking that they lived on a sphere. They knew the Earth was flat.
Thank you guys again.
Well, what
Yeah,
brought you
thanks
to
for
the
coming in,
server?
by the way. 'Cause it's nice to
ahead.
have a polite. I just want to say it's nice to have a polite person come in. So I just want to acknowledge the fact that he's been very nice since the get-go. So thanks for that as well.
Well, I appreciate you guys, you know. I don't want to like offend anybody, you know. I'm just here to learn. Like, I don't have any like you guys were talking about earlier, like just attachment to like what I believe is true, and oh my God, I'm like being lied to. Like, I don't have that, so I feel like I'm open enough to like hear out anybody's ideas of our planet and what life is, and just be open enough to like, you know, not, I don't know, like cling to a side and be nasty about stuff. I don't think that gets us anywhere.
Sounds like critical thinking to me. Good job, man. But
Yeah,
yeah, I didn't want to mean to interrupt. Sorry. I just wanted to throw out the compliment. But by the way, you girls are doing great, but I'm probably going to log off. It's a little late here.
Awesome, Karma. Thank you so much. You're amazing.
I'll try to come by again next time and spend more time. I won't have slept this little.
Yeah, we enjoy having you around.
Sounds great. Yeah. Get some good
I've enjoyed hearing you and Kelly both, or I serve. Okay, I serve too, because, I mean, she's got like a very, very sweet voice. Both of you do. I think
Listening
it's
in on
easier.
Tracy's side
It's
as
easier
well.
for people to approach you guys, right? It's easier for them to approach you guys. I think.
It's probably if I sound soft and approachable, it's just because I work with kids and I'm so used to sounding like, "Hey, everything's okay. You can come here."
I love it.
Yeah, I don't always sound like this. You can ask. I serve the one I am.
Yeah, if
I've
you hit me
never
with
heard
the
you
trophy,
sound
You're
bad.
you're
always
I'm
sweet.
just saying. I'm not sweet like this to people who are impolite. I'll tell you that. A sophist comes in here, I'm not going to be this nice.
Oh, we
Yeah,
can
that's
all
what
be
I
a
was.
Karen. We can all be a Karen. Come on.
Come on, it's like we come up with this new religion last night. It's not Darwinism. It's Darrenism. So it's like all the Karens and Darrenism. Anyway, but that's what I was going to tell the guy. It's like you say that you should tell to the Glovers that come in here. You'd be surprised how nasty they get with us because they want us. They're like so angry that we're talking about flat Earth. Why do they even care, right? But they do. It's like you would be surprised what we encounter. Some really nasty, dirty stuff. And as long as you come in here if people come in here with a good attitude and they're genuine, it's like you're going to get whatever energy you bring.
Totally. Definitely on ladies' night, at least.
Yeah, and it makes it more fun too because really we just want to talk to people, right? We just want to have a conversation.
Yep. Speaking of that, I don't come in here that often, but I see Matthew in here. Do you want to say hi, Matthew? I haven't seen you in a long time.
Hey, how's it going? You haven't been on ladies' night in a while.
No, well, welcome back.
Hey, Matthew.
Thanks. You guys are doing good.
Do you have any new input or anything for the ladies?
I was wondering if you guys were going to talk about the sextant stuff that has been. I mean, a couple weeks ago that was kind of a big topic, but I haven't heard anybody talk about it here yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for anyone else, but I haven't really been or really looked into it that much. I mean, I've been listening to it. I see all the arguments, but it isn't one of my favorite arguments. And maybe I'm just missing something. But for me, maybe it's just that I don't know enough about it. I'm not there on that subject. So maybe another lady can help out.
No, I was just asking. Yeah, I don't have anything new to contribute. So if you have questions, I'm happy to answer questions about what globe believers believe, but go ahead.
Well, don't you have something for us? I mean, so let me just ask you this, because I don't know where you stand with the whole horizon, the boats going over the horizon. Where do you stand with that?
My general view is that like squinting at the horizon is like problematic at best. It's hard to tell one way or another. So
You always say squinting at the horizon.
well, yeah, because you have to use telescopes and look at like tiny little angles of this high or that high or whatever. So I like bigger picture things generally.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't understand. You are on the beach looking through a telescope. Okay, so first of all, you don't see the ship, okay? You don't see it. Then you take a telescope. Then you're like, wow, I can see that telescope. So you have one eye closed and one eye open. So, I mean, what about the magnification? Do you think that that's like, I don't understand your line of thinking with that. Because that seems kind of basic to me.
Yeah, Yeah, you're right. That with the telescope, you can obviously see more, so you can bring things back into view that you can't see with the naked eye. So I don't have any problem with that.
Okay, so that one does not really speak to you at all, meaning a lot of people are like, oh, well, see, it's a curve because the ships go over the curve. I mean, they don't go over the curve. So, I mean, that one right there, you got to give us that one. There's no curve there.
Yeah, I would say it's inconclusive. I haven't seen ships go over the curve myself, so that's why I don't use that one.
Well, right, but that's what they say, because that's why we're here. We're trying to find the curve, and nobody can produce it.
How is it inconclusive? Because if it's supposed to have went over a curve and you can bring it back into focus, it's obviously not went over a curve. It's pretty conclusive.
Yeah, so that's one way to look at it, but then also why can't you see the bottom sometimes? And so I just think that when you look at the horizon, air currents and stuff move things around, and it's kind of hard to measure what's happening there. Unless you're looking at bigger things like a sunset. Here, I'll post it in the live stream.
Yeah, but it's either it's went over a curve or it hasn't. Like all the other optical effects with image compression and angular resolution and all of that. Like if you're able to bring it back into view, it obviously has not went over a curve. It's pretty conclusive.
That's true. That's true.
Wait, what's happening in this graph? Can you explain this photo a little bit better?
This to me is what I think would have to happen if the Earth were flat when we're looking at sunsets. And that seems implausible to me.
Well, I'm still confused. So the sun starts out at the person's eye level, like literally at their eyes all the way down next to the ground, then moves up into something higher, or it is straight across and sinking into the sea. I'm utterly confused by what this is showing me. I don't comprehend.
The top one is where the sun actually is, and the bottom one is where the sun appears to be. And so the observer looks, and it looks like it's sinking into the ocean, when in reality, it's above the flat Earth.
Are you talking about the left side of the image or the right side of the image?
The right side of the image, the bottom circle is where the sun appears to be, and the top circle is where the sun is.
Okay, and why are both of them starting out at just the eye? That's just lines. I just don't even understand these little curly cues of what's happening.
The dotted lines show a straight line to where the sun appears.
It's just the line of sight. So one of them is bending and curling upward. One of them is shooting straight at an angle downward. So you aren't putting anything about perspective, optics, or anything into account of this. It's just like he's standing at the beach and the sun is right. Like I think this should be worked on. That's my only advice. I think you should work on this a little bit more. You need to add in perspective. You need to add in distance. You need to add to scale. Like there's a lot more here to be discussed than what is being shown in this image.
Yeah, well, here's a simple question then. The top of the sun is farther away from you than the bottom of the sun. So halfway through the sunset, how come you can see the top but not the bottom, when the bottom is closer and the top is farther?
How is the top farther away than the bottom?
Because it's higher than you, and the bottom of the sun is lower, and so it's closer.
Because things disappear from the bottom up. So I get what you're saying. You're trying to inverse how we see things, since you're saying something is farther away. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. So when things move farther away, they do begin to disappear from the bottom towards the top. And as they come into our view, they reappear from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, that's what happens. My question is why, when really the bottom is closer.
And I guess I'm just not understanding why you're saying the bottom is closer.
Because the bottom is at the bottom, it's closer to the Earth. The top is farther from the Earth.
It's about angular resolution. You have less of an angle at the bottom from the point of convergence. Okay, you have more of an angle at the top. So you're going to have the compression and the point of convergence is going to be, it's going to start disappearing first at the angle that's closest to the point of convergence. So why would you think that the top would when it's the furthest away from the point of convergence? It's not in, it's in perspective to the eye level to the point of convergence.
Okay, that actually is the best answer I've heard.
When you see telephone poles off in a distance, you don't think they're going over a curvature, do you?
No. Oh, I see. Crypto. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, she explained it well. I think you did too. I just forgot that you'd said that.
And I just want to point out to the new guy that was asking the questions. So this is like the level of deception that they try to use or try to implement when they trying to deceive you by using optical effects to make you think, because this is something that I think National Geographic was the one that did it. And they had the flag and the lines, and they try to use this bottom disappearing first thing to try to convince people, you know, that it's going over a curvature, but yet it's like they debunk themselves because you can see the horizon still yet behind it. So if it's going over the curvature, then there would be no more horizon behind it. It's just
doesn't that then mean the horizon is like a physical place that you can go see then, right? That you can go to and measure?
Yeah, it would. It would be a point of limitation. Like it would be the limit. If it were curving, the horizon where the Earth appears to meet the sky would be the limit. It would be the limit, and you would not be able to resolve any Earth beyond that if it were curving away. But that's not the case. Like the more you can zoom in, the further that you can extend your field of view, then the more land you see extend beyond that point. It never curves away. It would be, yeah, it would be the limit. So beware, for the new guy, beware of these deceptive tactics of optical effects.
Yeah, also be. Oh, can you hear me okay, or am I digital?
You sound great.
Thank you. Yeah, also be aware too that, you know, we don't know exactly what medium these things are in, the sun, the moon. I mean, we can say, but if we don't know what they are in, how can we know for sure how they're supposed to act other than what we observe? You know what I mean? Like, because we can't go there, so we don't know how far away the sun is, but we know it's a lot closer than what these NASA space agencies are claiming.
The deception is so large. It's just hard to believe that at the highest level of, there as space agencies, and there's multiple space agencies across the world pushing the same globe model. It's just hard to believe that they're all lying.
I don't think it's that hard. Have you ever heard of the Antarctic Treaty? I mean, what was it, like 76 or 67 countries signed a contract saying that, you know, a citizen can't privately go explore past, what, like the 66th parallel or something like that. I mean, what about that? You know, they just have to come in agreements, and it's just a few people that have to agree and then spread the narrative. I don't think it's that difficult. I mean, do you trust your government?
I personally don't trust parts of some people in the government. I had a question, like, what are your thoughts about like the ISS? Like, that's the space station. People have ridden in it, spent months in there, and they go around a globe, or quote unquote, right? So do you guys believe like the ISS is fake because you can look up where it's at and check it out. You know what I mean? So, do you guys have any like thing to say about like the ISS or anything like that?
Yeah, they've been busted. Busted in a lot of fakery.
There's not one continuous stream. If you try to look it up, one continuous ISS stream there. It's not available.
So why would they have like things flickering in and out of frames and people's heads disappearing? Why are they using all this fakery if it's real? Anyway, the point is about, okay, so the main thing to remember when it comes to looking into these things is looking into what you can verify for yourself. Right? So
I'm so sorry. I was watching the videos and like these things that people are posting about the ISS. Wow.
Yeah. So, okay, so these, we can establish and verify that they are faking these, but just because they're faking stuff in line, it's like to actually validate where they're at or what they're doing, we would have to be able to go there. So what would you, okay, one, if they're claiming that they're in this environment of what they call the vacuum of space, someone would need to demonstrate that that place is even possible. Right. So in order to have gas pressure, you need a container. And they claim that this area, this environment that they're in is a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure. And then it's adjacent to our atmosphere, which, if I understand correctly, I think is about a 50 torr. If you want to keep in the same, terms or whatever. But in order to have gas pressure, like, you need to have a container because pressure is created when the molecules have a wall to bounce off of. It's like air. The molecules of air, gas moves in all directions, and it just continues to move in all directions until it bounces off the walls. That's what creates the pressure. So how do we even have pressurized air to breathe if we don't have a container? So someone would need to demonstrate first that this place they're claiming that they're going to is even possible.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, yes, you can look up where it is and people say, oh, look, it's going to be above us, at such and such hour. We can see, and they see something moving in the sky at that time. But, I mean, you don't know what it is. It could be a balloon. It could be an airplane, Have you taken a telescope and actually, like, zoomed in and taken pictures of it and stuff? It could be a hologram. To get a little further out there, but I mean, why not, What do you think, man? What are you thinking about this?
Well, I know air needs a container, but on a global level, they say that the container is gravity, right? And even air has its own weight. So if gravity's pulling all that air down, it creates atmospheric pressure. So I feel like that would kind of help a global model, I guess, is like the fact that we do have atmospheric pressure and we have gravity.
What's gravity? Show me gravity.
Gravity is this imaginary force that no scientist can explain that pulls all things to the center of the Earth at 9.2 meters per second.
Well, you got it right when you said imaginary. It's definitely imaginary.
Right. How are you going to explain it like that and still believe that it exists?
Bro, because that's what the scientists be saying. That's what Bill's. What's the dude? Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's what he said.
I get it, but okay. So, but think about this for a minute, right? Because it's supposed to do all these things, yet they say it's not a force. When you ask them what it is, they say, "I don't know." No one knows. No one knows what it is. So it's like this blanket explanation right? And to make, because they need this. This is the thing. Okay, this is the glue that holds it all together. This is the thing that they need for their claim and their story to be true. Like for everything to come from the Big Bang, it's like, and for things to be pulled into spheres, and for every question that you have that there's no answer for. Gravity is the glue. It's the Band-Aid that fixes it all. But what is gravity? They don't know. It's like, get them to explain it. They couldn't do it. It's not a force, but it acts as a force. So look for where gravity has ever been validated or demonstrated or tested. Because I'll tell you, I'll tell you instead of, because you seem genuine, and I could hear the laughter in your voice when you were like listening to it go back over in your mind after you said it, because they don't know, they can't explain it because it's not a thing. So there's like many different variables that can determine where an object finds its place of equilibrium, and that's all that's happening, is an object finds its place of equilibrium, right? What causes it to find its place of equilibrium is a number of different things, none of which are gravity. So in order to establish that gravity is a thing, that it's real, you need to identify it. Then you need to isolate it. Then you need to manipulate it to prove that it is, in fact, the cause of the effect, because they claim that it is the cause, and it's also the effect. It's just this Band-Aid that's circular reasoning, because no one's ever demonstrated gravity even exists or if it's even real. Now, there is a thing that they call specific gravity, which when you read about that, it's, what does the word gravity mean? Gravitas, right? Something that has weight. So the specific gravity is, which I mean, I don't like to use the word gravity, so I don't even really say it too much, but because all it is density. It talks about density. And so you have a relationship between the object and the medium that it's in. There's many different variables within that relationship that play a role, right? One of which is the density of the object and the density of the medium. Okay, so if you manipulate the medium, then you can change where an object finds its place of equilibrium. If you manipulate the density of the object, then it will change where it finds its place of equilibrium. If you manipulate the electrostatics of the relationship, the electrostatic nature relationship of the object and the medium that it's in, then it will also alter where that object finds its place of equilibrium. If you manipulate magnetism, electromagnetism, like different things, you can manipulate all these different variables, the vibration, all of these things, but none of those are gravity. Okay, so they initially in the beginning, they were trying to say Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass, which no one has ever demonstrated. And Newton himself even said not to attribute it, that to him, right? But mass attracting mass, that's something we can test that. Right? We can observe things to see if that happens, and we never observed that happening. So they abandoned that, and then they went on to something that's conceptual. It's just an idea. It's something non-tangible, something you can't manipulate. You can only conceive it in your mind, and you can only demonstrate through calculations, and it's still, it's invalid. It's illogical. It's just an idea. It's imaginary, just like you said. It's imaginary. So if you can ever find or look and see where someone has actually identified gravity, isolated it, manipulated it, and proven that it is even a thing, that'd be great, because no one ever has, and they can't. But these other variables, you can. So if you're looking in the Livestream voice text, I will post a video for you where a guy actually manipulated the medium, and it did change where the object found its place of equilibrium. And then I will also post a video for you where a guy, I think his name's Zach, he changed the electrostatic charge of some helium balloons, and it changed where it found its place of equilibrium. So if you want to take a look at these and see if you can ever find a demonstration like this, where gravity is the thing that they manipulate, then you can actually say gravity exists.
Wow, I could not have said it better. So what do you think about what she said?
Man, there was a lot to unpack there for sure. Well, I love what she's saying and all that, but I'm just a little confused. Like, we do know that there's this force, maybe imaginary wasn't the best word, but an unexplainable force. And I know you're saying, dude, it's just like, it feels like a switch in definition. Like, instead of saying gravity, we'll say density and buoyancy. Yeah, but regardless of what you call it, there's this force that's pulling things to the earth, and that's been tested to be 9.2 meters per second on all objects. So that's just like, it would. Does it make a difference if we call it gravity or density or buoyancy? Like, there's still this force that's pulling things to the center of the earth.
Yeah, this is what they're telling you, but can you demonstrate that? So what happens to helium balloons when you let go of them? Why isn't it pulling helium balloons to the earth?
I think that has to do with a different set of like parameters. Right?
Density, maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not a scientist myself, but I can't say no. But yeah, it's just like a property of certain gases, especially helium. I know it's a light, noble gas, so it would rise through nitrogen and all of these heavier, like oxygen. All of it's gonna rise through
But
that.
why? Why is it able to do that? Why doesn't gravity hold it? So here's the thing. You need to think about, okay, when was it ever demonstrated? How can they claim this if they've never demonstrated? So in order to demonstrate or prove that something, that a claim is you need to be able to manipulate that very thing that you're saying is the cause. So see if you can find where they've ever manipulated gravity. But see, what you're talking about is density. You even said it yourself. Like, okay, so why does helium rise? And you said density. So where's gravity?
Yeah, and
So here's
gravity. Where does gravity come from, right? And what do you mean by center of the Earth as well? I kind of was curious. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean like from what they taught us in school, it's everything pulls. Like, I mean, gravity just pulls everything to the Earth's core, right? Like to the center. That's why people in China who are upside down right now aren't gonna fall off the planet because everything's getting pulled towards the core.
Okay, that's what I thought you meant. Do you know what the deepest hole that has ever been dug? Do you know? Have you ever researched into that? How do we know what the core is? How do we know that there even is a core? And what you were describing was mass attracting mass, and Truth Prevails already just told you that they don't even subscribe to that anymore. So you got to throw that out the window, right? But don't blame your teacher because they were just taught. They're told what to tell you guys, really. You know, they have a curriculum. Wait, the deepest hole ever dug was in like Russia or something, and it's 7.8 miles. So that's like 12 kilometers or something. 13.
Yeah, a little under 8 miles. And and here's the thing to keep in mind too, while they were digging that hole, they made all of these predictions, right, along the way as they were going deeper, of what they would encounter, what they expected to find, and they were wrong at every prediction. So if they're wrong and they can only go that deep and they're wrong every step of the way, why would anyone think that they would be half right? They're not even half-ass right. Like to even go deeper. Like, and this only just a little under 8 miles, right? And they're trying to tell you what's 3,959 miles into the earth.
They full ass wrong.
I'm sorry, I just need a second. I'm trying to take all this in right now. Just 1 sec, please.
Yeah, they're just telling you a bunch of stories, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They have no basis for. So the claims that they make, if they make all of these claims with no evidence for them, then you can just dismiss them without any evidence. Although we've got plenty of evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, evidence. It's heavy, man.
So what about like content?
Over here.
I understand. I just had a question. Like, what about? How do you guys feel about continental drift? You know, like, Pangea was once a thing. What about dinosaurs? Like, how does any of that?
Let me ask you this question. They tell you this stuff happens, but let me ask you this: what about all of these ancient civilizations that built these monuments to align with the stars and the sun? And
That always blew my mind. Like, I have no idea.
And they still line up. So show me where the Earth is moved.
Okay, checkmate. You got me on that one, dude. But those are some great stories. How did they build those pyramids with such precision? You know, that just gets me every time. What about aliens? You guys don't. How do you have? Do you have feelings about aliens or?
What's alien? What's alien?
I have feelings.
Do you think there's stories?
Yeah, like from outer space? No, I don't think there's aliens from outer space like in the movies.
Yeah, you'd have to demonstrate that this place, that they're far off distant galaxies, that this place exists or could even be possible. Like, we don't even have to go there to really, if you can just demonstrate that it's possible, it'd be cool.
It would be cool.
Then we could consider it.
Right. I mean, I do believe in alien because, you know, on like some forums, I've seen like this little box next to alien. Sorry. I'm kind of odd one today. I believe in ETs, extraterrestrials, not like they're something different than actual humans.
Yeah, so it's kind of like in your face. They put the truth right there. They say, so they make this inference that they come from the far off distant galaxies. But what do they call them? What was ET? What did ET stand for? What did ET stand for?
Extraterrestrial?
What's that mean?
More land?
Bingo.
Yep. And what did ET do? He phoned home. Just like with that landline. With that landline.
Yeah, all the way. Oh, that's a good point. It's like that always cracks me up. So the president was supposed to have talked to them while they were on the moon, but he was on a corded phone. Had explained it. Whatever. Okay. Cool story.
Okay. What about Saturn, Mars, all of these other celestial bodies that even with the amateur telescope, like I could put in my backyard right now, zoom in on Saturn, see the ring, see it's a sphere, look at its moons.
Oh, you mean the actual planets?
Yeah, they're all spheres. They're all, circular.
Do you know what the word planet means?
I mean, it has plane in it. I understand, like
No, planets. Planet means wandering star. It's a wandering star.
Oh, okay. And because our sun is round, and it's star, you're saying that these planets are in a similar family to our own sun.
Yeah. So the sun is the sun, and the planets are the planets. The wandering stars are the wandering stars, which are different from the sun. The sun is not a wandering star. I don't know what the sun is. It's a light in the sky. It gives us our light, and it gives us our heat, right? And it transverses over our heads. But these other things that you're referring to are wandering stars. So Cut the Shit posted the one, if you scroll up to right on the hour. I don't know what time it is for you, but for me it's 6 p.m. Well, actually it's 7. Why does my text chat say 6 and my actual time is 7? That's weird. But anyway, whatever. So, but if you look at what Cut the Shit posted here, it's like he posted a good side by side, or above and below. But anyway, of what they depict these things to be, right? In the same image. So that's what they want you, that's what they tell you they look like. These are the pictures or the images that they give you. But then when you look at them yourself, they don't look anything like that. So, and you need to be aware too when you use telescopes, right? Because they have software in them, and the software is programmed to know like which part of the sky you're looking at, and it knows which planet you're looking at, which wandering star you're looking at, and it has imaging software in it. So it will render for you an image of what they expect, what they think you expect to see. And these are their words too. What they know that we expect to see. This is how they get the Earth composite. Richard Simmons. My bad.
No, I've done the same.
Yeah, but anyway, that dude, right? What is it? Rob? I can't even remember his name now that I said that. Yes, but methodes. But anyway, he even says that it's like what they know that we expect to see, that's what they're making these composites for. So when you look at these things, they're just lights in the sky. They're not these terrestrial spheres that you can go to and walk on. You can't. These are not things that you can go to and land on. They're just lights in the sky, just like the sun and the moon. They're lights in the sky.
Yeah, and just because you see one side and it looks, has a round shape, it doesn't mean that it is a sphere. That's what we're just force fed that stuff too. It's like, oh, round sphere. No, it's not a ball.
Yeah, look what I just posted in the live stream voice text. What she's talking about, Ether 9000 reality. Where if you look, according to one perspective, it looks like a square. According to the other perspective, it looks like a circle. But in reality, it's a cylinder. So, like, and if you really look, okay, so I'll go a little bit further. These are not, we can't verify these things. But if you've ever, have you ever seen cymatics?
Yeah, cymatics. Yeah, we've seen that. Also, before we get into cymatics, turn that off. We're looking at stars to prove the shape of the Earth, which I understand we can't do, but looking at Saturn through an amateur telescope, you can see the rings. And it looks like the picture that NASA gave us.
They give you something that looks like a solid spherical object with it doesn't look like what they've got. Yeah, it seems to have these it appears to have these bands that go around it. But what does that even mean? It's just a light, but what does that even mean? This is what.
Yeah, what?
It just looks like a light.
So what?
Yeah, so what? It doesn't mean that the Earth is a sphere, but Saturn looks like a sphere.
You know what I love about the stars is that they are predictable and we can see them where they're supposed to be throughout all these years, right? Just like what Truth was saying is like all these ancient buildings, they still line up with them. I mean, really, what is the probability that the stars and the sun and the moon would continue on this track if we were supposedly, spinning and flying and zooming through the vacuum of space? Like, don't you think something would hit us or them? You know what I mean? Like, what's the probability, man? I really think it's 0. You get what I'm
The
saying?
the probability is like the pyramids getting hit by something.
Oh, no, she's saying, what are the odds that we see the same stars in the sky every single night or the same constellations every month and every year?
I would say pretty high.
I would say no, not at all. If we're going millions, thousands of miles through space.
Okay, but by conventional wisdom, those constellations are a bunch of light years away. Like the Milky Way is 1,000 light years wide, our galaxy alone. So it would take you 1,000 years to get across it at light speed, right? So if our galaxy is 1,000 light years away and they're lining up with another galaxy, like we're talking about movements over eon, like beyond human life. Like you're not going to see the movement over 2,000 years when they planted the
Right, and this is movement that you have no proof of, and also you don't even have proof that light even travels millions of miles. All you know, light travels down the street where you're.
I'm not claiming I have that proof, but what I'm saying is conventional science says they do, and that's the prescribing body of science that the world is using right now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have it.
Beat me up, Scotty.
Oh, I don't even know where to start. So, oh man, it's like so many assumptions. It's like
I know.
they make postdictions, so they can only predict things because they've happened before, and they're cycles and they repeat. And
Yeah.
what's a galaxy? What is that? Like the Milky Way galaxy, the Milky Way. So what this rift that we see in the sky, like a band of stars. It's like, I don't know, man. It's like, have they ever validated any of this? How will you ever be able to validate any of what they're saying? Like all the information that we have contradicts everything that they're claiming.
Yeah.
And showing how much fakery they've already done, right? And how much they've already lied, and how much has already been contradicted and falsified. So why would you even think that any of this, like further on down the road, could even be true? It's like their basic, the foundation, the basic fundamentals of it. When you tear that apart, it's like everything else that's built upon it, it can't stand.
You know, you could hear in his voice though, like he was saying conventional science and all around the world, these people. It almost sounds like you're joking though, because you're starting to get it. Like, what? Why would they lie, right? Conventional science all around the world. People think this. Well, I mean, what if you go talk to some tribe in the Amazon that's never even heard of this stuff? What are they going to think? Right? They don't subscribe to these scientists that claim they know more than you just because they took like 4 years in college.
Yeah, I like that idea of talking to people from different cultures or different walks of life, because I definitely believe that Western science is not just like the one way, right? Like there's tons of religions and different ways to look at our world and spirituality that all have some credence in my book. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm sure that this community is not the only community that thinks that there's a stationary plane that we live on, right? I think, like, what is it? The Buddhists? Or no, Muslims?
I don't
No,
know.
I don't want to get into it. I know there's some like there's religions out there that believe in a stationary Earth too, So, yeah, to your point, I think it's really it's keeping an open mind, really.
Yeah, so it's all built off of the foundation of all of it is whether or not the Earth is curving. So if you establish that the Earth isn't curving, and also that it's not even possible to have this environment they claim is a vacuum of space, right? But if you establish that the Earth isn't curving, which has been done, then where does the rest of it? I mean, it's like they don't have a leg to stand on. Literally. And all the ancient cultures, they all knew that the earth was flat and level and stationary. Matter of fact, when they came out with this idea of heliocentrism, they had a lot of resistance. People were like, they were taken to court, they were jailed, they had it's like so I'd say, where do the newspaper clippings? I think I might have some somewhere. I just have to look for them. But this is a fairly new idea, and they have no basis for any of it. So first thing, the foundation of all of it is the Earth being a sphere. So let's establish whether or not the Earth is curving. Have you looked into that? Have you looked into Earth curvature?
Is there a single study that proves either way that the Earth has a curve to it, or is flat, that has been tested and repeatable by some individuals in this community or other?
It's a study. So how would we know if the Earth is curving? We do a direct measurement, right? That's all you need. You don't need a, like, what do you mean when you say do a study?
Oh,
So,
I was just asking a question, like if anyone has ever tried to like do an experiment, see if there's any curvature to the Earth over a certain amount of distance.
yeah, are you looking in the live stream voice text? So if you scroll down to additional information, there is a room for laser tests and long distance observations. And there's a lot of resources down there. So sometime when you've got time, just take some time and look through all that stuff. But we can go over just some observations here if you'd like to.
That'd be very cool. Thank you.
Yeah, Battlemod just posted the FE core experiment, and FE does not stand for flat Earth, by the way. It stands for field engineer. So if just click on that and take a look through that.
The all the experiments, there's so many, or they dive so deep that we don't have time to look into them.
But I will look into them, and I don't want to waste any more of your guys' time. You guys have been so gracious, and thank you for sharing your knowledge with me and not judging me for my points of view and letting me ask questions like this. You know, I know it's ladies' night, so I appreciate you guys. Much love to everyone here, and I'm gonna go ahead and look into all this stuff.
What we can look at though
You're
is like
good. Hang on a second. Hang on. I want to let him know that he's good. That's what we're here for. We're here for people who are genuine and who are looking for the truth. Like, so I want you to understand that as long as you're honest, and all will be good. So, and it seems like you're honest and you're genuine. We're not here to convince you that the Earth is flat. Okay, we're not making any claims about the entirety of the Earth. We just know that on the surface, what we can access, it's not curving anywhere. It's been measured. So we're here to have the conversation with you, answer your questions, give you the information and the tools that you need to go out and do your own observations for yourself. Because if you listen to one argument, someone has a well-formulated argument, and they try to convince you that it's one thing, and you believe it just because they have an argument that sounds good, then someone else can come along later with a better formulated argument and convince you otherwise. So you need to do these things. You need to look at it for yourself, right? And go out and know. That way you know and you're not believing. Okay? Because once you know, then someone can't convince you otherwise. Because you have your own personal experience with it.
Yeah, thank you very much for your questions and participating and stuff. We appreciate it. So yeah, don't be a stranger.
And I would suggest making your own account and coming back and just hanging out. That way, as you have questions, you can ask or you can join in some of the conversations.
Much love, guys. Thank you. Have a great one.
You too.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's a pleasure being a part of this Discord. Got a lot of great minds in here. Thank you.
Thank you. It takes everybody, right? I always think too that if anybody could ever show me water sticking to a spinning paroid spheroid, I mean, that might make me go, is it possible? But water doesn't stick to a ball. Water doesn't stick to a spinning ball. It just comes right off.
Things that make me go,
Yeah. That's another huge one, right?
Yeah. They claim, and I'm saying that they claim because we don't even know if this is true, that more than 70% of the earth is covered with water. I mean, what do we know?
Right.
There could be so much land out there that it could be more land than water. However, it's like the information that we have to go on, indicates that more than 70% of the earth is covered with water. We know water always seeks its level when it's left undisturbed. So how can it be a sphere? It's like, how is this? And again, just like I said before, gravity is their band-aid. The thing that's imaginary that no one can demonstrate.
Yep, I like how you were saying it is their glue, right? They just try to stick everything on there. Gravity, stick it all on there. Spinning on an axis, space, air pressure, core. Like horse poop, not horse glue.
And none of it's demonstrable. They can't demonstrate any of it.
Exactly. Oh, Jenny, hi. Jenny, you made it to ladies' night.
I did. Hello, everyone.
How are things?
Hello, Jenny.
Hello, hello. I actually just now got off work. And the first thing I had to do was check out my favorite place on the entire earth, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Home away from home.
Good to hear you, Jenny.
What'd you say, Lulu?
Oh, that was actually me. It shines. I just said
Oh,
hi.
sorry.
Good to hear you. Yeah.
Oh, hello, hello. Yeah,
We haven't
same
chatted in
here.
a long time.
Oh yeah, Lulu was here earlier, but her network crashed. Unfortunately, so I know. Boo.
So I take it we don't have any globies. Oh, go ahead. What you got?
Oh, I'm sorry. We both talked at the same time. I was just gonna say hi to KJ too, because I saw her in there. I don't know if she talks in the live stream. I just want to shout out.
KJ.
Hey, everybody.
Truth Steel City. Oh, go ahead, Truth. Go ahead.
No, well, I don't think I've heard KJ too much, and I don't think I've heard of her journey coming to the knowledge of Flat Earth because she's got the Flat Earth tag. So, I don't know if you feel like sharing. It's only if you feel like sharing. I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you feel like sharing, I'd be interested in hearing it.
Me too.
Great.
Probably another time. I was only stopping in for a little bit, then I'm gonna go cook.
It's all good.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'd like to hear it sometime.
I would too, whenever you have time.
Yeah, and something like that, you definitely don't want to be thinking like in the background, oh, I got to hurry up and go do something. You really want to, give your all in explaining something like that so personal.
Exactly, especially with cooking.
Yeah.
You don't want your onions burning or you have your different pots going. For
Well,
sure.
hats off to you, sis, for
Yeah.
double tasking right now.
Speaking of which, I had to I really need to go to the grocery store, or I'm not going to have anything to cook for dinner. So, I think I'm going to head out. I wanted to, try to swing in for a little bit, but I think I'm going to head out. I will be back though. I'm not going to be gone for long. But so if we get any more Glovers or any more people asking questions or whatever, it's like I don't want to leave you guys hanging, but that's what I do, right? That's what I think. That's what I do.
Yeah, go
Well,
get some yummy food. It's always a pleasure to hear you, and you do such a great job. So thanks for hanging out on Ladies' Night. Yay!
thanks. No, if only I had a sweet voice like you did, then I would
I
sound more
love your
becoming for
voice.
people.
Yeah,
I think you have an
whatever.
amazing voice,
But
Judy.
anyway, thanks.
I also like listening to her voice.
But I'll be back shortly, like probably 30. So hold down the
Cool.
fort.
We will. Thanks, Truth.
Hey, Blaze. I know that voice.
Has anyone ever talked to mini gaming robots? This person's just VC verified.
I never have.
Oh, I think they just left.
I'm going to take a wild stab to say that he probably likes to listen while he's playing his game.
Ah.
But I don't know. Hey, mini gaming robot, are you there?
He left. I mentioned his
Oh,
name
no.
and he's just gone now.
We scared him off. Oh, man.
I think you stabbed him right in the heart, Jenny. We mentioned his name and he just wants to play his game.
They get all squirrely. They're like, "Oh, my
dun.
name was mentioned. I gotta go." I don't know. I mean, seriously, it's like the best time to talk to somebody is during ladies' night. I think it's the most, non-intimidating. I don't know why they're so intimidated.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
I love it.
We'll have to do that every time that happens. Dun, dun,
Fantastic.
dun.
That is funny.
Oh boy. You know what would be fun? And maybe I should be careful what I wish for, but this is a wild idea. Okay, so I wish I could go back and come into this place like not knowing what I know to see what it was like. You know what I mean? I mean, to have people believe something that you think is totally ridiculous. Because the TV told you it was a ball. School told you it was a ball. I don't know, everybody kind of gripes on YouTube, but really, if you want to put it in perspective, I kind of owe a state of gratitude to YouTube because I wouldn't be here knowing what I think I know.
Well, there's still many things going on with that, which we won't discuss. Where it's just like, how can you see one thing when, if you take 2 seconds to go outside your bias and research things, like you will discover that there's a whole world of other facts out there, right? And what's so amazing about this is that we can actually go out and do this for ourselves. This isn't something else where we have to read studies or do
Right.
anything. We can literally go out and witness this, test it. It's amazing to me that people still, even with that possibility, they don't do it and they just want to argue about it, or they go out and do it and it's just like the people in the airplane. I see the curve. Well, it's not there. So, it's amazing how the brain can just shut down like that.
I have a sister who flies in a plane a handful of times a year. And she claims that she does see a curve from a plane. And I've, knowing my sister, the way I kind of see her from, how we see people is, she's just a beautiful bird in a gilded cage with the door open. She wants to stay in the cage. She doesn't want to know. Every time, like, any hint of any kind of conspiracy of any kind comes up, she's like, oh, I got to go to Home Depot.
Okay,
That's
so
our
this is
inside
like
joke.
this is so funny because
Depot,
one of
that's
my
funny.
one of my dearest friends, she there's so much I can go into about this, but keeping it short, she actually loves birds. She has parrots. She keeps doves out in her backyard. She keeps chickens, geese, all this different stuff, and she is like a bird. Like, she reminds me of like a bird, like she's one of those birdie type of gals. And she is the same. Like, nothing gets through to her. Like, she just goes so deep down the rabbit hole of what the mainstream is, what everything is happening. Like, she just believes it all. And no matter what I show her of the opposite end of the spectrum, like, well, there's also this and there's also this. And she also says, I saw the curve from an airplane. And I'm like, no, you haven't. And I've shown her everything from that. And she's like, nope, I've seen it. She doesn't agree with Neil deGrasse. Like, she just shoves anything that goes against her. She just shoves it to the side, won't even consider it. And
Does she
what you
act
just
like
said,
she's...
no,
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was going to ask you, does she act like she's almost kind of like glitching out? Like, no.
It
I
is
mean,
like
like,
that.
so...
Like, she's actually shut down to the point that we don't even talk anymore because she doesn't. She's literally
Oh,
said, like,
no.
I can't have you doing this to me. It stresses me out too much. Like, I can't even have it's literally gotten to the point where I don't even reach out to her if something bad has happened in my life. Like, we were very, very close, and it's just like completely fleeted away. And what you said about like being the bird in the gilded cage with the door wide open, and people are literally like handing her, like, reaching out a hand, like, let me take you out of this cage. She will not come out of it. And that's the kind of thing that fascinates me. Like, why is this happening?
does. You know what I thought of when you were telling me, you'd show her this, you'd show her that. And has she ever seen, like, the meme, it's a pyramid of power where you have, the people on the bottom and, I think it's actually, isn't it like the Black Pope at the top? I mean, there's lots of speculations and there's different illustrations of that, but, knowing all the alphabet soup agencies, she should maybe look into that a little, to know that how many people are making decisions for us. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Doesn't matter to her. Does not matter.
Wow.
I mean, there's certain things I could say, but I can't say it on here. Like, none of it matters to her. And she's a Christian, and still none of it matters to her. Like, she's just gone. It's amazing. And so when I look at people like this, where it's like, where did that happen at? Like, at what point in time did we just literally say we're going full blown Twilight Zone? Like, we're going full blown, like, we have lost everything.
Well,
and it really is this divide and conquer where the division is like becoming so strong.
Well, what I think is that people are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like, and I'm not saying you are saying this or anything, but or anyone here, but who is to say what the creator meant for each individual person to go on their journey? Maybe certain people are not meant to know for whatever reason that's pertinent to them.
You know what? I've actually thought about that same exact thing, because what's funny is that I've spoken with her about this before all of this started happening and the world started going mad when we were close. And she would often say, when we pass away, we get to discover like every action that we had this other reaction to somebody else. So something that you thought was good could have actually done a lot of bad to people, or something that you did that was bad could have done a lot of good, right? Like, you get to see the full perspective. And so sometimes I do wonder if that is just part of it. Like, but that also takes me into what is fate, or is it predestined, or do we have, you know what I mean? So then it gets even deeper. Like, it's fascinating to me. And I love those types of conversations, but when it is so close to heart and somebody that you love dearly, it is hard. It is like losing somebody. Like, where did you go? And how could your mind go that far gone? But she looks at me and thinks the same exact thing about me. She thinks I'm the one that's
Yeah.
far gone and that I've lost my mind. So it's really fascinating. And sometimes that you just kind of have to sit back and laugh at it all because it is like, what is
Well,
happening?
I really hope you can revisit that because you guys became friends in the beginning for a reason. And so, like with my sister, I just know I can't bring it up. If I want to have a relationship with her, that's just not something I can talk about.
Yeah, so it's the same thing.
And
Like with her, she's like, just I can't talk to you about any of it. But then I don't know if your sister does this because what she does with me is then we'll be talking and she's allowed to bring everything up, but I'm not allowed to cut it. You know what I mean?
yes,
So she's allowed to
yes.
say this, this, and this, but how dare you ever say anything
That
against what I'm
would
saying?
be,
It's so
that would
it's
be, for
amazing.
me, that would be where you'd want to ask questions, not make statements to try and convince.
Oh no, because even the
Or
questions for me with her, she's one of those people. But yeah, I mean, it's just all of that kind of stuff is just fascinating to me. Like, you can't ask a question, you can't go against what they say. I mean, you are lost and gone, and they are righteous, and you're bad, and so you have to be. And if you want to have a relationship with people like that, you have to not talk about anything in order
right?
to keep them in your life. It's
Well,
fascinating.
see, the way I look at it is then that just frees up your time and your energy to go to someone else who is seeking.
And that's
That's the
exactly
only
what it
thing we
does.
can do.
Yep.
That's the only
Agreed.
thing we can do is seek the seekers. You can't make someone see things unless they're ready to. You guys already know all that.
Well,
But
and that's
yeah,
part of the
I mean,
part that makes me think that there is some kind of thing that's happening to where it does spread people out and then different relationships are made and different, people go in different directions and it almost is as if something is being carved out. Like there is some kind of intention behind it. Yeah, I love thinking about these kinds of things. And I never really will come to it's one of those things that you never will truly know, but it is really, truly amazing to think about, like, why is all of this occurring the way that it is? And why do some people, go one way when others go the complete opposite while both sides are looking at each other saying, you're going the wrong way, right? It's neat.
yeah, I'm definitely on the same page with you with talking about things like that for sure. Maybe we could do a check. Has anybody joined? I'm looking at the list. I don't know if anybody. Oh, has anybody talked to Rabbit? Oh, didn't hear you. Mm. Mm, I don't know.
Robot.
Yeah, rejoin. Okay, so for ladies, looks like we have Damsel Medic, KJ, who is doing other things and listening. Okay, just came back. We have Shines. So, okay, you were trying to say stuff.
Different things. I was just saying that rabbit did not sound familiar. I don't think we've talked to that person.
Well, I'm guessing Rabbit is AFK because he's on mute, or And then the only person in the VC right now is on the fence. That us Goonus.
Oh, there's Durango too.
Oh, okay.
Durango.
What's going on, Durango? Oh, he's typing in the chat.
That's right. You heard your name. Speak.
Open your mic.
You don't.
Michael.
Right?
Okay. I love what's a happening? Hot stuff. Classic. All right, Durango, don't be scared. You can come in and talk to the ladies. Don't say you don't have a mic. Please don't say that.
He wouldn't say it, Jenny.
He's not going to say it. Oh, I called it.
Always
No
no
way,
Michael.
really? Oh, boo.
Dude. Come on, man. Don't make us make you a member of the No Mic Gang. Aw, I gotta do it. This, by the way, this isn't the listening stream. This is the voice chat. Yeah. Get it together, bro.
Has anybody talked to Jay Lalor one? Did I miss that?
Familiar.
He's right under your name.
All right, guys. Okay, guys are here on ladies' night. Guys don't want to talk to ladies.
When was the last time we had a new lady on ladies' night? A Glober lady. Where's all the Glober ladies?
That would be amazing. I'm trying to think of who in here. Somebody in the server said that a family member was a Glober, like a female, and I said, "Oh, bring them in." Maybe I'll think of it if I stop trying to think of it. All right, what if we pick out someone who's a member of the server but doesn't talk that much? Maybe we could do that. Because it's all about giving opportunity for those who don't talk a lot. And okay, yeah.
I'd like to welcome back my friend because he's such a sheep still.
Oh boy. So you're talking for a friend. Is that what you're saying? Are you, so
Well,
is your friend next to you in real life, or are you talking about another Discord account?
No, he's next to me, but he just keeps reverting back and saying things that he won't say on Discord. It's almost like he's stuck in fear.
Really?
Yeah, it's like that.
Like, what does he say when he's not on Discord? I mean, you're already putting him on the spot. Might as well throw him under the bus a little. We'll bring him out.
I'm trying to bring him out. Yeah, he's affirming to gravity. That's what he's doing.
Oh, is he familiar with gravity?
He's saying we have experiments that prove gravity, but he can't even name the experiment.
Yeah, that's a problem. Good point, sir. And that's your friend. That's what was going through my mind as you were talking. I mean,
Yeah.
so
Jenny, Truth did a great job talking about gravity earlier with him. If it's the same guy, which I think it is.
It is the same guy. What I had to do was name the experiments for him, like the Foucault pendulum, the Cavendish experiment, Malcolm Morrison's
Oh,
experiment.
you know what? I got something that could help him because it sounds like he's getting really wound up tight about stuff that gets complicated sometimes. So, in my opinion, it's not that complicated. So, I got this, like, I call it the FE starter pack. So, I'll post it in the chat. And you want to save it or.
Yeah, I think we need a starter pack to start out with.
So there it is. So mark it on your bookmark of your browser.
Thank you very much. I think he just wants to go back to playing video games and,
What? Video games instead of finding out about where you live. Man. Yeah. I second that.
He wants to be Mario fighting Squirtle in Super Smash Bros. So I'm just gonna let him do that.
Oh, see, that's exactly the problem of the world today. Everyone wants to do something else. To talk about things that are real. I mean, it's fun to escape. Like, escapism is awesome, but there's so much for us to discover and learn. And can you imagine if the people before us just sat around playing video games all day? There would be no video
I'm
games.
going to make a guess. I'm going to make a guess. He's maybe thinking, what does it matter anyway? Am I right? Who was the gentleman?
Yeah, he just doesn't. He just reverts back to it being a sphere and that they can't disprove gravity, all type of stuff like that.
Well, I would say. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Whoever was
Sorry.
thinking.
No, I was just saying that was an easy one. Like, that they can't disprove gravity. I think that's pretty easy. So I think he just needs to look into it more and spend the time.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
It's just
spending the
levels.
time for himself. Say that again. Sorry.
Sorry. It's just strong levels of cognitive dissonance that I'm dealing with right now.
Well, I
logical
mean,
fallacy.
wait. Thank you, Hank, for pointing that out. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so if I make the claim that there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, you can't prove it. That's a logical fallacy. That's a burden of proof reversal. If you make the claim, it's on you to back up your claim with evidence. So what he did just there was a bad formed argument of logical fallacy.
Oh boy. Which, you know what? For me, from my perspective, I'm not saying this is how Hank sees it, but in high school, they don't teach us that. I mean, unless you choose to go into like the debate club or something like that. That was not something I learned about logical fallacies. So for, an average individual to critically think, to expect somebody to be able to do that from what they got from school, yeah. It's just people aren't aware of what, and this is no offense to the friend, but they don't know what they're saying, technically.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
it's like True Prevailed said earlier. It's a lot of information to take in. I think he's just a little
oh my
overwhelmed.
gosh. It's an F load of information. There's so many quote unquote anomalies, aka black swans. Like last year, the black swan was with the oil rigs. And I guess a lot of people are talking about or want to talk about this year. They want to talk about the sextant. I mean, I've heard a little bit about that, where you have to have a radius of latitude to triangulate. And that's funny because I swear to all you guys, like 3 years ago, in the old server, or maybe it was the brand new server. Anyway, same group. But so they would all talk about triangulating with the stars. And this would be Globers saying this. So I always envisioned in my head, really simply like a circle, a sphere, right? And then you're supposed to put a triangle on top of that. So how does that make sense? I didn't do so great in geometry, much less to say, you know, spherical geometry. I mean, but I don't know. To me, it just doesn't seem how it would fly. And, I'd love to get a Glober answer, but we all know how those kind of conversations go. The good old obfuscate or what have you. Or like I'm too stupid to understand, that kind of thing too. Sorry to go on and on, everybody. Please. I'm tagging somebody. All right, sorry about the crickets. So Hank, did what I made, hopefully that made sense from what you were saying. Or anyone listening?
It was well said. Yeah, we appreciate your wisdom. I think my friend's too deep, or I don't know, but I'm gonna just let him relax and let you guys do
Oh,
your thing.
I do know there's a lot of gamers in our server, so I don't know if there's a channel for it or not. I think most of the guys in here play Call of Duty, but and I know, like in the game, from what I've heard them say, they like flat smack people in the game. That's like sounds like so much fun. Catch somebody off guard. The Earth is what? Can you just imagine just going along in your game and you talk with people as you play the game? uh, I'm wondering, does anybody record those for the guys that play Call of Duty? I know there used to be one or two guys in here that would do that. I'm trying to think of his name. Too long ago. Oh, okay. So Fungi Man in World of Warcraft, all the maps are flat Earth maps. Okay, Crypto's cutting it up here. So, Drace, isn't there a channel down below for gaming or anything? Because we do get a lot of gamers in here. This is the platform for it. There's a chess room. Okay. Okay, so Adam Unsalted just posted a map. Is that from World of Warcraft? Check that out. Very interesting. I'll show you guys a map. Okay. So did you look at that FE starter pack, by the way? That one guy I was talking to?
Yeah, I got a bookmark, but I don't think I'm gonna get him to look at any more information anytime soon.
Hey, you know what? That's all right. You got it when you want it.
Thank you very much.
I was up in the lobby, and there's a couple people in there that I'm hoping will come down and chat with us. But Rabbit, he's muted. Does anybody know why? Like, did he do an offense? Is he not worth speaking with?
I know we kind of shouted him out a bit ago.
Yeah, he's server muted.
Oh, that I did not see.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. So he can't talk to us.
Oh, well, might as well just leave that how it is.
We can fix it.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like, did he do something offensive, or did it happen from a while ago? Is what? I haven't been around to know if that. I know he hasn't spoken tonight.
Okay, so Funky, I take it you're going to post a map. Oh, Napalm says that Rabbit is a she. I wasn't aware of that. Oh, hello, Rabbit. Okay, so is this your first time in here? Or probably not. You have the ladies' night tag. If you were trying to talk, I couldn't hear you. Maybe if you rejoined the voice chat, that could help. So, Rabbit, what's your view of the Earth? Is it a sphere or is it not a globe?
Wait, am I unmuted?
Oh, yeah, you are now.
You are now. Oh, thanks. Oh my god, hi everyone.
So, you invited a friend.
Oh yeah. It was so long ago though. It was like probably like 6 months ago. I haven't been on here for a minute.
Oh, all right. So,
Yeah.
do you contend with the globe or flat Earth?
Honestly, the whole globe thing, and I spoke about this last time I was here too. It's questionable.
Okay.
It's very questionable. Everything, especially the moon landing, it just the NASA and their multi-billion-dollar corporation. There's just too much going on. There's so many questions that are unanswered. So
So
I don't know. I don't say anything indefinite if I haven't seen it before, but yeah, I've seen the videos of people going into the ocean and they can just see straight down when it's supposed to be a curve. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of interesting you bring that up because there's a lot of flat land on the floor of the ocean, as it turns out. They're called abysmal plains. Yeah. So, so specifically with what the globe model, what is it that when you look at a certain aspect of it, you're like, I don't know. Like, what would you say?
Oh my God. I'm from a certain country that NASA has a contract with, weirdly, that they they practice or whatever to shoot rockets from. And it's weird from that country down, from my country down to we can see the Middle East all the way down. If you go to a certain height, you can just it's supposed to be flat, you know? So I don't know. It's a hard question to answer, but for me that's one perspective I was like, what?
So you don't live in the United States, I take it. I'm not trying to like reveal
Oh no no
anything you
no! No. I live in America.
Oh, okay. So in Florida?
No no no.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
It
just
doesn't
saying.
matter. It doesn't
Yeah yeah
matter, dear.
yeah.
So you were saying that you've seen rocket launches? Is that what you were? I'm just trying to clarify what I
Oh
heard.
no! They just practice going to space but
Right.
it's like they don't actually go to space. They just practice from my country, and it's just the way they do because the equator is close. That they think that I don't know exactly how it works, but I'm just saying with my country as well. When there's a whole sea and ocean that divides from where we're at to the Middle East, and you can on a good day when there's no waves and stuff, you can see all the way to the Middle East with a binocular, but it's supposed to be curved, right? It's weird.
I don't think there's enough magnification to. I'm not sure where your starting point would be, but if you're talking about from the edge of the United States to the Middle
No,
East.
United States. No, definitely
Okay,
not.
somebody else might want to help her, I'm doing a horrible job. I have to apologize to you.
Oh
I'm
no,
so
no,
sorry.
no, we're all good. You just asked me. You said what gave me the reason to start questioning, and that was one of the biggest reasons. And other than me exposing myself and where I'm from, I don't think that it would make much sense. So honestly, that's my bad.
Wait, I am so sorry because I was typing in different lobbies, things like that, trying to get people in here. What was it that you said was your biggest reason? I missed that bit.
Oh, I just said from the country that I'm from, there's like an ocean that divides. Like we can see another country with binoculars on a good day, but there's supposed to be curvature.
So you're saying from where you are, you see too far. That's
Yeah.
ultimately okay. All right.
Exactly.
Thank
Oh, you
you.
said that perfectly. Thank you for the help. You said that perfectly.
Yeah, seeing too far is one of the major duplicatable. Like, I mean, it is just over and over again. I was just out at the beach last week, and I could see. I think it was like, I don't know, 30 or 40 miles without even binoculars or like anything. Like, we were sitting right at the ocean's edge, and it was a clear day with dolphins going by, and we could see it. And we're like, we looked it up on Google Maps, and we're like, this is ridiculous. Like, we should not be able to see that with this curvature. We're seeing the shore of this other place. So it just happens all over the place.
But exactly, and it's just like they say that scientifically, but then when you go out into nature and stuff, you see different perspective. You see something else.
Well, perspective is key, and perspective can mean a lot of things when it comes to oceans, all these different things when it comes to. Then they like to invoke refraction and the bending of light, which is also hilarious. And refraction being something that only happens at the boundary between two medium. There is something else that is going on within our atmosphere. I will acknowledge that, but I think it has a lot more to do with different types of reflection and things of that nature that science just hasn't really delved into, because once they decide on something, they're just like, this is what it is, and we don't need to discuss it further, rather than actually allowing people to change it because it has to fit with their globe model. So if anybody tries to bring anything else up, they're like, oh, nope, it has to be peer reviewed. And if you don't get the funding, you don't get it peer reviewed, you don't get the papers, you don't, it's this whole entire cycle of compartmentalization, money, funding, whatever. But us, the people, and especially the more that we discuss it outside of schools and people homeschool, the more that the truth will prevail. And I wish Truth was here right now because that would have been an awesome pun.
She should be
that
back
was beautifully said.
anytime. That's my. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
No. No. Go ahead. I just said that was beautifully said. Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to add on that I'm guessing that it should be any time she should be popping up now.
Yeah, she said it was about 30 minutes ago, right? It's been about that amount of time. Yeah, it would have just been great if she was here because I'm like, the truth will prevail. It would have been like,
yes.
yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, they can say what they want to say, but reality tells a different story. And people with eyes to see and ears to hear and brains to think will see that reality that's right in front of our eyes. It's as simple as that. I mean, it's much more complex, but it really is as simple as that.
And it's crazy that there's so many people that are just like, oh, I don't know. People these days, it's just what they learn in school or what their parents taught them. Like, they don't have the space to question things because it's being like put in their head so much. I don't know.
You know, it really ticks me off how soon the indoctrination happens. Excuse me. For instance, I mean, people in here probably experience the same thing, but I think it was actually 2 years ago, and my granddaughter was starting preschool, and they do pictures. And so I looked at her picture, and she was sitting down next to this little bookshelf, and it had Apple on it, books, of course, and on the top of it was an effing globe. And I'm like, S-O-B! I'm like, I was mad. But, you know, I got over it because there's just not much I could do. But my granddaughter and I did have conversations about what is a circle and what is a ball. And we were talking about the moon. And I can't recall if I wrote this down somewhere. I may have how it went, but I recall that it was a different time we were together. And she pointed at the moon. It was a full moon. And she pointed at it and she said it was a circle. And this is when she was only like 3. So, I don't know why I started talking about that. Kind of wafted off
No, I
into
love that.
La La Land.
Well, it's the indoctrination. I get what you're talking about. Like,
Yeah.
it starts when they're
Yeah.
very, very young. They just posted in the chat, this is how indoctrination begins with a mobile of the planets above a crib. And I remember my son literally like talking about space. He was like around 3 years old, and he didn't start talking until way late. And so one of the first words that he said after, you know, mom, dad, and a bunch of other things, but it was one of his first words was space. And I was like, space? Like,
Wow.
what? And it was from Peppa Pig. He learned it from this Peppa Pig
Wow.
episode of them talking about space. And I was like, oh, kid, we got to sit down and like discuss this. So, like, you know what I
Wow.
mean?
Every
But it really is. It's just, it's very easy to, and especially when it's videos nowadays, right? With these images that they're seeing and like stories that are going on. Yeah, he learned it hanging out with his cousins in space. He came home with space.
So what do you say? Shines. Like what exactly? Because me too. I have a daughter, and it's like we don't really have those conversations because I'm just like, oh, we'll just wait. I'm gonna wait until she's a bit older to be like, hey, question everything, other than like just the basic things. But when it comes to space and planets and like what, I don't know. I feel like the only thing I'm gonna say is people don't know.
Well, I
You
do
know?
think, things that are these are things that are real. These are things that are pretend, things like that. So this is pretend play. This is what is real right in front of us, right? And that's where I kind of just start that off with. Like, this is what is real. And now we're going to go into pretend. We're pretending that there is space. We're pretending that there's dinosaurs. We're pretending that there's this or that or whatever. You know, Santa Claus, the bunny rabbit. So that is categorized in that.
Okay.
I would gauge your level of knowledge you're going to share with your child according to her understanding of when she goes to school, that she still has to learn what's being taught and that not everyone wants to hear about certain things. You know, so it's not about keeping a secret, but it's about the appropriate time to talk about something. So when your child learns that, You know what I'm saying?
I
So
wish somebody taught me that because I got kicked out of Sunday school, out of class. I was always questioning the teachers. Like I didn't know, like that you weren't supposed to. I was like, why is everybody always mad at me? Like I'm questioning this. Like what's going on? But I totally agree with you. And we're gonna homeschool. My husband is actually a high school teacher in California, and he's one of the last actual teachers there that teaches people how to think, not what to think. And it's a disaster out
nice.
here in California. But yeah, so we're homeschooling. We're like not happening with everything else that's also going on. Like, just not going to do it. But yeah, especially like, but no matter what, she's absolutely correct that in a public setting, like it is what's appropriate. And even like we were discussing before, even with our close friends, it's like you can't bring certain things up. So you have to like kind of maneuver, like if I ask questions, and then you can even get shut down with that. You know, you can kind of test
Tiptoeing.
and feel the waters, you know, dip your
Yeah.
toe in and see what people, and teach your children that as well. Like, because you can't force anybody into this, right? Like nobody forced us into it. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. We come to these conclusions on our own. And some of us, it has taken years or decades. Some other people will never get it. Some people got it on the first go. It's different for each of us. And so it is when it comes to like a knowing or a realization or epiphany, yeah, it can't be forced.
Oh yeah, you cannot force an epiphany because I've had one. And it was, I'll never forget it. It's imprinted in my brain forever.
Which one was it? Because epiphanies, when I've had epiphanies in my life, they are like so amazing and like earth shattering. I love having.
Oh yeah, this was, girl.
experience.
Okay, so this was like I had came across flat Earth, and that's like a separate thing. But I had watched Robbie Davidson's Scientism Exposed. I was a science. Well, I guess I'm still a science person, but I mean, I was really a science person at one point in time. I was in the bachelor's nursing program, and life happened, and I wasn't able to pursue that. And that makes me wonder sometimes. I think about that, because considering where I am now. But anyway, I might have gone too much on a sidebar. What did I say to beginning, you guys? Sorry.
Your epiphany that you had.
Oh yeah. So I'm watching
I love it.
Scientism Exposed, right? And I had been going to church at that time as well. And so I was really, really vibing with the information that Robbie Davidson had. And when he said at some point in his documentary that scientism is the religion of the world, it's like I was just like sucked into this black hole, and like kind of my whole life flashed before my eyes so far as like religion. Like a whole bunch of like things came together for me in understanding things, connecting the dots. And I just didn't think of science in the same way again. It's like, oh my God. Like literally.
I love that. Did it bring you to Christianity and like the religion of Christianity, or did it also make
No.
you step away from that and say, "Whoa"?
Well, I was at that point in time in my journey, my continuous journey, I was going to full time, I was going to church. And, some of my views have changed. I don't really follow or want to follow organized religion. And that was extremely difficult for me because there's a lot of people that I cared about in that setting. But, I can't participate in something that important and that comes straight out of the first book of the Bible. And like I can't just go like nothing's happening, because I talked to the pastor's wife, and she was bless her heart, she is so sweet, but she's just a little sheep, and I couldn't do it. At that point in time I was too young. I was too young and flat earth. I was too green, and I couldn't find a way to meet her where she was. I wasn't that
Can I
familiar
recommend
with
something?
Genesis. Huh?
Because you remind me of something right now. there's a Netflix show called The Midnight Mass. And honestly, it literally talks about religion, good and evil. It's what from all the Netflix shows, I give this like 1,000 out of 10.
What is it called?
Because
Can you
Midnight
post
Mass.
it?
Oh yeah, I'll write it here. It's called Midnight Mass, and it's exactly what you said about religion. Some people don't know what they're getting into, but they think that they're right. But they're serving a god. So in that, yes. Good morning. Yes. They're serving a god that is taking them astray from the true God. The true God is just being good, being a good human being, asking questions, not just following.
Yes, and I didn't want to just follow with what everybody was saying, and I would want to all the time say, "Hey, but what about this? What about that?" And nobody would wants to hear that. And so, it's not like I don't believe in a creator, because I most certainly do. But just some things are still, it's not like I'm disavowing the Bible or anything close to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think you should feel bad at all. Like, I come from a Muslim background, and I left Islam, and me and my ex-husband too, he left Islam as well, because we just went into a place that we were like, okay, we need to start questioning what we're following, what we're into. And we did. We followed. We looked into Islam, and it was just like, okay, this is just another Abrahamic religion. And I was like, okay, we're
I
into
know.
spirituality. So
Yes.
it goes into, like, I don't feel bad, and I get questioned a lot as well of like, oh, you're not Muslim anymore, and da 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 da. And I'm just like, okay, I'm not. That doesn't take away from my ethnicity. It doesn't take away from who I am as a person. I still believe in a creator. I just don't believe in your myths, because it's folk
Amen,
tale.
sister. Amen. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you.
Of course, I appreciate you too. It's like, I don't know. Some people, like, everyone has like some mob mentality. If you ask logical questions, it's like you're not allowed to free your mind. Like, we're all having a human experience. We haven't done this like before. We're just here at the same time on planet Earth or Earth. So it's like, okay, just because society, our friends, or whatever told us to believe this, if you navigate yourself or go somewhere else and be like, hey, I'm going to question these things, let it make sense to me without somebody in your ear, then you're in trouble.
So, Rabbit, would you say you're a flat earther, or you're not ready to go it official? I mean, are you on the fence, or?
I'm not on the fence. I'm not going to say I'm on the fence. I'm going to say that I'm not going to say it's definite for me. But
So, would a proper way to describe be a globe skeptic?
oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I like that. Never heard that before, but I like it. I'll use that.
All right, I'll put that on as your tag.
Okay. But
So
Shines
that
was
way
asking.
people kind of know. Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, by the tag, then people know that people in here have talked to you before, and you're not new.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Shines was asking epiphany. I kind of want to give my epiphany on like what made me like go down the rabbit hole. It was vaccines. Vaccines was one of the biggest things. And
All right. Well, we refer to that as like let me see. What's the other word we use? So we don't want to use that
okay,
word because it's
Is
live
jab allowed?
stream. We just want to be careful.
taking the drink.
Taking the drink.
I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
you can't say it because we're on YouTube 24/7, so
Oh
you have
shit.
to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it sucks, but that's the world we're living in.
Okay. So
So
taking the drink was one of the
please
biggest
continue.
things that made me, and I was 18. Found out I was pregnant, and me and my ex were married at that time, and we're like, okay, what's the best for us? So we just started looking into stuff, and I was like so shocked. We looked at the ingredients in the drink, and I was like, yo, we're not putting this in our child. And he was like, this is scary. And it's like heavy metals and fetal tissues. And I was like, yo, this is dead, dead drink. And I was like, this is what they're putting into children. And then I found out about autism and all of that. I was like, whoa, this is really scary. So I didn't do it. Like, we didn't do it at all. And now she's so much older, never been sick in her life, never had any complications. She traveled all the way to Africa as well, and no complications. So these people are saying, oh, we should protect ourselves from this and that. It's like, we have an immune system.
Oh my gosh, yes. I'm so glad you brought that up because for me, what I talk to people in town all day long. I work in a grocery store. I'm a cashier, essential worker. So if it's ever brought up, I always tell people if they bring it up first, I say, well, I believe the creator designed our bodies to heal itself, given that you are putting in the right, food into your body. So I have conversations with people all the time, about sugar, and so, yeah. I mean, I'm not denying people get sick, and I don't challenge anyone's beliefs with that. I don't even say the word belief. I say I don't challenge anyone's standpoint. But
what do you expect? Like, if you're eating shit all day and you're
right.
stuffing your face, like, what does that have to do with the whole global society? No, you have a shit immune system because you ate shit all your life.
One time, this customer felt the need to divulge the information that they were going to the doctor to get the what, and I said, well, you just make sure you tell that nurse before she puts the syringe into the bottle that she shakes it up. That's what I told him. And he just looked at me and I said, I'm really being serious. Because he was,
What happens?
all set to go.
Confused. What do you mean
What?
shakes it up? I'm kind of confused. What do you mean by shake it up?
Well, okay, so I don't know if there's like when the bottle just sits there,
Yeah.
if there's any kind of like different densities and
Oh, yeah.
the liquids and such.
That makes sense, though.
So you wouldn't want to get more of one substance than another is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
And I'm not an
That makes
authority on
sense.
that topic,
A lot
but
of
I mean,
Well, I hate to jump in and do this, but I think we
no,
veer from it somewhat. Like,
you're right. You're
I
right.
appreciate
Thank
the
you.
view, but they're getting like it's a new
No,
thing, dropping the hammer.
yes,
So, yeah,
yes, ma'am. I appreciate that. Yeah. So anyway, you were talking about your journey. So, is there a next step that you can recall, or was it just like an explosion of everything? Or, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah. Yeah, explosion and everything. I just started just going deeper and deeper and deeper, and, you know, just figuring out what is right, who owns this world, and, and it's crazy because me and my ex, we were like such great friends, and we still talk about it, and it's just like, yo, everything we talked about in 2011 is coming to fruition. And it's like, and we're in 2021 now. It's like, yo, I can't believe it. We just said it's like in case things. It's like this can be possible, but it's literally happening. Crazy.
Scary. What's scary is how asleep everybody is. It's like a zombie land.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice a few minutes ago you said, like, I just want to point out how deep the programming runs, how deep the indoctrination is, like how it's even in the language. Because a few minutes ago you said the whole global society. It's like just in our language it reiterates.
Pervasive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is not just one country. It's all Western countries, and the countries that don't believe in this, they're getting taken out one by one. Look at Haiti's president got taken out. Where Mauritania's president got taken out. Who else? Tanzania's president got taken out because they didn't want their population to get it. It wasn't only Tanzania. It was Zambia too. So I think it's about 6 presidents in just this year, guys.
Wow. Good for you for paying attention to the world stage.
Oh,
Huh. That is pretty scary.
What do you mean? That's why I was just like, yo, these people are taking out presidents.
Well, okay, talking about significant moves, what about, I think it was 2 years ago, somewhere in that time frame, where there was a bunch of CEOs stepping down as well.
Oh yeah,
So,
I remember that.
mm-hmm.
I remember that time.
Yep, chess pieces are being moved into place. Whatever that means. Other people probably be able to speak on that better than me, but stuff is happening.
All around us. And it's crazy because I was having a conversation with my friend, and my friend was like, the drink passport, it's never gonna happen. 2 months, 3 months later, it happens. And it's like, when you create a line and you're just like, even in a relationship, you create a line, it's like, don't pass that line. And then you move that line more forward. It's like, well, don't pass that line. And then you move it more forward. This is exactly the relationship we're having with the elites, because they know that we're not going to like ultimately come together and just be, there's just so many people that are against. They're using other human beings that have no money, no stance, just their opinion.
Do you mind if you don't have to answer this, but do you mind if I ask how old you are?
Oh yeah, no mind at all. I'm 26.
Cool. See, I envy people who are younger that that see these things and have this knowledge. Like I just try to imagine. I go into fantasy land, like where I would be, how the world would have looked different then if I'd have just known. So yeah, I envy that, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the younger ones who see this, and thanks for paying attention.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I second that. Absolutely. Well said, True.
Thanks. No, so you can wake up your peers now. You can, you have a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Majority of my friends are all aware, but it's like they say they're aware and then they just do it. So a lot of them did it because they're getting their checks or like their jobs threatened, and I get that. But I told them I'd rather be a hermit.
I think this is I'm really not trying to be in this topic, but one thing I do want to say, and I'll be quiet, is that to me, what's going on now it's like hitting the upper middle class kind of thing. It's not really hitting the poor people, really. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like people that are below the poverty line. It's the people who want to travel, who want to have a nice job, and you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's all I want to say.
Yeah. I completely get that.
Because when it really hit in my area, I've moved around a lot in my whole life, so for me to relocate, it's nothing for me. And I grew up all my life in Illinois, and I GTFO out of there. And I'm glad I did, because it was way different from where I am now. And actually, in the strongest point of when it was happening in Missouri, I actually was camping. And it was really nice because, you know, everybody was getting bunged up, and here I am just, trying to keep it simple, stupid. So it was like my experience was like watching a bad movie, because I was working in a factory, and when the crap hit the fan, I started working at a gas station. I didn't want to wait around for a handout from the government. Are you kidding me? Anyway, I don't want to keep talking about that. Sorry, everybody. I don't want to lead us.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
No,
But yeah, so
you want.
that's why I said what I said, because I didn't have the struggles that other people do that are more vested in society. If I had my way, I would have lived out of my damn van if I had a van, like during the whole craziness. But
I'm ready to live out of
yeah,
mine
I would
right
have
now.
loved it. Yeah.
It's not
So
possible out here. Like with Canada, it's not possible. Like everything's so intertwined with just living in the city, and it's not affordable. Like the housing crisis, like we have a housing
oh
crisis over here, and
man. Okay.
it's crazy. Like
So
I could have had the money to buy land, and I would have went and just got the fuck out of here and get out of the city. But it's they just made us, like, as Canadians, so like invested in the city, or like just our whole lives, the way we make money, the way we live, everything, just from the day we were born till right now.
hey, I got a little fish food for you, Rabbit. I don't know if you've heard of this lady before. Somebody free to look up. Her name's Catherine Austin Fitz.
Okay.
And what she talks about is what's been happening. Part of it would be under real estate acquisition. And I think she was in banking. And when she finally decided to wash her hands, just before that, they wanted her to join the UN. So, I guess you would say she's a whistleblower. And you have to of course, it goes without saying, so far as I'm concerned anyway, that you should proceed with caution with the information that you're given.
Yeah.
I mean, whistleblower, sure, yeah, you're giving us a little nugget. All right. What are you trying to distract from? You know what I'm saying? So, anyway.
I just have to say that I had to look up her name as you were saying that, and I recognized, as soon as I looked it up and saw her, I was like, yeah. And there are whistleblowers where it's like, you're not a whistleblower, you're a puppet, and this is exactly what they want. But I think Catherine Austin Fitz has some great points.
Well, she had said herself that she didn't want any more of it, that she was washing her hands, and that she didn't want to be a part of their club. She didn't care if she was blacklisted. Those were her words.
Yeah, I don't think that she's one of the puppet whistleblowers. I think she is legitimately, like, has some things to say.
So
I've watched videos. Yeah, I agree.
What did she say?
Well,
Well,
I'm not
she
gonna. I
was
don't want to discuss it on here.
Oh, okay.
She was part of a documentary. It's been a while since I thought about her, but if some of her videos, and I'm sure there's links. The YouTube channel would be called Truth Matters.
Okay, what's her
And
name again?
her-
I'm gonna see her. What's her name again?
Catherine Austin, like is in Texas. Fitz.
Okay.
With
F-I-T.
two T's. It's two
Okay.
T's. I
Sounds
put
good.
it in the
Yeah.
chat.
Thank you,
Okay.
dear.
No, thank you. I totally forgot about her. And as soon as I was like, that sounds familiar. But then when I
Mhm.
saw her, I was like, oh yeah, I remember
Now
her.
there's
She's
another
brilliant.
one, another female whistleblower, but it's on the other topic, with the Miley Cyrus. And I'm trying to think of her name. She went against Ouchie on the Couchie. She went up against his ass. And I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I'd have to look it up. Sorry, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the
Can I
documentary
ask
she
about
was in.
Sorry. No, go ahead. I'll ask after.
The documentary that she was in was called Plandemic Indoctrination. And I think she was in the first one as well.
Okay.
So she actually worked with the Couchy character, and the things that she said basically put him up as I guess you'd say an intellectual plagiarist or academic plagiarist. So it's pretty interesting stuff. And if you guys need to, when I go back inside from having a smoke, I can share some stuff.
For sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But the main thing I talk about on that topic would be, and I never pronounce this right, Koch's postulates. That's my go-to. Dr. Andrew Kaufman.
I want to ask, are you guys scared?
Come
Are you
again.
guys scared of it?
Oh,
Nice, but I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I think we should maybe move off of it.
Yep. Thanks again. I tried a minute ago.
So, Rabbit, you've probably already answered this, but I wasn't here and I didn't have my phone with me, so I didn't hear it. Just like, where do you stand on the Earth? Like, not where your location is. That kind of did sound like that, didn't it?
Yeah.
But
No, I get it.
what's your view? Your worldview? Is it flat or is it spherical? Or do you not know? If you don't know, what kind of questions do you have?
Oh, I don't have questions, to be honest, because I did my own research as well, so I'm not gonna say like a definitive answer. It's just, yeah, everything is questionable. So yeah, I don't trust their, what they say on how
True.
the Earth looks.
Truth. We asked her about this earlier, and she had said that, because I asked her if she was on the fence, and she said no. And she said that, she gave the impression earlier that she, was questioning the globe. And I said, well, would globe skeptic be accurate? And she said yes.
Yeah, I heard the globe skeptic part, but okay. So I guess a better question is there anything within your reality that is indicative of a sphere? Do you think the Earth is moving?
I don't know how to answer that. Like, I don't feel like I'm moving or the Earth is moving. I honestly, I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, all right. So just like not a. Well, I mean, it's like, is there anything within your reality or that you experience or that you observe that indicates to you that the Earth could be spherical or that it is spherical or that it could be moving or that it is moving?
So are you asking me if what things in my reality or what I've seen with my eyes that is questionable?
Yeah, like outside of what they tell you and outside of what people claim.
I said earlier, I was saying that it's just there's things that are far away that shouldn't, like on a good day, that you shouldn't be able to see. Like
Right. So you
even
see
with
too.
binoculars or whatever, even with your naked eye, it's supposed to be curved.
Yeah, forgive me for being repetitive because I
No,
actually
no,
didn't.
that's okay.
Yeah, I heard the globe skeptic part. Like, I think that may have been around about when I came back. But yeah, so you
Yeah.
see too far. But does that mean, like, is there anything that you observe or experience that makes you think that it could be a sphere? That it may be possible?
Like, as in, it's a bigger ball. Is that a fair thing to add on, Truth?
Yeah, that's one thing that they like to go to. But yeah, just like, is there anything that you experience that makes you think or consider that it could still be a sphere?
Honestly, I could not tell you, and this is me being super honest. I couldn't tell you. If you want to give me nuggets and be like, this is what they're saying wrong and this and that, I would love to hear it.
Well, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, so it's kind of like, if okay.
You have the floor. I want to hear you.
Well, I mean, if someone is saying, okay, so if someone says that, so it almost seems like, well, let me ask you this: is it like, is it really dogmatic view, or is there a stigma to where you don't want to, like, carry a label of flat earther? Or does it matter to you either way? Does that matter to you either way?
Oh, I get that. Yeah, maybe a little bit. That's a actually like very good question. Yeah,
That's fair.
because we kind of call like flat earthers and stuff like crazy or they're stupid, just all these crazy names. So yeah, maybe you're right. I don't want to hold that title.
So, what if you came up with something different? What would you say? Besides the term flat earther, what would you say?
Just, damn, I'm gonna have to think about that.
Okay, get back to me if you think of something, because,
Yeah.
all of us need to put our heads together with that, because you're exactly right. It's been
Mhm.
stigmatized.
And they said it so many times. It's like it's not the same anymore.
Well, when they put out controlled opposition that, like, is defamatory of people's character and discrediting, right, of like the term flat Earth, and then a lot of people want to, like, with the controlled opposition of the Flat Earth Society, where they depict a disc in space. They're just reifying their heliocentric model. It's almost as if they really don't care if people think that the Earth is flat, as long as they can still keep their space and you still believe in space, is what it appears to me as when they do that. But so the term, because of that controlled opposition, it's like when you hear flat Earth, it's like people imagine the entirety of the Earth, right? Like, and no one knows what the entirety of the Earth is. So to me, it would be safe without carrying any stigma, right? It would be safe to just say that we live on a plane of existence, because it is a plane. It's level, and it's where we exist, and outside of that, we don't know.
Facts. That's beautifully well said. And like how Bezos and who's the other guy with the Virgin, whatever, I forget his name. When they went to quote unquote space, that should have shown the world that they didn't even go to space. They went to just a higher,
high altitude. Yeah.
Yes, high altitude. Sorry, I'm fucking dumb as hell. Don't
No,
mind
you're
me
not.
sometimes.
Don't do that to yourself. You are not.
No, sometimes. But miss words. But yeah, they went to higher altitude and then they came back in like what, 24 hours? It doesn't make sense.
Look, lady, you can think for yourself, and you can connect these dots, like from across this plane of existence of the control mechanisms that they have, and how everything's connected. So don't sell yourself.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I don't. Don't take me seriously. No, I do
Yeah,
not think
but
I'm
I get
stupid.
you. High
Yeah,
altitude for sure.
yeah.
Now
And
that
when you like a word, it's just
yeah.
like, yeah, what's the word? But anyways, yeah, it didn't make sense. And it was just like, yo, as someone said in the comments too, it looks legit. I was like, they just like went like higher altitude for a little bit, and then they just came back down. They're like, we're in space. I was like,
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
So I don't know if you want to watch something that's like 3 hours long, but if you're into documentaries, have you seen the one? So it's something that you could, maybe discuss with your peers if you wanted to, if you chose to. I'm not trying to be manipulative
No,
or anything, but I just
definitely send me whatever. Send me
like.
all of it. I'll watch it.
Yeah, some of this is pretty interesting, and even when you come to the knowledge that the Earth is flat, it's like even seeing these documentaries, it's like really still enjoyable. And it is 3 hours long. Have you seen the American Moon
No, I have not.
documentary?
No, I have not.
All right, that's a cool. Now, somewhere in this one, I don't know what the timestamp is, but they actually show the alleged moon landing. Like they show the room lit up and they darken the room, and they don't cut the tape like they're supposed to, and it shows them taking a cutout piece of cardboard, and so they're in. It looks like they're in high altitude, and you can see the Earth, right, and it looks just like a stretched out plane of existence, and you see the water and the clouds and all that, and then they take this cutout piece of cardboard and they darken the room, and they put the cutout piece of cardboard over to the window, and that is supposed to be our first picture of Earth from space, right? That they actually show that in there.
Truth prevails. What you're referring to, is that from the movie, the docu movie, The Principal?
Is it in that one, or is it because I watched? Okay, is it? Am I saying it's in the wrong one?
No. Well,
Maybe in both.
What, Hank?
It is in the American Moon, but it was originally from Bart Sabrell. Something funny happened on the way to the moon. Thanks.
Okay. Well,
Okay, I think I have that one too.
about
So
the
I'll
movie
post
The
both.
Principal? I might have to apologize to Truth Prevails. Maybe I'm not thinking,
Well, no,
listening to.
you could be right. I mean, it could be in there too. I don't know. Because the principal, I've not seen. I've seen a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and I've seen this one. And so yeah, just post the principal for her, and I'll find a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, and we'll just post them all three. It's like, but still,
The principal goes over the progression of the heliocentric model. So it's been a while since I've watched it. I just remembered that was discussed in it. It was a small part of it. But the documentary that you named, Truth, that would be more of the concentrated content that she wants. You know what I mean? So you're definitely right on. I apologize. I was not trying to derail.
no, you're good. You can't have too much. As long as you are able to take it in and take your
Honestly,
time
I
with it.
feel like I need to, because I just common sense of just like little stuff, but I didn't go out of my way to like research, okay, this is exactly what and this and that. So I do appreciate this, to be honest. Like, you're giving me knowledge.
So there's all three of them are posted in the live stream voice text for you.
So, Rabbit, do you think we went to the moon?
No, hell no. I do not believe that.
Okay. Woo. Just sorry.
Not no, Jeannie, but hell no.
Okay.
No, yeah. It's crazy.
So with moon documentaries, oh wait, darn it. I was gonna post another Was It Only a Paper Moon is the name of this one.
That's a new one for me. I haven't heard that one.
This one I learned about this one from Jin. I don't think he's been in here a while, but he would always talk about that one.
Yo, this world is fucking weird. Jesus Christ.
New product, Monday.
I have to apologize. I did not catch all what you just said.
Oh, my bad. No, that's me. I just said, yo, this world is just so weird.
It really is, and I think that's the most appropriate word you could use.
What else could we say?
Well, because there's a good weird and there's a bad weird, and you're using the bad weird.
Like, even for us, just within our human experience, we just, came into this world and we're learning, we're just like soaking up knowledge, and it's just like, yo, what is this?
I have a question for you, being a parent. Have you heard about the Pixar movie? I think it's Pixar, and it's called Soul. Have you seen it?
No, I was waiting because my daughter is in
Not something.
our country, so we're gonna watch it.
Ooh, I would watch it first before you let her
Why?
watch it. I don't know.
Why is it bad?
Well, because
Tell me.
it's pretty spiritual. It's pretty spiritual. I mean, but if you want your daughter to be open to it, by all means. But it'd be a lot to talk about afterwards.
Okay. Tell
So-
me your take on it.
Well, I don't want to spoil it.
That link you just posted, Jen, it says video not unavailable.
Well, shoot. Darn. Didn't even post a thumbnail. Geez. Okay, so I guess the overarching thing is that without giving anything away, that we choose to come to this place and be in a physical body. So it's not from a Christian point of view at all, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I get it. I've heard that concept before.
But it's a great movie, really. I mean, but to just for I'm sure Christian parents have talked about it a lot. Because I think it's a bit much. I think it's a bit much for it to be so propped up, I guess.
I've heard the concept before of like our souls choose to be on this planet.
Right.
But like I kind of do believe that. Like I don't know how to. I'm not gonna say. That's why I don't go definitive to anything, because I'm just like I don't know at the end of the day. But I
do. Well, it's funny you use the word planet just now, and I'm not being or not. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. It's a habit for all of us, our whole lives. Right? So you're good. But I do believe the depiction of Earth was as a sphere. So there's that as well to keep in mind. And when you watch it, after you watch it, please give me your, I should watch it again.
Okay.
At least the one part where it would show what I memory serves it was a globe, which is odd. So it's like part of the truth. It's like that would be part of the truth, I guess, is what. So it would be like a rabbit hole for children.
Yeah.
Kind of what it would be.
It's like talking about death and life after that. Yeah, I can get that.
That's
it's
what
crazy.
I meant. Like it would be a bit much.
Yeah. But it's something that they should be talking about as well, like having that conversation early in life.
Well, then you and your daughter will love it, and so I wouldn't watch it before.
We have conversations about it too, because like she's in a Muslim country right now with her father, so she's forced to, and it's not forced. I'm like I don't say anything about it or like tell her, oh, you shouldn't believe in this, but I'm going to have a conversation with her in person of like, hey, you know, because her dad too, he says that he fakes it because he's not trying to argue with, you know, our ethnicity. So we don't have these discussions. But when she comes back to Canada and they come back, you have to have those conversations. It's like, okay, like she never knew what Islam was before. And it's like she asked me when we were talking on the phone, she asked me, she's like, what is Islam? I was like, it's just a religion. But she's a bit older now. It's crazy that, oh, synchronicity. But she's a bit older now that I'm going to have that conversation with her about Abrahamic religions and what I believe in. And it's like, you can choose, but I want her to know what Islam, Judaism,
I think that's so
Christianity is.
wonderful. That's
Yeah,
so
you have
wonderful
to.
because I mean, there's indoctrination of the globe, subtle, in subtle ways. Everywhere you turn around, there's a globe. I mean,
Mhm.
for some reason, I'm not sure why, but I thought, I don't know how mainstream it actually went, like what other, excuse me, social media platforms it was on, because, there's not like MTV and stuff anymore, really.
Mhm.
And it was a song by Little Dicky, and I forget the title, the stupid, I think it was, I don't know, but I just remember it was like him in a diaper and he was around the globe, hugging the globe. It's just so weird. Who remembers the name of that video that he did?
I'm dead. Yeah, let me Google this right now.
I mean, yeah, I think that's wonderful that you're going to be giving your
Well,
daughter
yeah, it's called
like the
Earth.
gift of
It's called Earth.
discernment. Just
It's called Earth. The song?
I gotta look.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
when I
don't know.
watched this video, it was just like my mouth dropped open. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So, did you ever, since you were like talking about your journey and such, how did you come across our server? What you said it was somebody
Somebody
that
invited
you
me. Yeah, but it was like 6 months ago. So I like left for like a long time. Haven't really been on Discord. So yeah, I came back.
yeah, life. You got to pay attention to life more than the
Oh,
internet.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it's
But it's
called
nice
Earth. I'm
because
sure.
I could like I can go onto another server, right? But all these people do is scream at each other and insult each other, you know? I'm like, I hate this.
Well,
This is not what I'm about.
I'm gonna give you a heads up. Sometimes it gets a little hairy in here. So if you just come back at a different time, there'll be different people here having a different conversation.
We do shave from time to time, though.
Yeah, we do. Good one, Truth.
It's a
Yeah.
difference between like having an argue or like an argument discussion type of, and then instead of like making weird noises and you know, and just saying
No,
a bunch of nothingness.
but hey, when it comes to talking about the soul, the spirit, and consciousness, and all that, like that just totally
Mhm.
just derailed my mind. I'm a globe dirt. It's like that
Yeah.
just put the brakes on my thoughts right there. I'm like, wait, what? Okay,
Well,
Yeah.
so I think he's being facetious. Anyway, so
No, I love that. I
when
love
it,
that so much.
when it comes
It's true
to
because
the
I do talk
soul
about
and
that a lot.
yeah, I mean, go like we have chill text, we have chill VC, and we have another live stream, and
oh
like
yeah.
I would love to. I love hearing other people's perspectives on these things, and I love to talk
Oh,
about it. Like, yeah. So honestly, like I could get into some really deep conversations with you
And
in
there's a
regards to
lot of
things.
oh,
Yeah,
there's a
just
lot of
go
people.
ping us. Jenny likes it too. So, like,
Yeah.
a lot of us do. Just kind of
You
you
know
know who
what?
you're talking to and listen to people, and those that you hear having an interest in that. Yeah, just ping us.
Yes. There's tons of people in here that like to talk about off topic. And so, yes.
What do you mean by off topic? Sometimes I don't know what, like, I don't know if I'm being off topic.
Well, okay, so to mention, when you mention about the soul and you mention about spirits and things like that, like just to briefly touch on it or something, that's one thing.
Yeah.
But I like to get really deep into it. And the topic of the live stream is flat Earth, and as deep as I like to get into it, I don't want to do it in here. Although I think I have a time or two, but I would love to discuss it further.
Yeah.
Like anyone who's
Yeah.
interested.
Yeah, like Truth said, sometimes we veer off a little bit, but then, one of us, like Truth did to me 2 times, which I appreciate, to bring us back where we're supposed to be. And really, it's supposed to be, flat Earth. And then, if there's a group that want to talk about something else, we just jump down to chill or wherever. But ladies' night's a little different. I mean, so we're all vibing together tonight. It's great. So,
But hey, I think you are either a secret flat earther or you're a future flat earther. Let's say you're a plane of existence. Like
I said that I was gonna come up with a name, and then I'll let you all know.
yeah.
Yeah.
And to get to know you, like, because I don't remember. It seems like I may have seen your name before, but just to get to know some of your viewpoints is really great. So, I mean, it's good to hear them, and I appreciate you sharing them.
Oh, thank you. Me too. I appreciate this. Great. So, like, if it's ladies' night, so all the guys are just quiet?
Yes. Unless they're called upon. Yep, they stay muted during this time.
Oh no, unmute them. So can everyone can talk? Or oh no?
Well, I mean,
Well,
you're free. I would say because she's new. I mean, if one of our members want to jump in and maybe comment on something she said, I don't know, ladies. What do you think? I mean, I'm not trying to say what happens or anything, but
So the spirit of the ladies' night, right, is because there's so many men that are like in the server that are moderators, and like a lot of the people when they come in, they may not want to have such an guys can get, sometimes they can get, which I can too. So I try, like, if it depends on what mood I'm in. If I'm in a mood, then I may stay quiet during ladies' night because I can get kind of pushy and abrasive sometimes. It's just like, it depends. It really depends on the energy that people bring. But for newcomers, they can hear a conversation where someone brings bad energy into the room, and then they get met with bad energy, and they just automatically think that that's the way it is with everyone all the time. So they're apprehensive about asking questions and speaking up. So they feel safer talking to females sometimes. So it's like a softer environment. It's supposed to be a softer environment where they can feel comfortable and feel free to come in and ask. And also it gives the ladies time to, share their views and answer questions and take control and do the moderation and things like that, instead of. So, this is just that time. If you want to talk to the fellas, you can just, be here anytime and talk to them. Right? Stick around after ladies' night. I'm sure a lot of them probably would like to get to know you too and ask their own questions. So, ladies' night will be coming to it'll be coming to an end shortly. So,
Okay.
pretty
So
soon, if
is
we
this
don't have any
every
Glovers.
Friday?
Do
Is
I?
that every Friday?
Yeah, every Friday, 5 p.m.
Okay.
Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, cool. I love.
So, I know that you said that you were looking for another word, and I mean, labels. Like, who needs labels? Reality is what it is, right? You either experience it, as level and stationary, or you don't, and I'm waiting for the person who experiences it as something other than that and who can share their experience with us, and that's what we're looking for. But outside of that, like, even if it's something that's unverifiable, do you have any other thing that you're curious about in regards to creation, our existence, the earth? It doesn't have to be specifically about the earth itself, but any aspect of it.
I don't
Karma's
know. I think it's
curiosity.
not gonna come out naturally. If
My
I
phone just
like, I'll
rang.
just say it
Yeah,
off
rang
the
right.
dome. It's not gonna come
Right.
out
I'm waiting
naturally.
for the hospital to call
Okay.
me back for nothing. And I've been texting my
Yeah.
grandma
Well,
on. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm hot miking. I'm so sorry.
it's okay, Shannon.
Well, it's cool. Tell your grandma I said hi.
I will. Thank you so much.
Hey, Karma.
I'll be back.
Famously. I'll be back.
All right, all right.
Hello.
Hey, hey, hey.
Who is that?
That's Karma speaking on Trace's side because I couldn't be bothered to go get my mic. What's up? I heard
I was like,
What's
hold
up?
on a minute. I didn't even recognize you when you said it, though. Hey, Karma. Karma's gangsta. She just doesn't want anyone to know. No, you're
Yeah.
good. You're good.
Yeah.
Drace he can't talk right now anyway, Karma, so just,
Right.
just
That is a
take
good
your shit
point.
over. Wait, Dandelion's in here too. Hey, Dandelion.
Dandelion.
Hello, I'm driving. I don't know if you'll be able to hear me. I don't know if I have a good enough signal, but I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You can
Well,
hear me
How
as
long?
though?
How long are you gonna be driving?
Oh, another hour.
Oh.
But I'll be in and out. I mean, I see I have a signal right now, but I'm just saying it might not last. So,
Oh, okay.
right.
Well,
Well,
we've
if
got
you,
it.
how's
Sorry,
it been
Truth.
going? How's the night
yeah,
been?
yeah,
I,
it's been good. We was talking. I just wanted to let you know who we were talking. Couldn't see the name since you're driving. We were who we've been talking to has been Rabbit. But go ahead, Jenny.
oh, before you do that, dear, I just wanted to say we've had, two late joiners. Karma just came in. Dandelion just came in. And so, yeah, Truth talked a lot with Rabbit, and she can elaborate for you to catch up real quick.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Hopefully she can still hear you.
Yeah, I think she's
Okay.
cutting it. There you go. I hear you now.
Maybe give it a go.
Oh no. Well, I mean, Rabbit seems she's one of the younger generations. Not really, not extremely young. She's 26,
Well,
and
a
she,
millennial, right?
yeah, and she's already able to connect the dots with the control, and the propaganda from all across the earth, from one country to another, how they're implementing the same thing. She's noticed, like, I didn't realize this, so this was news to me. Like, I learned something from her, that they've called banish because they banish him out of office, right? But it's like what you do to a king. You banish a king from his kingdom. But 6 presidents, 6 different ones just this year. So that's cool that she noticed that. And so the king was banished from his throne in 6 different ones just in this year. So she's 26 and she's able to connect these dots. But I believe that there's some stigma that she's resistant to, with saying that she's a flat earther. So she's looking for another word. And when she gets that word, she'll let us know, no one needs labels.
I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, there she is. Maybe she can, like, we were feeling Dandelion. So I like to say it that way. But Dandelion, we were feeling her in on you and your viewpoints. And
Oh, Dandelion. Okay, I see her. Hi. Hi, Dandelion.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
Good to see you. Here.
I'm excited. Sorry, everybody. I just wanted to say I'm excited for Dandelion to listen to us. Hopefully, even if she's roboting, she can hear us because I don't want to stir the pot or bring up anything, but I remember us having a kind of a similar subject of, discussion of this before, so I think
What?
like,
Sorry, guys, I
well,
missed it. Who he is?
yeah, it's great. Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Oh, I said, fill me in. I missed this.
Oh, well, it was kind of like I think I can't remember. It was globe skeptic versus, I can't remember what the other term was. I've got it written down somewhere. It's just so long ago. And I'm not being like trying to be facetious or anything. I'm really being
No, I
sincere.
don't believe you are.
I'm just saying. But yeah, so coming away from a stigmatized label. I mean, we live in a world of labels, how we want to identify ourselves, be that in religion, politics, the arts or the sciences or whatever the case may be.
So she's woke about the religions and how they're just constructs, and she knows that the moon landing didn't happen and the fakery with that, and she can't really. She says that she knows that she sees way too far to live on a sphere, so she's on the right path. She seems
No,
like she's on the right path.
okay. Like, with the left and stuff, they bastardize a word, to the point that no one wants to ever be called that. It's like when they continuously say flat earthers, flat earthers, flat earthers. Oh, look at the, and then they poke fun so much. Other people, when you're having like a genuine conversation with them, you can't, especially when you're having a genuine conversation with them, you can't say that you're a flat earther because you can say everything in the book that is great, and then
So let me
just
ask
that one word takes everything that you said and just throws it in the trash. So,
yeah, it's like their mind, they mentally discredit you, and anything that they hear after that, they just want to throw in the garbage. And you're right. It's like a CIA method of what was it?
hypnotic.
Well, I
Ultra
mean,
bullshit.
I can think of another word that's been bastardized, and everybody's familiar with this term, and that would be conspiracy theorist.
100%.
Yeah, because we know a conspiracy. I mean, what is it? It's just where two or more agree to on an agenda of in a criminal in the realm of being like of a crime, committing a crime, right? And so anytime there's two or more that's agreeing on an agenda to propagate a crime, then yeah, it's a conspiracy. It's a thing, or there wouldn't be laws against it. You can go to prison for conspiring to commit murder. So even if you don't actually kill the person, so it is a thing, and it is a CIA coined term too. But let me ask you though, how long have you been looking into this? Is this like how long have you
Are you
been
asking me?
examining? Yeah.
Oh, since I was 17. 10 years?
Oh, really?
Well, no, 9 years?
Well, so yes, well, that kind of like because I was getting ready to say that if you're just fresh into it, that there will come a time where you're not going to really give a shit anymore what people say or how they feel. You're not going to care.
I don't know. I don't feel like that because I don't know, maybe because I'm an empath or I just look at it
Nice.
like, oh my God, like what is going on? you know? So it's like I know I shouldn't be shocked, but I get shocked again every single time. I don't know. And it's just like you're looking into the world and you're just like, wow, this is really going on. And so like it's a new trick that they're using. You catch on immediately, but then you see your peers that are just like hook, line, and sinker. So
Right. Well, so the demonstrable evidence, the facts, like it gives you a good footing to stand on, and it's encouraging when you know that information. So maybe you just not been equipped with the enough information to have that firm footing, and now maybe you can do that. Maybe you can have the information to have that firm footing where you can dig your heels in, and then it's like look, I mean, if you talk about people and they're like, well, they disbelieve, then you can just point out that they disbelieve and that nothing within there. But each person, like everybody, it's not like everyone's personality is not a personality. Like everyone has a different personality for a reason. So, it's just whatever
I
you're
want to
comfortable
tell you
with.
this. It's not only like I'm not just dealing with people that are, I talk to a lot of different people. I'm friends with a whole like even Jenny and me were talking about earlier, like what I was saying. I was making a point that they killed a lot of presidents around. So I talk about international. I come from a international law or like just the world politics as well. So I'm not just one track minded or like just in a box of hey, I'm Canadian.
That's awesome.
I'm getting so many different viewpoints from all different type of places, right? So yeah, even for my ethnicity and stuff, like these people are brainwashed. And then it's just like I'm seeing it from okay, whoa, I'm Canadian. I see brainwash, and I see a group of majority of them brainwash. I see um, people from the United States. There's a lot of them, like the left, so brainwashed. You see it in the UK. You see it in Australia. You see it in Africa, the Middle East.
Well, if you've
So
been looking into the
the world
political
thing.
realm of it, grab that link and check that out that I just posted
Yeah.
for you. And have you met Redford Bear yet?
Former governor of the bank. Yes.
Because she's Canadian. She's from Canada. So you guys may be able to have a lot of shared experiences,
Thank you.
But go ahead and continue. I kind of interrupted you to tell you about the link that I posted.
Oh no, it's okay. It's just I don't know. It's just this place that I'm in right now of like, this world is getting crazier and crazier and it's happening so fast that it's it's like where's this scale tipping? You know? Is it
No
for the
doubt.
good or is it, I don't know. Is there more of us or is there more of them? I feel like there's more of them.
Well, they show more of them on the mainstream stuff, but if you start looking and you start also just talking to people every day, you can find some rational people. But I
Yeah.
so understand the feeling of being like I'm surrounded by sheep because
Yeah.
I also grew up in a family of like truthers, my older brother especially. Like our mom was a bit of a truther as well. And we had inside information about a lot of corruption inside the government and secret societies and stuff so, within our own country. So looking around, like even since I was young, I was like, okay, there's a ton of things that normies don't know, and you just once you kind of accept the fact that okay, most people don't know, and you can help guide them towards knowledge, but you can't expect too much of them. Just like you can't expect someone who didn't get didn't get raised well, you can't expect them to behave like proper human beings, like civilized men, something like that.
Yeah.
Once you set your expectations, it gets a lot easier, and it gets easier also to find people who are like you and might not be showing it because they're also just tired of putting themselves out there and finding idiots. A lot of the time we tend to hold back.
Facts. Drace, whoa. That was a whole sermon right there. Exactly.
Sorry, that's Karma, his sister. I'm just borrowing his mic because I don't need to go get mine.
Oh.
So here's another, like, if you like, have you ever watched Truth Stream Media, Melissa and Aaron?
Yeah,
Have
they're
you?
awesome.
Okay, so there's a good one, The Minds of Men. So there's absolutely, most definitely more of us than there are them, which is why they want to control the minds of men, because that's like with the numbers, and if we're united, then we have the power, and they don't want that. So they want to keep us divided amongst one another, and they want to control the minds of men. So if we could regain that, then we regain control, and in turn we regain power.
Well said.
Yes.
Did you see what I put in chat? That DARPA document. This is freaking me out. DARPA released a doc in 2018 about basically mind control tech. It's like injected self-assembling nanoparticles that turn into nanotransducers, and they can influence it from a distance with ultrasound, photoacoustics, magnetic fields, electric fields, and radio frequency. And then at the bottom it says the final solution could involve a combination of these technologies.
Yeah, so a lot of this new stuff is.
Wait, can you repeat it again? I'm sorry. Repeat it? Sorry.
Yeah.
No, tell me, repeat it. I want to hear it.
Well,
Please?
the thing is, um,
Well,
You
if
said
you have a question for him, you can ask him a question, and then he
oh,
can
he's
respond
unmuted?
to a question.
Oh, the question is, can you please repeat it? Does that work?
Okay, you were asked a question, Dolan. You can answer your question.
It's Dolan. You're unmuted, I think.
Oh crap! I'm sorry. I didn't know it was ladies' night. I
No, it's
just
all good.
joined like 3 minutes ago, and I wanted to share that document.
Can you
Okay.
repeat it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, so it's in the text chat. It's a DARPA doc that was released in 2018. Coincidentally, around the same time, Moderna completed a patent. DARPA gave Moderna like $25 million to develop this technology, and then they released it March 23rd, I think, 2018. And it's about a nanotransducer that is injected in. It basically is given by injection, by nasal administration, or ingestion, and in self-assembling nanoparticles that can be controlled with ultrasound, photoacoustics, magnetic fields, electric fields. So people could be literally getting technologically possessed by this thing, and that might be why it's getting harder to convince them that they're being duped.
Wow.
Damn.
That's crazy.
It's terrifying. It scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look into. Like I was saying, I think it was last night, that the newest technology, it has to do with a lot to do with frequency, guys. I'm just saying. So educate yourself about it, for sure.
I want to read that because if it said in 2018, that's crazy.
Okay, Rabbit. I'll tag it again.
Yeah, I did not see it. Is it what you posted? Ultimate Magnetron? No, over 3 hours?
There,
No,
click
that's
on
great.
the link in what I just tagged.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. That's crazy.
But they've been messing around with this kind of technology. Like, even, I mean, when television came out, it was all because they had the flicker rates. It's all military, man. It's just the military industrial complex. So you've
They've
got
been
to.
working on things for a long time. That's what
Yeah.
I believe. And now it's just like, yo, let's see what it actually does on the population. I don't know.
And then here's something else for you to check out as soon as it loads.
I don't know how you guys are not scared. These people terrify me.
Because okay, so with
These people
knowledge comes
terrify the
power.
fuck out of me.
With knowledge comes power. So if and you if you so you have to know that there's a creator, and like if you just walk in truth and love, resonate with, like, look, this is a temporary place anyway. We are living, our spirits are in a temporary body anyway, right? So our consciousness and our spirits will continue even after this is over, right? So, and you've got to know that there's power in the people. It's power in numbers, power in the truth, and there's power in love. So
Yeah. No, I believe in all that, you know? And like I stand by all that. It's just you, I don't know. There's gonna be a time where things are gonna get really, really dark. Like in
right, but
our
you can't
well,
fear it. So if you realize that your emotions and your thoughts create a vibrational frequency, and it affects your health, it affects like what you resonate with, and being in fear is unhealthy. Being in fear will
oh yeah,
prevent you from resonating with the frequency, the energies of, truth and love. So
100%. I completely agree with you because I'm just saying that they're scary. Like when the truth is like you see it for what it is. It's like some scary ass shit. It's like what is the saying? Reality is what is it? The reality is
Truth is stranger than fiction.
yeah, stranger than fiction. Yes. Oh my god, brain fart.
yeah, truth in movies and fiction on the 6 o'clock news.
Like, this is real life, guys,
Yeah.
and this is actually happening.
So just know this, that okay, you're focusing on, okay, this is how they want you to feel, but in their shoes, like they're scared, they're fearful because they know how evil they are. They know what's coming for them. They are fearful of us gaining this knowledge. They're fearful of us having the knowledge and having unity with one another. That's what they're scared of. So let's just focus on that and
Oh, 100%. And I do that in my day-to-day life and stuff, and it's filled with love and light and, happiness. And it's just like when you go into this place of understanding, like, and I do it, that's why I disappear sometimes. I'm just like, okay, I don't need to know this anymore, and just be like, okay, pause. But when you come back to reality and just like, yo, this is literally what's happening. It makes you just want to run away from the city, just be like, yo, I'm going to the forest.
well, there may be a reason why your intuition and your gut feeling is telling you to do that. Like if you are seeking, so there's those who find the truth, they're finding it because they're seeking it. Okay, those who can't see, they can't see it because they're not wanting to, they're not looking for it. Right? They lack the comfortable reality that's been formulated for them, and they don't care. They don't care if it's true or not. They don't care who gets. They only care about themselves. They don't care who gets hurt. They don't care whether or not they like the things say that if the consensus is agreeing with it, then they're okay to say it. Because they care more about public opinion than they do anything else. So if like you've got to seek it to find it. So there may be a reason why, because you are seeking it, and the more you seek it, the more you're going to find it. The more you resonate with it, the more you're going to, draw from it. And yeah, so if you continue to do that, then that may be why your gut and your intuition is telling you get out of the big cities.
Oh yeah, it's been telling me for a long time, but I know I'm not gonna do it. Like I have, some get out plan. Worst comes to worst, but I'm not going to do it because I'm not trying to take away. If it doesn't happen, I don't want to take away from my life and just like my future and stuff, because obviously all of us are trying to have a future and a good one, right? So it's like, but still have a get out plan. Like have your routes mapped out, have your like bug out kit, you know, don't have a big car, you know, something that can like go onto d- go onto the roads like a motorcycle. Have all that. So I work towards that, and I
Everyone
have a get
wants
out
to
plan.
have a good life, but at what expense are you willing to? Like, what are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing? So this is the question that people need to ask themselves. Like, do they have principles? What do they stand? Are they willing to sacrifice their principles for what they consider a good life? And maybe that's another deception. Just, they're deceiving
Yeah.
people by giving them false sense of hope, false sense of security, false sense of that which is good. So what are you willing, what as not you
Of what I
specifically,
call
but
a
in
good
general?
future. I get that.
Yeah.
Like, and that's different for everyone. You know what I mean? Like what somebody calls a good future, it looks different for everyone. People have their own dreams, their own insight on what they want, their own wants, their needs. So, and we should have that, that space to be able to do that. On this plane of existence.
So there's a certain amount of peace. I don't know. I can only speak for myself. But a lot of the truths that I've came to the knowledge of once it all started fitting together, and I was willing to let go of a few things that were dogmatic in my upbringing that I was still holding on to. Once I did that, and I just held on to that which was true, it's like there's a certain amount of peace that comes over you. And when that happens, it's like the more that happens, the less of that fear that you have. Like, I'm not going to say, I still have some fears. And like, one of my main fears, it's kind of personal to me, but it's like I have a fear of going, like all of the things that we could go through. It's like those things don't really scare me, but there is that fear of, well, I'll just say there's that fear of doing it alone, right?
Yeah.
But there's
yeah.
a certain amount of peace, that comes over you, the anxieties and all of these. It's like a herky. Have you ever watched like a cryptocurrency? Like, have you ever watched one of those charts for cryptocurrency or whatever? It's like the herky jerky feeling. It's like that's kind of like how life is. That resembles life a lot, because with all they got to do is they just, depending on what comes across 6 o'clock news or the next Facebook post or like all of these things, they just jerk you around by your emotions and your thoughts, and it's like when they stop having that power over you to control you by, it's like different leashes. It's like they have leashes around your neck, and one jerks you this way and another one jerks you this direction. Once you take those leashes off and you're free to move within yourself, then it's like that anxiety goes away, that fear.
That's why, like, the best thing that you can do is meditation and just sit in silence without thinking about anything and go into yourself. That is a prayer in itself. You don't have to, and it has nothing to do with a religion, any of that. It is just you, no thoughts, and sitting there black. Because when we all pass, we go into blackness, right?
Well, we don't know.
We go into a realm just like us dreaming. So it's like we have to teach ourselves to hone that blackness of
See, and
no
there's
thought.
and there's something too in the unity of people knowing that sound, the vibrational frequency sound vibrations, that different
Mhm.
frequencies do different things. Like you can use,
I definitely
um,
feel that.
have you ever, like this would be something cool for you to look into. Maybe you would enjoy it. Have you ever looked into like the Hutchinson effect?
What does that sound? It sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Tell me about it.
cool to look into. Well, I mean, he did. Let me see if I can find it. I've got some, like, there's actually a lot of
Doesn't that
videos.
have to do? Hey, True. Does it have to do with the Mandela effect?
No, it's this.
I apologize. I think I've heard you speak on this before, maybe, or someone else. Oh,
Well, you can make things. Okay, so, well, it's not just that, but he's the one. Like that one actually touches on it in the most depth, right? But different sound vibrations or frequencies of vibration do different things. You can make things levitate. You can destroy. You can cause total destruction of with the right one, or it can create or it can promote life. I'm not going to say we can create life. We can't. But even in all the accounts and all the writings of in the beginning, like he spoke things into existence. That's how it's written everywhere. So I tend to like try to find those things that are consistent across the board in all the different writings. Those things that are consistent to me have a higher probability of being true. And so if you think about that, speaking something into existence, sound vibration. And the earth has its own frequency, and when you do the meditative there's actually something to that. And if they don't want the unity of the people knowing about these things, because when you get a group of people together, it's like it's magnified, right? It's intensified.
Mhm.
But I'll
That's
find
why even like collective meditation is like one of the most beautiful
very
things.
powerful.
Yeah. And it's like because even us as human beings, we have our own energy, we have our own frequency. So collectively, we can manifest, and they try to like, I hate saying and bringing this back up again, but they try to, GOV, try to lie and say, oh, we don't have any of that. We're nothing. We're just we have no purpose on earth, on this plane of existence. No purpose, just to work and survive, shit, sleep, eat. That's it. But
Yeah.
we're bigger than that.
Yeah, so there's one, I posted one of them. It says four, but there's more than just four like that. So that'll get you into, if once you start watching these, then it should be able to find the rest of them. But it's very, very interesting in like how much power there is in the understanding of frequency, whether it's light frequency, the frequency of light, the frequency of sound, just any vibration, electromagnetic frequency, yeah. So when you think of that, and you think of, I mean, really, when you look at how powerful it is, it's like knowing that your body, uh, creates a frequency. You have like your heart and your brain does. You have, but all of it as a whole, and like it gets really. That's when it gets really interesting. That's what I like to. But yeah, I'll let someone else. I don't want to keep going on. So here's one. I've not watched this one, but it says scientists can float objects in midair using just the power of sound. Now, see, they've used this in, like, farmers have used this method to kill, like, if they find the right frequency, the right resonance, if they can resonate with if they can produce the same frequency that something else produces and it has a resonance, then you can destroy it, right? So to kill worms in or parasites or worms in farmland, like in their crops, they would use frequency to where the only thing that it would only destroy that which it resonates with. So it's been used in healing, like to heal the body. It's been used to get rid of, but you can also make things levitate with it. It's really interesting. So these are the things that I want us knowing about and looking into as a collective, because if you think of the power that one has by themselves, imagine as a collective. So, and that's where we've got to get to, you know.
No, facts. Because even I love this. I love what you just said right now. Doing things as a collective. That is so powerful. Like doing things as a collective. Because what they try to do, and that's why they they bring so many people, and they don't have those towns. And like back in the day, that it was everyone knew each other. They lived in a vicinity of each other. Everyone knew each other. They knew their family, and it'd be like my grandpa knew your grandpa type of thing. But now everyone is so disconnected that it's easier to persuade. That's why I don't know.
Yeah, back in the day, it's like you could go to your neighbor, and if you didn't have, you could depend on your community, your neighbor, your family, your friends, like all of that. Now they want to turn the neighbor into the police officers for the other neighbors. They want them like turned against them, reporter. Yeah, for real. So what are they doing? There's that, why are they doing that? They're doing that because there are more
There's
of us.
surveillance.
Yeah, there are more of us than there are of them, and so if they don't have enough of them to overcome us, then what are they going to do? They're going to hijack us. They're going to co-opt us. So they're going to turn us into their own army against ourselves. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh God, it's crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's like even just within the mind and just spiritually, like that disconnect and not having that many people around you. I don't know.
Yeah, they want Hank turn in helioskeptic, and they want helioskeptic to turn to like go over and start policing. I'm a glove derp.
Well, I'm going to ask you, ladies, just for for the sake of this. I mean, we're 4.5 hours into Ladies' Life, which is way longer than we usually go, right? I'm enjoying this, but I do have a question about the Hutchison effect, right? Because I've seen some videos where they, use sound frequencies to meld objects, through frequency radiation.
Well, he doesn't just use sound though. I think he uses electromagnetic for like the different.
Oh, we're still recording, Michael. Yeah, I'm recording this, so yeah. But
oh shoot! I was posting in the VC. Hang on,
it's Ladies' Night.
Let me tell her. Look into the VC check-in voice text because I was posting in the wrong room. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, sure. I mean, with the Hutchison effect, if you understand, yeah, you can use levitation, using different radio frequencies and stuff, or magnetic frequencies. You can. Well, according to it, I guess it's. See, I think they got rid of Hutchison just like they did with Tesla, right? In the same vein, It's just like I don't want to necessarily interrupt the 4.5 hour long Ladies' Night.
Oh no, you're good.
To emphasize 4.5 hours long. Would you like for us to bring it to an end, Helio?
Well, I mean, it's up to you guys. I mean, it was Ladies' Night, right?
No, bring it to an end, please. There's so many people that just like even in the comments, there's guys that are speaking. It's all great conversations. Bring it to an end.
No, it's good. It's good. Yeah.
I think everybody's enjoying hearing your point. sorry if that's loud. We've got. Never mind.
No, I mean, dude. To be honest, everybody loves Ladies Night. I mean, we had freaking over 60 people in here in the Discord. Freaking over 40 people watching while ladies are talking and stuff. But we don't necessarily let it go this long. I know everybody gets caught up in it. I'm just saying. I'm not. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, like, because I record this for upload later. Nobody's going to listen to a 4.5 hour video of Ladies Night if they missed it. That's all I'm saying.
100%. That's why I'm not shy right now. Nobody's gonna listen to all this.
Yeah, but cool. I mean, you guys have been kicking ass tonight. I just wanted to say, you guys have been kicking ass. I'm just saying, nobody's going to listen to that long of a video, when I re-upload it.
Well, I think so it's refreshing. Okay, it's very refreshing to have. Not for one, an honest, genuine individual to come in and be speaking truth. It's also for two, refreshing to have someone at a that's young enough where they can still reach a younger generation of peers, and it's refreshing to have another lady who's doing this. And so I mean, I think
maybe I'm being an asshole. I might be being an asshole. I think some of the guys are saying I'm being an asshole. That's
I think that there's a lot of people that probably want to also speak with you. Maybe they have some questions for you or whatever. I don't know, but I'm sure that they do, and they're just looking forward to having a conversation with you also. So it's kind of like you meet like 3 of the refreshing criteria. You're anyway. So welcome to the community. It's good to have you.
Thank you. Damn. I've never felt so much love in my life. This is amazing. Thank you guys. I was just being myself, and y'all just
Well, that's the refreshing part about it. Right? Is that you're genuine. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So do we have any Glovers in the room? Or
yeah, Drace, I love the ladies too. I just wanted to point that out about the Hutchison effect. There's many aspects to that have been hidden, and it's similar to the work that Tesla was doing. But go ahead and talk to the new person. Yeah, continue, ladies.
No. You ask here. The Hutchin. It's a great conversation. I don't know much about it, so.
Yeah, it's
I was just saying that was like one of the things that's been demonstrated in like one of the types of frequencies that you can demonstrate in a way to where you can like be very destructive with it, and you could use it for ill purposes, nefarious purposes, right? So
someone in the comments too explained of it was about frequency, right?
Yeah, and you can do it like you can use electromagnetic frequency, you can use sound, you can do things with if you understand about vibration and just resonance. Like if it's on the same frequency, if it resonates with it, then like the damage that you can do with it, or you can heal with it. You can actually. So have you heard of the Japanese scientist? Does anyone have that link? I think I have it. Let me see if I can find it. It just may take me a moment to find it. But he did a study on words like sound frequency, what it does to water, and I think they did it to rice. They use different things. The one I remember is about water. So you can take water and you can freeze it, and as you're free, I want to find this link and post it before I even speak on it.
They did it with water, they did it with plants, they did it with sugar, they did it with salt.
Oh, so you're okay.
There's so many, I know. There's just frequency.
So when they did like so when they did this,
they did it with life.
the experiment, like, so you know of the one. It sounds like you know of it. So you do know of the one where they use negative words like "you're stupid" and "I hate you"
Yeah.
and things like
Yeah.
that. And then it, like, when they looked at it under a microscope as it froze,
Yeah.
it formed like very chaotic and just ugly shapes, right? But when they did it with loving words, good words, which is, see, now I have an issue with that because our words are molested anyway. Our language is molested. It's not even like, it's the worst. I think it's the worst language in the world, really. When you think of like some of the meanings of the word, I think it's like spell casting. So a lot of the words we think are good are not good. They're not good words, but we think they're good words, right? But anyway, back to my point. So when you're saying the loving words, the very good vibrational words, then it's like very harmonious. The shapes, it's beautiful and it's harmonious. And so when you think of this, like the way people talk to one another, like the effect that the words that you say have on, because we're what, 3/4 water, so roundabout, like, don't hold me to that because it's close to that anyway. It's what's claimed. I mean, that's the claim. So if you think about that, then it's going to affect you. Like, if you surround yourself with negative people, it's going to affect you on a molecular level.
It does.
And when we're united, because there's more of us than there are them, when we're united and we're all speaking, they don't want to speak loving words to one another.
Even that proves a point. That is another point. It proves if you're around negative people or like negative situations, bad shit happens to you, right? If you're around good people and good vibrations and all of that, good things happen.
Yeah,
So
have you ever
it's
just
important.
walked in a room and just feel the essence in the air, like the
Oh
negativity?
yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes. It's crazy. Or it's like it's not even you can see what people are thinking or their it's not even about their movements. It's just like you get a vibe. And
Yeah,
that's
and you don't,
literally what it is,
and
vibration.
you don't even have to say the word. If you know how to control someone, and if you know how to affect them psychologically or emotionally, to where you create within them thoughts that are destructive to themselves, like, you don't even have to say the word. This is what this is about. This all these frequencies and flicker rates and all that. It's like they don't even have to say the words. They can control you at that level. And then the prolonged exposure over time. I mean, this is the generation bred of that. And this is the result of it.
I don't that's like a whole different conversation though. Like especially this generation being bred as this is the first generation I've ever seen, like not ever seen, but within research purposes, that don't understand what's going on. The left is winning more than the right. You know? It's
Is
just
there a left or isn't it like
okay, let's talk about this. I want Dave Chappelle.
two sides
His
of the
whole
same
comedy. His whole comedy. Twitter, he's been trending for 3 days.
Who?
What pissed people off that much? Who was it that got pissed off?
No, I don't know what
That's
you're talking
it.
about. Like, who are you talking
Oh,
about?
sorry.
She
Oh my bad.
said Dave Chappelle. He just had a new video come out on Netflix. So
A
is that what
special.
you're talking
Yeah.
about?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, go ahead. Most of us haven't watched it, so it's probably not going to be
Please
relevant.
watch it. Please watch it
I haven't
because
watched it yet, but I'm reluctant to watch it because of
I
his
watched it
last
last
one.
night.
Helio,
I
you're
watched it
going to get
last
in
night.
trouble.
I'm really about to get in trouble, but
Yeah,
I just want to let you guys know that Dave Chappelle just put out a new video, and I'm reluctant
Yeah,
to watch it.
I didn't know who she was. I went Dave Chappelle because I heard Chappelle and I was thinking Ben Shapiro, and then you said a comedy, and I'm like, okay, so, but yeah, Dave Chappelle. Like, there's there's an entire that
No,
opens
so
so many
I watched it last night because I was kind of putting it off of just like I'm busy, you know? but I was just like, yo, what is going on? Everyone's talking about it. So I did watch it last night. It was magnificent. It was like
Yeah, if you've got a link or something,
he
just
was using his comedy as a way of speaking facts.
yeah.
was-
Well, you got to be aware and be careful though of the people who appear. They can be wolves in. Okay, so there's so much controlled opposition. You got to be careful. I'm not saying.
Can I tell you what he said is, I know what I'm talking about. I got off the bus and left 50 million and left. So he brought that up. I've never heard him talk about it before. That he left $50 million because they wanted him to put on a dress, and they were like harassing him.
Okay.
So he ran away to Africa, right?
Right.
It was his first time ever talking about it. He was like, I did that. So I know I've been talking about this for a long time.
Yeah, there's a few of them that speak out on that. There's definitely, yeah, that gets it's like I used to look into that stuff, and it's like here's where I'm at with it. So I know that it goes on, and I know that it happens, but it's like that is just a stepping stone into knowing, how they, lie and the evils that they do. It's like even the word evil. It's like I don't even like it. So it's, well, I guess there is good and evil, but it's like I don't even see it as that. These people that see, now I'm trying to go off on 3 different tangents at once here, and it's going to get so convoluted. But so where I'm at with all that is I looked into a lot of that stuff, and I've realized a lot of the truths in that. But it's like you can see, if they didn't want that information getting out, it wouldn't be getting out. Is the way I look at it. And it's like, yeah, a lot of it may be true, but they don't care if you know that anymore or not, because what are you going to be able to do about that?
Okay, I get your sentiment when it comes to that.
Well, and then you also get stuck in these rabbit holes too, that you expend your energy and your time on.
Hold on, pause. Just pause. Pause.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So
Apparently, I forgot to pay it.
huh?
Who's hot micing?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Or just a sticker. They pulled you over for the sticker and then.
Huh?
He's hot micing. He doesn't know. Go
No,
ahead.
that's a girl. No, that's a girl. I don't know who it was.
It was someone in the background, though. It wasn't, because I know.
Okay. Oh, okay, I get what you mean and stuff. You're like, oh, if they were saying anything, they wouldn't be on mainstream media. I completely understand what you mean. But there's some people that they have contracts with that have the space to talk. And he's an artist. He's a comedian. So whatever he says is going to be under comedian. He's just joking.
Yeah,
Right?
no, that's not like I know I'm not delegitimizing anything that he's saying, and absolutely everything that he's saying could be true. However, it's like moving forward with trying to unite. Like, well, I guess it depends on what your passion is and what you're focused on. But what benefit is that?
Okay. It's all intertwined. So that's why I
Yeah.
don't be like, oh, I'm focusing on just one thing. That's why I said I'm not definitive of anything. I'm not saying that. I look into everything. I see shit for what it is, right? Like with especially what Dave Chappelle was talking about is trans and LGBTQ. And he was like, one thing was like, for me, I don't care if you're gay. I don't care what the hell you do in your bedroom. Suck dick if you want. That has nothing to do with me.
For real, yeah.
Like, it has nothing to do with me. But when you want to bring it into schools,
Exactly.
then I have a problem. Then I have an opinion.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know?
when you're trying to force your views or beliefs or try to control me to coddle your
No,
viewpoints.
darling,
Yeah.
no. I was shocked that he got jabbed. But
Yeah, I feel you on that.
then I start having, it goes into this place of, okay, like, I never had a problem with you, but now I have a problem with you.
And it's not
And then
the
it's
problem.
like,
Yeah, and they want to make it that your issue is something else when it's not. No, I totally get. I totally feel you on that. But I guess I'm looking at the bigger picture and what to do moving forward, like to make a difference and to unite people, like and how we can improve things. It's like knowing all of that to me. I guess maybe because I'm just so focused on, reconnecting with the creator, because all of these things that they're doing with this heliocentric model and with the hiding like certain knowledge of certain energies and things like that from us, it's all to savor our connection with, on a spiritual, metaphysical level, with the creator. And that is where our power lies. We're uniting, people being united in a sense where we can connect with creation, with nature, with the creator, and to know and understand that which is good. So it's like when it gets into those topics, to me, now this is my own personal view. It's not like I'm delegitimizing any of it, or if that may be your passion. If it is, then so be it. Cool. It is.
Oh, nothing is a passion. Oh my God, stop. No.
Yeah.
Like, I just think, it's just an opinion. It's just, I'm just, giving an opinion on what I've seen. There's nothing. I'm not passionate about nothing. Okay? Please do not ever get me wrong. I'm passionate about it. I
Yeah.
just see shit
No, it's
for
cool
what
that
it is, and I
it's
just
cool that
move
you know
accordingly.
this. Sorry, go ahead. That's my bad.
I just move accordingly. I'm not passionate about it. After I made my decision, I move on. That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, I haven't seen
Jenny,
it.
come back.
But now I need to watch it.
Yeah, please watch it. A lot of gems in there. Please do.
Please call your phone. Did I miss some action, you guys?
She says, "Jeannie, come back." She doesn't want to talk to me anymore. No, because I was
No. It's just the fresh blood. That's it.
fresh blood. Yeah. Oh, then yeah.
Nom, nom,
After
nom,
talking
nom,
about
nom, nom.
after talking about that rabbit hole, hence the name Rabbit. Is that why your name's Rabbit?
What? Because I jump around? Yes.
No,
Probably.
because you look into rabbit holes.
Oh, that as well.
Because you dig deep, or unless you want to share.
It's all of it. I dig deep. I jump around. It's like I don't just
Yeah.
let one person talk. Like I don't want to hear one person. I want to hear everyone.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't. I never replay and listen to myself, and sometimes I feel for people, because once I get going, I can, as you can see, I can just really. It's hard. It's one of those trains that when it starts going down the hill, it's hard to stop.
I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Yo, I can't I could never listen to myself speak because I would like cringe or like replay it. I'd cringe.
It's a rule for me. I don't. It's like if I'm going to listen to a replay of something and I know that I'm getting ready to speak on it, I'll mute it before I start talking.
Yeah.
Until I see my icon go away, and then I'll unmute it.
Mm-hmm. I'll be back. I won't be long. I'll be back.
I'm driving, so I'm just going to be a few minutes till I get home.
Okay, love. I'm gonna be back too. Shit.
Well, if we don't have any glowers in here, or anyone else that has any questions or anything to say, then I guess we can. Karma, you're in here on your own account now.
Yeah, I figured best not to make any misunderstandings so people don't start thinking Grace is a lady
Hey,
or something.
we're at the top of the outer. No offense to ladies' night. Can we just end ladies' night now? I mean, ladies definitely
Yeah, you
stick
just
around.
interrupted Karma. Say that.
Yeah, I'm interrupted for a reason. I mean, we're at the top of the hour. It's 5 hours now.
Woo woo!
It's only because I hate ladies talking. I'm just
Girl
saying.
power.
Well, I mean, I think that's what I was. I think that's what I was getting around to, though. So I was saying, well, if there are no more Glovers, I mean, that's what the point that I was getting to. I was going to end it. So, I mean,
It was a great night, everybody.
Yeah, I love that. As soon as uh 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 True said, Jenny, come back. So at the same time she said that, I had the same thing in my mind. Jenny, come back. I love that. I mean, I love the ladies. It's just like a 5-hour ladies show is not necessarily gonna.
it's just funny
work
because
that way.
you interrupted us going to end it so you could talk about ending it.
Oh well,
Best.
that's typical for me. I'm always that kind of guy. I just do that. That's kind of
What, Bikini Laura? No. Anyway,
yeah. I was coming at the wrong time. Go ahead, ladies.
yeah. So well, I mean, I guess we can just end it here, Helio, if you want to go ahead and stop the stream and
Take it away.
open up the floor to everyone else.
Well, a lot of times you guys end it with a song. I mean, I don't know if.
Oh,
I know the
what song?
bots
Look,
kinda
I'm
changed.
I'm not
not
the
even sure how
eloquent
to
one
use.
to
I have one. We
start
did.
and shit. Really, this is like,
Can
okay,
we
you want to end it? Yeah, okay, let's end it. So, ladies'
can
night
we
is over.
can we play Karma with Dre's The System? Would you, Helio? I'm just pulling in
Let
to
me
my
see.
driveway.
Let me see if I can find it. Somebody probably can find it faster than I can.
I absolutely adore that song. Okay, I'm actually parking, so somebody should be faster than me too.
Well, I'm scrolling up through there to see if I can find it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too.
Who's gonna win?
Always you in the system.
I absolutely adore.
If
I never get tired of listening to this song ever.
Oh, I know it.
if it even works.
I know what channel it's on.
Oh, what a night. Well, all right, I found it. Maybe
You
I
did?
can. I got it. Got it. All right, we
Hey,
have a
I'm
new
back.
box, don't we?
Hello, I'm back.
You're
What up?
just
What
in
up? What
time
up?
to hear. You're just in
What's
time to
happening?
hear our closing song.
Closing song? No.
Yeah, we're
No
still gonna
closing
go,
song.
but it's gonna be open. The floor will be open.
Oh,
Okay, so
not a
this.
closing song. Can I? You guys already chose the song. Can we have two
Yeah.
closing songs?
The answer is yes.
What do you want to play?
Oh, I've been obsessed with the song for like days. I want to hear it
Okay,
again.
so
I mean, if it's like from a record company or something, we can't play that type of music on here.
Oh no! It's not. His name. You're not gonna. I don't know if you guys are gonna like this or not. Shit, I'm scared.
Post
Never
it in the
mind.
chat.
Okay.
It's too late now.
Is it too late?
No, I mean, like, you gotta post it now.
Yeah, you have to
Oh.
post it. We're gonna play this song and by Drace and Karma.
Okay, no. Okay, do not
And
take
then-
it back. After I post it, don't be like, give it a chance. Okay.
You got it.
Okay. Thanks.
System.
okay, that's it. Ladies' night for another hour. Woohoo!
Another hour.
Here.
Okay. Fuck. I don't mind being the asshole. That's okay.
No. You are perfectly fine. No, we already decided. I was just playing.
No,
I don't think the bots work. The music bots work.
No, I
Yeah.
think we have a brand new one. Is why it
Yeah, it's
just
a new
happened
bot.
today.
Yeah, it's a new bot. Let me see
You
if
guys, I
it
posted
works
it.
for me. Let me see if it works. See, it's not working for.
I haven't
you.
even looked at the new commands.
Yeah.
Can I just write his name, and then you guys find it?
Truth Prevails is trying to.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it either.
Yeah, we're gonna just have to.
let me see. Let me see. Shit. Yeah, Indio updated the bot, so it's kind of I don't know how to use it yet.
Me neither.
Son of a.
Well, it looks like the commands are like those are the commands, but it's not responding to them. So
Yeah, the bot's
Try doing
offline
it on
actually.
the live stream. Oop, what? What, Spiral?
The bot is actually offline right now, so yeah, it's not gonna work.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Great.
man.
Another hour on Ladies Night. Yay.
What does that mean? How's the bot offline?
I can play it over my speakers and turn it up really loud. Maybe you can hear it.
Yeah, do that.
All right, let me see what we got here. Let's see. We'll do.
How is a bot offline? I'm so confused.
No. Well, we've had some issues with bots here lately because freaking Google bought Discord and they got rid of all the bots. Yeah, they freaking own all the copyrights now.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on something to get that fixed. So hopefully it'll
That's
work out.
crazy. Fucking assholes.
Shit. Let's see, watch on YouTube. Oh, I'll just play it really loud. Let me know if this comes through okay. I'll turn it up.
If you know how they raise you in the system, start your growth, not the sauce, you get the gist, man.
Can you hear it?
On your own, when you're grown, never learn the school on your own. That's what I know, got you looking to the phone. You know how they raise you in the system, tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, teach you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, then you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo, girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, you must conform to the norm system. Be a slave till you can't, cause they think of what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with God, backs that got from through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die, making difference. Bought by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, since your life will be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, flow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in the system, so you trust to your guts, no resistance. Never own till you cold, but I stick within the mold. But believe the story told that I got your kids enrolled. You know why they raise you in the system, full control of your soul if you let them. Organize, see the skies, but you let me in their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, true so much, blows a dust, no cosmic dust, just feel your wanderlust.
You know how they raise you in the system of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the blind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your God, where's the rock, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bending space and time. As I get another time, but the content is a crime.
If you know the truth, you can listen. Draw the line, genuine, happy baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
You know how they they keep you in the system. Kept them back under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. What's the purpose of the song? Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. You know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, better disco. Put your chico cracking crypto, don't be a little cute and make me sunny. Such a wig, if you like the funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Yeah, man, that sounded all right to you guys. I listened to it on the YouTube channel. It sounded
Indio's
okay.
rebooting the bot right. Indio's rebooting the bot right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe it's a
I
quality.
mean, that shit was bouncing my house. I had to turn it up all the way with my mic. It's all good though. I think it sounded pretty good.
Don't be fucking with your mom's sleep time, man. She'll fuck around and whoop your ass.
She's all the way across the trailer, man. What you talking about?
I know you respect your moms anyway. I'm just joking with you.
Yeah, she can't hear that shit. And I mean, you know. So anyway, yeah, I get pretty crazy.
Me and Dennis are both mama's boys. My mom's fast, but I'm still a mama's boy.
I sent you, please.
What's that? Yeah, the new song that you were talking about. Let's play that one. What was it?
Hey, Dennis, before you go, I was just going to say, turn it down 15% because there's a little bit of distortion.
Yeah, I heard that on the live stream.
You go with it?
Oh.
Well, I can. I just want it.
Sorry.
Coming through clear. Oh, well, hey, how about we just wait till Indio gets the bot fixed and then we'll.
No, just play it. It's okay.
All right, I'll play it. All right. Which song is it? It's in the live stream voice text.
Yeah. It's just yeah. Can you see it? Should I send it again?
This is copyrighted music, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Which one is it? I'm looking. 908. Should be. No, I don't see it in live stream voice text.
I got it pulled up.
Play it.
I don't know. Live stream voice text. Chat or text? Yeah.
Is it Joe Boy?
Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate it.
All right. Joe Boy Alcohol.
Because space is infinite and it goes in all directions.
Is this in? No, is Joe Boy signed to a major label?
He's not signed to a label. He's just an artist. That's it. He's not signed to any label.
Glad you got a hot mic, bro.
That would be like me being on a roller
Who's
coaster
hot mic?
with a GoPro glued to a basketball.
Glat Flow.
Hey, Glat.
Mute him.
Are you?
Well, I just want to make sure before I play this video or play this song that I won't, I won't mess up the channel.
No, the bot's not playing yet.
No, I'm just saying it doesn't matter to you two if you have your freaking shit. I don't know who Joe Boy is. I've never heard of him, but if he's signed on a major label, then if we
He's
play
not.
okay, so this is his video that he put out with
Yes.
by himself.
Yeah.
You promise?
It says it's licensed, but
It's literally because he's African.
So
And
Indio,
don't do official. What's going on? Tell me.
No, I'm not gonna play that song. Not gonna happen.
what song? The bot is up. We don't have to have it join. All you have to do is play a song and it'll join automatically.
Well, hey, what I'm gonna do is go ahead and stop the stream and we can play it, and it won't be live. How about that?
Sure.
All right, here we go. I'm about to stop. live
Oh,
stream.
you guys are worried about YouTube. Y'all, I forget this. I always forget this
Yeah,
is
it's
live.
live stream. Yeah, we can't play copyrighted music on
I
on the live
was
stream.
I was wondering. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if we're not live streaming on YouTube, then we can play whatever the fuck we want to. But
Mm.
all right, so I just stopped the live stream. All right, so the bot's back up. Let's see, play it through the bot
That's
though.
what everybody's
He's getting
talking
it
about
there.
copyright. So I just thought I had no clue, Karma. I'm like, what are you talking about? A
Yeah,
license to video on behalf of
yeah.
Africa.
They
No,
can shut
they don't
down
do
our
it.
YouTube
That's
channel
not
for.
around suing people.
Yeah, they can shut down our YouTube
It's
channel
not a
for
major label.
copyrighted
Sorry.
Hey,
music.
I just want to say shout out to Drace and Karma for that badass song. In my head, it's called the Federal Reserve System. That's the name of the song. In my head.
The veterans.
No doubt.
No doubt, dude. I second that.
Let's see.
All you ladies that all you ladies that didn't get to talk enough tonight, my DMs are always open.
All the ladies. All of the ladies.
All of them.
Get the man a glass of water.
Michael.
We should spam the hell out of his DMs right now. All of us.
Photobomb, yeah. I'm eating a steak dinner I had to cook myself, damn it.
It's not fair for us to. I mean, Roger's live streaming. It's kind of like he's probably sleeping.
I'm the best cook I know,
Not
though.
fair for us to play some.
I'll be the judge of that.
Get his shit.
If you're worried about copyrights, people can always just check it out individually, and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the record company. I mean, sometimes they'll. It's like every single day on the YouTube channel, that I live stream on, I get a copyright claim on every video. It's copyright claim. But some record companies will give you a strike and say you can't play my song, and I don't want you to do it. And then if they give you a strike, then you have to appeal it. But until your appeal is done, you can't live stream anymore.
That's crazy.
No, well, it is what it is. That's why.
So kill the stream. Let's play the song.
Okay,
Turn the
well,
stream back up.
it's killed here, but now
let's
Roger's
talk
stream is still going, and I don't want his stream to get cut down either.
Mute it.
Yeah, just
definite.
mute it.
All right, yeah, I can do that. I can deafen Rogers, and now we can play.
But no, you guys.
Well, I mean,
like,
I'm not sure. Are we ready to go, Indio?
Mute him too. Fuck it. Oh no!
Well, I don't know if the bot's working. I mean, I can play it.
All
the
you
same
gotta
way I
do is
played
look in the
last
bot.
one.
Excuse me, hold on. Just look in the bot lobby and see if Indio gave us the okay.
Well, he said, "Hold on, I need to start it a different way." That's the last thing I
Yeah,
said.
I'm reading that, bro. I'm the one that took. Yeah.
Right. So I don't know if it's actually working yet. But I can play it through my microphone, if you guys want me to do like I did the last song.
Yeah, just play it. It's
All
like,
right,
I don't.
cool. Let me do that.
Yeah.
Have you tried to get the bot to play it? I mean, it may be working. Just play. Put it in there and see if it plays it.
I just tried it, and that's when Indio said, "Hold on, I need to start it a different way."
Yeah, well, we can listen to it.
Once I was 7
This
years
way, we're gonna.
old, my mama told me, "Go get yourself some friends, or you belong."
a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
I love how his vocals are like going.
You posted this song, and you can honestly say that you understand everything he was saying. In that song.
About
It's
making
cha-cha
changes in his
music.
life.
Yeah.
He's made a change in his life, and he's not going back to his old life. He's going to stand firm in his new traditions of living, I guess, like a holy life.
I guess Hank gets it. I don't know. I didn't understand a damn word.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Thanks. He's just making it up, Hank. He didn't
No,
understand
he
it.
heard exactly.
The spirit of the. I think Hank was following the spirit of the
that's-
video, maybe, or the spirit of the.
I wasn't watching no video.
What
I
No.
didn't read nothing. I was
That's
listening. I'm at
basically-
work, guys.
It's basically what the dude's saying.
but it's in Russian.
He's giving up his old ways.
You gotta understand,
Period.
Hank has superior listening skills. That's all. He just listens so good. He heard and understood it. I was just hearing auditory hallucinations from it because I'm not used to the accent and stuff. So I heard something completely different at times.
Yeah, is that like Jamaican kind of stuff or Caribbean? It sounds like more like Caribbean kind of swing, kind of weird stuff.
Weird stuff? Oh my god, please do not do this to me. Please do not do this to me. Please do not.
I'm sorry if I was being offensive, but whatever. I didn't hear
Not,
anything.
and y'all are gonna kill my whole.
I guess I just don't see it.
I don't see those subtitles
It's
call them
kind of like earlier today when somebody couldn't understand me because I was used to have your aesthetic accent accidentally.
But how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your MIND that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the of what you've been taught, they've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just wasted. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot.
You
That's why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
I want to shout out Spurs Chemo. That was a fantastic little riff that he did. Just, well, I gotta say it was a really good rap, right? And I could tell he's from way back in the OG days when we had to get a lot of words in a little bit of time.
You are listening to Kai on FB 105.6.
Days getting way too wicked. It's just like ancient books predict. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick, sick, sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof. True measurements, cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not for the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate Sam. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Second law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line core, scientific. All the thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. Thesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. You find a you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on her head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to inspire me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off to space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Damn.
You are listening to K105.2 Flat Earth Radio.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball. But it's flat and it's not moving or spinning. at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat then we'll fall off the edge, but if it is a spinning ball we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Where the hell's the curve at?
Yeah, man. Wants to know.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Bitch!
The captain thinks the world is around, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat.
Oh, somebody else queued us on up, huh?
In other breaking news, the world is round, not flat.
No, it's just added on to that music video.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
That's when I knew the Earth was round. It was the moment he said all that.
Yeah.
All right, so Indio said when the bot starts to robot lag or just generally fuck up, anybody that knows it, message him and let him know. He's using virtual servers, and each one of those servers have a data limit. So
why doesn't he just port forward and run it through Apache?
Well, you could ask him.
It's just like running a private server, but your internet company has to allow you to have a static IP, which can be dangerous. So you have to mirror it through a dynamic DNS.
Indio's hip to all that, bro. Just send him a DM. We always welcome help.
Yeah, Josh Bent, I'm glad you found my invite in Google Hangouts or wherever. Glad you came along, bro. You're definitely most welcome to be here. What's that?
On one of your streams.
Was it one of my streams? Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah. Because you said, you know who I am? And I said, I don't know, but you got the name of our Lord.
Yeah,
I remember now.
Titanfall.
Yeah, I do that sometimes.
And I mistaken truth prevails.
Damn!
Denise.
I hope that was on the View.
Denise? I don't think I know who you're talking about. Is that good or bad?
It's good. Denise was one of the normies that I flipped into a truther. I'm pretty sure I
Oh
did.
my God! What happened to that man's face just now?
She's still lost.
Hey, I think it's funny as fuck.
Oh, it is funny, but wow, dude, that you don't recover from that.
Look, I'm an eggplant. I'm going back to the earth.
Wait a minute. One went flying off. One went flying off.
That his nose that went flying
it's
off?
Yamaka.
Is it Penny Hat?
Yeah, that's it. That's why it's funny, bro. You just noticed the yarmulke? Throw the Jew down. Hey, shit, the Jew just threw himself down the well. Hell yeah.
Jewish nose.
Jew on, baby.
Can you do it again?
Right.
That's what
right.
you call flat earth in your face.
He Jewed it. Break a leg.
That's, when somebody eats shit at work, and just like, that's a pretty neat trick, buddy. Can you do it
Bro,
again?
I looked at that. I thought, man, that's crucial. Take that down. And I said, wait a minute. That was his yarmulke. Fuck that. Leave it up.
What was he originally asking price for?
Fuck, he bodied himself. That's fucking gold. I know. How much do I have to pay him to do it again? I want a live show.
Yeah, let's see him do it again. Can you repeat it? Do it on command? Come on, bud.
He just needs to go to America's Got Talent instead of dancing competition, and he's set.
He was going to do a front flip, but he had a little bit of dumbass.
Yeah, he ended up doing like a double gainer instead.
He
What happens when
lagged.
you constantly rub your hands together all the time? That makes them smooth. No traction.
I can do some flips.
It's like he did a double gainer on the pavement. Or on the stage. Just swan dive.
I know.
But Yamaka bounced.
Yeah.
I know. It took me a minute to even notice that. I was like, wait a minute, what is that? It looks like a big ass cracker. Oh, wait, it's a yarmulke. My daughter's like, that's a Jew, Dad. That's a Jew. I was like, even the kid knows.
Sweet.
Yeah, but he hit his head so hard, he probably had a afterlife experience. He's a Christian now.
Yeah, he probably seen his maker, huh?
I think he hit it so hard, he's probably a concave earther at this point.
Concave forehead.
Earthquake
Yeah,
earther.
like, it must be like my face, so it's concave.
It's a good thing I hit my face, otherwise I could have seriously been hurt.
He blew out his neck.
That's the kind of injury that'll put a curve back in your neck.
No, that was not kosher.
My neck, my back.
He didn't even able to do the scorpion. He just belly flopped.
And that motherfucker woke up praying, Barak atah Adonai Elohim.
I bet he woke up speaking Mandarin. Fluent in some other language. That's one hell of a brain trauma right there. That was traumatic brain trauma.
Traumatic brain trauma.
Traumatic brain
That
injury.
hurt me looking at it.
That's what I meant to say.
Big words there, Hank.
You know what the fuck I meant.
I know, I'm just fucking with you. Because I'm an asshole.
Because we can't.
I'm an asshole.
Hey, SSHOLE. Yes, that's how you spell asshole.
Oh, somebody static quit, and it was like the fucking live stream lowered 2 decibel. Who had that static?
Wouldn't me?
Probably me. Because I'm playing a game.
Target spotted.
So we need some Globers to come in and give us maximum effort. Feel me?
That's what we need.
Yeah, Smile of Death. I don't know if you got a chance to talk yet, but we had a great chat in the check-in earlier. If you want to pop on and say what's up, now's a good time.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just supposed to be quiet because it's kind of late at night.
Okay.
Copy that.
I don't know. I was just still trying to get together some info.
What have you gathered up since you've been kind of around the topic?
Dust.
I mean, do you guys know I'm a globe earther, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fine, bro.
I get it. Anyway, I haven't even been doing that much right now. I've been playing games and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know how to explain the water. So you guys think water can't curve around the earth, right? But I say,
Well, sure it can. Just show it.
Yeah, let's see it. I'd love to.
I've never observed it. I don't know about say it can't. I've never observed it to.
the thing is, to observe it, you have to go to space, and to go to space,
I
you need
think
millions of dollars.
that goes without saying, guy. I think
Yeah,
so, but hey, I could be wrong.
And to go to space, you need millions of dollars, and if you have millions of dollars,
I doubt that. I doubt you could go with millions of dollars.
Well, we should actually see it. If you're 1 foot off the ground, you should actually see it start curve at 1.225 miles away.
why would you be able to see that?
Well, the
Because
globe
it's not as big as you guys imply it is. It's got a given radius, and at that rate of curvature that given radius implies through geometry, it should be observable. It shouldn't be, oh, it's so massive, because it's really not. 3,959 miles? Shit, it's 1,800 miles from here to Florida, and that ain't that far.
Sure, but first of all, it's pretty far. Second of all,
No, it's not. It's
okay,
hours.
Fine. It's not
Not days, hours.
quite a few hours. Sure.
I guess I can't be heard.
But can I see the math that says that you should be able to see it? I'm sure there's like an information voice somewhere.
Well, yeah, you can just refer to any Earth curve calculator. These are the numbers that they're providing
I'm
for the
on one
globe.
right now, actually.
Okay, cool. Do you see where it mentions a radius?
Yeah, and Truth posted the curvature rate for the model for the given numbers, because those numbers depict a geometry, and it's simple geometry after that to figure out the rate of curvature.
Yes, it is.
It's in live stream voice text.
I'm on a calculator right now, so it says it's 8 inches per mile squared, which is a weird metric. You should be using the metric system, but
No, because nobody's trying to calculate the entirety of the circumference of a ball, just a large enough parabola to match it.
Sorry, what?
Nobody's trying to say you can see something all the way around a ball, so we don't need the math that describes the entirety of a ball. We use a parabola because it's functional for out to 1,200 miles. It's functional.
If you have a function that accurately describes anything around the globe, then you should be able to use it as a function that calculates the curvature of the Earth and how
Look,
far.
are you in live stream? Can you look in the voice text in live stream? So even your globe Earth engineers tell you this parabola is good for a certain amount of miles. We're not trying to say you can see at a distance greater than we would need on that parabola anyway. Because the human eye isn't capable of seeing 3,000 miles, 2,000 miles.
Of course not.
So we don't need math to show you the full function of a complete circle.
Okay, but what's your point? Like, you shouldn't.
My point is the parabola is accurate up to 1,200 miles.
Okay, the parabola is accurate up to 1,200 miles. Now what?
Where's the curvature that it predicts? The model. Certain things should be hidden under 2,000-3,000 foot of fucking curvature, and they're not.
Well, So, okay, if we refer back to 8 inches per mile squared, then you should be able to see. Well, I'm not gonna do the math right now, but it's like 20 miles, isn't it?
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I
coming
can
through
hear
now,
you.
Hank.
So what are you
Yeah.
saying? We should only be able to see to the point of a geometric horizon? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. You should only be able to see as far as the Earth's curvature lets you.
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, so type in 1 foot observer height in your Earth curve calculator, and then look on there and tell me where the horizon's supposed to be.
Do you have a specific Earth curve calculator? Because mine doesn't let me input that kind of thing.
You can't put in 1 foot observer height in your Earth curve calculator?
No, it says accurately calculate the curvature you're supposed to see. So it's calculating how much drop there is over a certain amount of kilometers.
Okay, can somebody get this guy a proper Earth curve calculator, please? So anyway, whenever you do this, you're going to see that it's 1.225 miles away, right? And it's square the mile, right? But at 1 foot, horizon should be 1.225 miles away. Can you agree to that, or do you need to see it first?
I'd like to see it, but I might be able to agree to it.
All right, well, I'm sure somebody's going to post an Earth curve calculator for you.
No, I'm not looking at a static. I'm not looking at a static picture. I'm looking at like a. I don't know how to explain. So there's a distance. You have to you have to input a distance of the Earth's circumference. So if you put in 20 kilometers, it's gonna wrap that around the Earth, and then it's gonna calculate how much drop there is. I can send you a picture if you want.
Hi guys, sorry I'm back. What did I miss?
Welcome back, Rabbit.
What are you?
Not much.
Are you arguing about the equation now?
No, absolutely not. Should I be typing in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Okay.
What are you guys talking about?
There's multiple Earth curve calculators.
All right, I
the
got
one
one.
that most Globers like to pick is Metabunk because it's hosted by Mick West, their Globe Earth proponent engineer.
Mm-hmm.
He's got an engineering degree. He's a professional engineer, but I mean, we have those two here. Which one is the best? Hey, Michael, which one is the best Earth curve calculator, though? The best.
I would say they're all accurate. They're all pretty accurate.
Yeah,
most
I would
of
say
them
I
use
would
this
agree with you
for
on that.
All right, I just posted one. New guy, can you see it? Can you see the screenshot?
Everybody, you know, we're trying to talk to this guy. Everybody's posting, yeah, because this is silly because
Yeah,
they're all the
multiple
same.
times.
They all say the same thing.
They do. They will differ. If they differ, it'll be by less than inches.
Yeah, it's minute. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
they're really
so-
good at lying to us. They're really precise and specific.
It really doesn't matter. You can pick whichever one you want. Because normally what they predict, we are real far from when we're observing things on the horizon at a distance.
Okay, I'm on the GitHub calculator. Whoever posted that one, Hank.
Like a 50-foot
Alright, so-
object being seen from
Hold on.
300 foot under the curve.
Yeah, and let Hank posted one. Go ahead and explain this. I mean, they're all similar, so you know.
Yeah, just real quick. So you look, if you type in 1 foot observer height, the distance to the horizon is 1.224560 miles, or 1.225. Right. So do you agree that that's where the horizon should be if we live on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles? I mean, this is your math, your model.
I understand. Can you give me?
Do you agree to your model?
Can you give me a minute to understand what this is saying?
Well,
You have trouble understanding where the
No,
horizon would be
Not complicated, man.
on a geometric
hold on.
sphere?
I have something. I have something to interject really quick. Do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
No, the horizon is the point where you see two.
All right.
You
So
sent me
that's
something.
it's
Someone
so
read on
the definite definition of
Mountain.
horizon is the apparent point where the ground appears to meet the sky. Now, if the Earth were a globe, then you're going to have to go by by what Hank's describing. That would be the geometric horizon. So continue, Hank. I just wanted to point that out really quick.
No, you guys can
I just
take
wanna
over.
say- No. I just want to say thank you. I'm a globe derp for that very interesting comment.
He sent you something, right? Does it make
So
sense to you?
what was your question to him, Hank? Can you repeat your question to him?
I was just trying to get him to agree to his own model. Does
Yes,
he
exactly.
agree that this is accurate? His horizon should be 1.225 miles away at 1 foot observer height. And then if he can agree to that, then we can move on to the Black Swan. Someone else can take
Sure.
over.
Well, I don't think there's any reason for 4 or 5 of us to jump on him until he actually understands it. That's why I would just want to point out,
I was
where
kinda
what he
wanting to
thinks
hear
the
his
horizon
response.
is. Yeah, I want to know
That's
what
why
he
I
thinks
asked
the
Hank to
horizon is.
take over.
Yeah, it
Can I
should
point
just
out?
be Hank and Smile. Just let them converse.
Okay, can I point out so that with an eye height of 1 foot and a target distance of 30 feet, the height of any structure that you should be able to see from that distance is 552 feet. That's what it's saying if you look at the diagram.
Yeah, but you're obfuscating. I'm just trying to get you to agree
Right.
that the horizon should be 1.225 miles away at 1 foot observer height, like the Earth curve calculator that was created by Globers adhering to
Yes.
your model. Yes,
Yes,
okay, you do agree. Okay, so I think at 1 minute after the hour, the bot posted a picture. Can you see it?
Which bot?
I just posted the Black Swan, Hank, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, the Black Swan image. Can you see it? It's in the live stream voice text.
Yep, I can see it.
Okay, so what you're looking at here is an argument. And then on the bottom of the argument is a still shot from a video that's on YouTube that we can show you when this is all over with. And it's going to eliminate all the variables, right? But here goes the argument. So it's a simple modus tollens. You ever heard of it?
Sorry, say it again.
If P, then Q. Okay, so if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, like your model, P, then every horizon measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, we just went over that. You agreed to it. So this is not Q. We'll go over that in just a second. So the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Now, can you see the oil rigs in the picture below that?
Yes.
Okay, where's the horizon? Is it before, in between, or after the oil rigs?
I'd say after because I can see a little bit.
Right. So this was taken at 1 foot observer's height, right? And your horizon is behind the last oil rig platform habitat, and that's at least 9.41 miles. So we can say the horizon's at least about 10 miles, right?
Okay.
So if we live on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, it's supposed to be 1.2 miles away in front of the first platform habitat, but it's not. It's almost 10 times further than it's supposed to be. So when you look at the video, right, we're going to give you the video in just a second. Yeah, it's already there, posted at 8 minutes past the hour. You can see in the video that the camera's 1 foot off the ground, and you can go back to that Earth curve calculator, and you can say, where's the horizon supposed to be? It's supposed to be 1.225 miles away, but it's not. So where's your Earth curve? So I would ask you to go ahead and watch the video.
Can I screen share maybe, or is that not?
No, you can't
Okay.
screen share in here.
Are we?
But
all
I would
using
ask you
the
to.
same- Are we all using
I
the
would
same
ask you.
calculator?
Sure. What does that have to do with what the argument that I just made? I'm
Oh,
asking you
wanna...
to.
No, I'm not trying to dodge the question or anything. I'm just wondering because the diagram should be the same. If you look at the thing, then the 1.22 is the D1, which is the horizon distance. The maximum height of something that you should be able to see is 51 feet at 10 miles. That's H1.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that at all. We're only talking about the
Yeah,
horizon.
but let him take a screenshot of the video. That video that you're talking about.
No,
Take a screenshot.
I think the
He's off the
calculation.
point. He's off the point, and Hank's right to get him back onto the point. The point's
get
not the
back on
things
the
on the
point.
horizon; it's the horizon.
What he's trying to do is he's saying that he has numbers for it. Okay, so
Okay,
when he's trying
hang on. Right about now is when you should probably go on mute and let these fellas have their let Hank and this fella finish their conversation because Hank's right on point with him wanting to obfuscate on the object.
I'm not really into somebody managing me, so chill. Thank you.
Well, we like
That's what we do here. You're gonna have to accept that.
I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just trying to keep the conversation. Okay.
Here we go. Exactly. Here we go.
Continue, Hank. Continue, Hank.
Yeah, Hank. I mean, he's not talking about the same thing you are, Hank. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Real quick, Smile of Death.
Yeah, he wants to talk about the price of rice in China, right? We're talking about the horizon, and it's not where it's supposed to be, right?
Okay,
According to the Earth curve calculator and the heliocentric model.
And you'll let him finish.
Okay, so repeat the argument back to me so that I know that you understand.
The argument was that the
What is my premise?
Is too far from where it should be.
Right, and this takes away the radius from your model. It debunks your radius. But the thing is that anybody can repeat this. Anybody can go to a large body of water at rest during the cool of the day, and they can repeat this. And they can make observations over large bodies of water. You don't have to go to space. You don't have to have $1 million. You can get a mirror from a garage sale for like 50 cents and repeat this.
All you need is 2 people and a mirror and a phone if you want to film it.
I understand.
Okay.
The distance to the horizon, that is the argument.
No, I understand your argument. I apologize.
So it comes up to a predicted 1.22, right? Read your prediction. It predicts the horizon will be. It predicts 1.225 miles to distance horizon, but here we see it's well past that. Well past 9.41 miles. Now, how is that when your rate of curvature predicts a distance to the horizon only capable of 1.225? And that includes refraction. All these curve calculators, they all include refraction.
Do they?
Yeah, they do.
Well, it says specifically.
But refraction's never. There's no instance in refraction where it said to extend the distance to the horizon. Refraction can only shorten the distance to the horizon.
Ooh, you got that one right, Michael.
Yeah, so that's really not an argument. If you're thinking, oh, I'll use refraction, show me a scientific citation that says refraction can extend the horizon. We've been looking for that for years.
To everyone listening, right, here's the deal. We're just trying to stay focused on the argument at hand. The horizon has been used for 500 years to trick people into thinking we live on a sphere and that boats go over the horizon, and that's the proof of the sphericity of the globe that we live on. But the truth is, now that we have better optics and technology has increased, right, we have broken through the lies and through all the bullshit, and anyone can prove this to themselves. Because I'm not trying to convince anybody to do anything except to think for yourself, question authority, and get your ass out to the water and check it for yourself.
Okay, how about I suggest something else? What if you take a stick, put it in the ground? Have you heard this before? I assume you have.
Are you about to talk about Copernicus? He's about to talk about Copernicus.
Aristophanes.
Oh, Aristophanes. Oh, Copernicus
You can
might as
take
well
that
be.
stick and put it where the sun don't shine. It doesn't prove anything.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's
you're
let
gonna
him go with
measure
his
sticks
argument,
and
though.
shadows.
You're going to measure a shadow. So how do you correlate the shape of the Earth to that shadow? How do you prove that this is caused by the spherosity of the Earth? How do you prove that? Go ahead.
Whoa, that's a good sound effect, actually. Well, you can't prove that it's directly linked to the
Well,
Earth.
if you're going to bring up Aristophanes, you're going to have to tell us what you mean by that. What do you mean that Aristophanes test actually proves anything about the globe? Go ahead and explain it to us.
Okay, so assuming that light comes in parallel lines, because
Assuming? Did you say assuming?
Yes.
I don't assume that.
Okay.
I don't assume that.
Why don't you
Because let
assume?
me show you why I don't assume that, okay? Okay, are you in the live stream voice text?
Am I? Yeah, I'm in that.
All right. So you can see what I'm about to post right here.
Yes.
Okay, here comes a few pictures for you.
Donato posted a good one. Yeah, that's good right there. Yeah, all that.
All right, so they say during a solar eclipse that the umbra and penumbra is what happens when the light from the sun bends around the moon, makes a path of totality only about 70 miles wide. Now, if the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth, the shadow should be 1/4 the size of the Earth, but it's not. Do you know why? Because light isn't coming in at 90 degrees. So every time you guys bring up Eratosthenes, you're debunking your own eclipse if you assume that light travels from the sun at 90 degrees. Thanks very much.
But of course it does. Okay, so
Then
no.
then that wait. If what you're saying is true, then that necessitates that the moon is only 70 miles across.
Oh, absolutely not. So okay, so did you know light can
Wait,
bend?
this is a true dichotomy. Is a true dichotomy. I'll ask you one question. Does light travel at 90 degrees or does it not?
It does.
Okay, then the moon is only 70 miles across.
And if you're going to say the gravity of Earth bends that light, it doesn't work out good for your model.
Man, on all that point, every point that he's not made, see how fast he moved off of the direct measurement of Earth?
There is none.
I mean, there's no reason to directly measure Earth because it's obviously not a globe. It's a level stationary plane. That's why we use the ocean as a space point. There you go. Obvious life, or obvious it be. There it is. Corpuscular rays. Where's the parallel light rays from the sun? Where's that at?
Are you seriously using that as an example?
Wait, but you use parallel sun
Are
rays
you
as an
seriously not considering it?
I'm sure if you can. Okay, look, I don't have my research done. You're right about that. Okay. What did you call them?
Crepuscular.
Yeah, the guys that have been doing this for 6 years have the same argument that you do. They haven't got the research done. They're not a scientist. They're not a specialist.
Are you?
They don't have all the information. If I adhere to the scientific method, am I a scientist by definition?
But
you gonna cry?
Yes.
By no.
No.
Yes.
Look, you guys.
So, what is a scientist if it's not someone who strictly adheres to the scientific method?
Okay, but there are scientists who do strictly adhere to the scientific method, and they say that the Earth.
Are there scientists that
wait.
don't?
Philosophy says the Earth's a sphere, not true scientists. Come on.
Sorry,
man.
who says that? Philosophy?
I said it. Philosophy. Because you can't prove any of that crap. Anything about the Earth is outside the realm of us measuring it. We're stuck in the reference frame of the Earth, and we can't view it from the outside reference frame. For anything you say on it is theoretical, and theory isn't part of the actual scientific method, except for starting it.
And on that point, Michael, what does PhD stand for?
A doctorate in philosophy.
Thank you.
Right. So the scientific method is make an observation, come up with a hypothesis, create a experiment with independent, dependent variable, and prove a cause and effect or don't. Relationship. Prove cause and effect relationship or do not. So the shape really isn't a scientific question. It's a measurement
All right,
question.
new guy. Can I get you to watch the video that I just posted? It's like 16 seconds long. Do you mind watching that real fast?
I'll play it for you, Hank, if you want.
Yeah, go ahead and play it for the class.
Science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. It's guesswork. It's guesswork.
That was
So by
Michio
definition,
Kaku, a PhD in
Michio.
astrophysics.
Have
Michio
you ever
Kaku.
thought
by
that-
definition,
Have you ever
sorry,
thought
by
that maybe there's
definition, is
little
he
bit
a
of
scientist?
context?
Sure. Yeah.
Do you want to
Show
go
us what
find the
context is.
maybe?
Show us what context is going to debunk what he said. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the scientific method. So, can you tell me, is anybody in his field a scientist?
Yeah, obviously.
They are, without using the scientific method. That's like saying they're a baker, but they don't bake anything. Can you be a baker without baking anything?
Can
you be a
you-
candlestick maker without making candlesticks?
Nope.
These are great. These are great. What do you call them? I don't know. I don't know what you call them. Anyway,
Idioms.
Metaphors. I don't know.
Well, what do you think a leap of logic is? Answer that. What's a leap of logic?
A leap of logic is jumping to conclusions without sufficient evidence.
Well, a leap of logic would be.
Is that science?
No.
Sounds like a logical fallacy. What about guesswork? What do you think guesswork is? That's postulation, right? That's not science.
But do you think that maybe, just maybe, that there's a context to that clip that you sent?
No. The
No.
context was
No
he was
context.
talking about everybody else in his field in astrophysics.
Are you sure that that's what he was talking about, though?
Yeah, I've watched the entire video. You just listened to the clip. I watched the entire video, and I say yes.
You watched the
He's
entire
talking about the universal paradox. You can cover that one too, right, Hank?
Universal paradox of what?
I still want to hear him define a
The
lethal object.
scale that we're off by. If we make a small error on a universal scale, it becomes universally infinite.
When he says leap of logic, is he?
Look at the number. Hold up. It's posted in live stream. Look at that number. In cosmology, we are off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. The same dude, Michio Kaku.
Damn, looks like
There's
he's
your
telling so much
paradox.
truth. Sir, can we get your P.O. box so we can send you some preparation H? Because he's speaking so much truth, you seem a little butthurt. All jokes aside, bro, I'm just joking. Look, here's the thing, man. This world is not what you think it is, right? And I'm quoting B.O.B.
Look, I'm willing to accept it. I am. I know you don't believe that, but I am. But there's very good explanations for everything, even if I can't.
Yeah, but the village idiot can give me an explanation, right? We're
Yeah,
talking about
and-
science.
Yeah, explanations aren't demonstrations, and they're furthest from fact. If I give you a good explanation of something, but it really didn't prove anything, then it's just bullshit, right? I'm just feeding you full of bullshit. It might be eloquent, but it's still bullshit.
If the story makes sense and it fits in with the way the world works,
It's not about sense. It's about and the way the world works, or you think it works. It's about, does it coincide with reality? And it is factual if it can be demonstrated. If it can't be demonstrated, then it's not factual. Do you
Look,
want to?
here- Sorry, bro.
but imagine that one day we decided that we're gonna shoot a rocket to the moon and then take a picture of the Earth.
Okay, bro. I don't want to imagine anything. I want you to look at 23 minutes past the hour. I posted a GIF, right? And we have Carl Sagan and Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that the Eratosthenes thing would work both on a flat Earth and on a globe Earth. So why is that your guys' number one proof if it's no proof at all? Think about that for a second. And why do the images have to be photoshopped, right? Because they have to be, according to the creator of the Blue Marble, Mr. Robert Simmons, and I'm about to post that video too. So why do they have to be photoshopped?
Why does what have to be photoshopped? The arm model?
The images of the Earth.
NASA images, all NASA images.
Because satellites literally can't see all of the Earth at once?
Because satellites don't take photos, they get telemetry data. Radio telescopes don't take photos, they get telemetry data. There's no large cameras floating around in the outer atmosphere. We don't just put cameras on. Yeah, there's no cameras on satellites. Yes, that's what I've said.
I agree that the majority of satellites might not have cameras.
No, that's not even how they look at deep space. They use radio telescopes.
We're not talking about deep space. We're talking about photographing the Earth.
Digital is
And
not
I'm telling
photographic.
you, there are no cameras on satellites. There's sensors and radio telescopes.
You do understand that a camera is a sensor, right?
You do understand I can Google the satellite and look at all the equipment on this said satellite, right?
There's not just one satellite. There's hundreds.
Okay, give me a citation for one that has a photographic camera or lens on it and not a fucking multi-spectrum lens or radio telescopic lens. It won't be Hubble. It won't be Sophia. It won't be Hubble.
Regardless, it'll be transmitted back to Earth via ones and zeros. It's not a photograph. It's an image, a composite compilation of data.
They admit this, dude. They're not you. They don't say, oh, yeah, we got cameras on satellites. They say, no, we get telemetry data and we convert it. That's why it's got to be CGI.
That's the same thing.
See, here's the thing. I just cited my source for the Blue Marble 2012, and you're whistling past the graveyard.
You're talking about a film camera. Oh.
Telemetry data is not the same as an orthographic image.
You're talking about a film camera, right?
No.
No. Then what type of camera?
There's no orthographic photos taken. That's just it. They don't use any cameras. They use sensors. We covered that.
Give me a second. This guy.
A camera sensor is not a camera. It doesn't take an orthographic image.
Okay, define orthographic image.
Oh. Well, what grade are you in?
I am.
You've never seen a photo. How about photograph?
Thank you, I'm a Globe Derp. Your comments are so incredibly helpful. They're actually contributing a lot to the discussion. Thank you.
Take a deep breath. Okay.
Orthographic view is a side-on perspective that does not account for the vanishing point or perspective.
Well, it's an orthographic projection that creates an image, but yeah.
But it's fundamentally a lie compared to reality.
So I have a camera on my phone. Is that the type of camera you're talking about? Because you need to properly define what you're talking about when you say camera.
Bro, we're saying it's photoshopped because it has to be.
I did, and you didn't understand it.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Hey guys, let's play that video that Hank posted.
Okay. I want you
it's
to
only a
listen to
few
me
minutes
for a
long.
second. Can you? Okay, I understand. Can you listen to me for a second? Just clearly. I'm going to tell you something. Those pictures, they are photoshopped. And you know why?
Because they have to be.
Yes.
That's why.
Because NASA can't, or any satellite can't take a full image of the Earth at once in a low Earth orbit.
What
Yeah,
about
we know
Epic?
this. We
What
know
about the
this.
Epic satellite? You just made a claim. Have you heard of Epic?
How do you spell that? EPYC or EPIC?
EPIC. Epic.
Epic satellite.
Yeah, from a million miles away. That should pull it up.
I think I have a GIF for that one. Hold on, let me find it.
Be sure and check out the evidence of green screen in between the border of the moon and the Earth. Because it's Photoshop, because it has to be, just like Robert Simmons from Goddard said. And on the video I posted, I even cited the Goddard website.
Okay. I'm gonna. Do you know what Starlink is?
Oh my God!
Can we try to stay focused on either Epic or the fact that it's photoshopped and that they're cartoons and you only believe it because you saw it on TV and you saw it in a magazine or you saw it in your mind's eye? It's not reality. When you go outside and you look at the real world, it's totally different than what you've been told. That's why we're challenging you to go outside with a mirror.
Yeah, there's only one picture of Earth from space that is claimed to be a one still. Well, it's not even one still. It's a. You're talking about Epic.
The blue marble. Yeah, we know.
No, not the blue marble. No, I'm talking about Epic, which is 1 million miles away from Earth, and it's a time lapse footage of the moon going across Earth from 1 million miles away. The Epic satellite. If you're not aware of it, just look it up, bro. Epic, bro. Yeah, look up Epic satellite.
And when you see it, tell me it doesn't look like a 1962 Disney production.
Well, there's so many problems with that. I mean, we can go through the Epic footage, but whatever.
So, do you think that maybe because it's 1 million miles away, the camera quality is going to be a lot less, like good?
Yeah, it added perfect green screen in there because green screen makes total sense.
Hold on. I mean, well, their claims are. I mean, they didn't actually use one camera. They had several different types of camera. They had the RG and B in different cameras and shit, and then they combined that. So that's all freaking Photoshop too. Put together. So anyway, so yeah, when you really go over what they actually did to create the Epic satellite footage, it's still you come to the same conclusion that they didn't ever actually take a picture of Earth from space.
No, there's literally only one camera. So the description of the video.
No.
NASA's Earth Polychromatic Imaging Camera, EPIC, sits aboard NOAA's Deep Space Climate Observatory satellite at Lagrange Point, 1 million miles away from Earth.
Well, I was right about that. So you said polychromatic.
You just claimed 5 minutes ago that there wasn't a satellite far enough away from Earth to take one picture of the Earth. So are you going to recant, or do you still believe that?
But I didn't say that. I said the majority of satellites won't be.
No, you did say that.
Okay, fine. I said that.
Don't lie.
Okay, fine. I was wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So this Epic satellite, it's 1 million miles away, and tell us more about that camera.
Wow, I don't have the details of the camera spec.
I thought you were just starting to read it out. I thought you were.
I was
right
reading
on
the
point.
description of the video from NASA.
Yeah, and it was polychromatic. I mean, it wasn't just, in their description, it's not just one camera.
Do you want me to copy and paste the description?
What does poly mean? Like if I'm a
spectral
many. And do you know what chroma means? It means color.
Spectrometer, radiometer. So it's a 10-channel spectroradiometer on EPIC or Earth Polychromatic Imaging Camera.
Mm-hmm.
Spectroradiometer.
Yeah,
meaning
it's
10
really,
channels of radio waves that go out and send back telemetry data. Just like I said, thanks for proving my point, bro.
Yeah, it's not actual video image from space.
No, it's a radiometer. That's a camera sensor.
Yeah, it's a sensor.
Doesn't take
but it's not
orthographic images or projected real life images by light. It takes radioscopic images that are radio waves bounced off something and that come back with telemetry data and imaging. Radio imaging, same
and
as
they're going
radio.
to have somebody like Robert Simon interpret
the same
that
as
data
a radio
and make
telescope.
it look like something what they really see. Yeah. So anyway.
It's called a camera sensor, and this is a 10-channel spectral radiometer sensor.
Do you know how cameras work at all? Every single
I
camera
do.
has a sensor.
That's why I just broke it down. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yes, they all do have a sensor, but there is a specific camera sensor that is literally a camera and a sensor. It's a radiographic sensor. Sends out radio images and receives them back. Translates that to telemetry data.
Okay. So
you can't understand what I'm saying to you when I've studied this stuff, and you're asking me, do I know the difference between a camera and a camera sensor? Yes, I do, and I'm not talking about the sensor that exists in every camera. So a camera sensor is multispectrum, just like this one.
Multispectrum
and it sees radio images, not no.
It's more akin to the
Multispectrum of radio.
Bluetooth in your phone.
Hey, you know what's even
radio
more?
waves.
You know what's more important about this, Mike?
Listen,
we're talking about a million,
what
1
does it
million
mean by
miles away. 1 million miles.
Hold on.
Okay.
What is a 10-channel spectroradiometer, which is a camera sensor? This is a multispectrum camera sensor. A spectroradiometer. It transmits and receives radio waves, and it brings back telemetry data that it converts into a telemetry image or strip.
Okay.
A normal camera uses a camera sensor for the refraction of light or reflection of light and takes an orthographic image, which is a still photo of what you see. Camera sensors don't do that.
Every camera
They don't
has a camera
see.
sensor. You just agreed to that.
Well, I just broke it down to you. The difference between a camera sensor and a camera that is a camera sensor. Yes, it has the sensor's a processor, dude. So you got it wrong anyway. Every camera has a processor.
Okay, that's true.
I mean, he's only 5 minutes
And
in understanding what they claim about the
processes
epic.
the information. Hold up. It processes the information in which it gets it. This camera processes information in radio waves, not light waves. That's the difference between an orthographic image.
Radio is light. It's just a different frequency.
No, light is a wave and radio wave is a wave.
Okay,
but there are
that's just
different spectrums. But even if you understood what I said, we're not looking at the light spectrum. We're looking at the radio spectrum.
Yeah, because the epic satellite wasn't using light.
Okay, but radio is light.
It is using light, dude. That's why it's a whatever.
Not in the same way.
No, in different spectrums. I've already covered this 100 times, and the dude act like I'm the one. He acts like I'm the one that don't understand, but you don't understand the vast the spectrum. What spectrum we use to take a regular image, and what spectrum we use to take a radio image.
Their claim they were what they put out as the result of their test. 1 million miles from Earth. With the moon traveling across. Which is the most ridiculous image.
Let's get back to the curvature, right?
There's not even any cloud movement in that GIF.
Yeah, I mean, it's just totally ridiculous. I mean,
I don't know why we're getting.
Well, it's just like we're trying to. It's like this guy. If the main image that was given to us from this epic image was completely preposterous, and it wouldn't. If you think the Earth is a globe and you think it would look like that, then you're just totally lost in your own religion. It doesn't even work, at all.
Why?
So anyway, you want to get back to the curvature, Hank? Let's get back to the curvature from the ground. It's just like where are these people at? It's really weird to me.
Okay, You know what? I have CAD installed. I'll just go make a model.
You have what?
But that's the
Oh
thing.
yeah,
I
that's
keep
it.
trying to
That's
tell you.
Drace just showed you. That's the epic image right there.
No, he said he
I
has
keep-
CAD installed. He's going to go make a model.
Here's the thing. It's
I just
not
have
about models. It's about reality, right? I could make a mathematical model of why Superman can do a single bound and jump over a building, right?
Not
But that
according
doesn't mean
to
it's
laws of physics.
not according to the laws of physics. So, bro,
Yeah, no, we make up
we
the laws
could
of physics necessary for such a thing to happen. That's the
we
point.
could make up a mathematical model of why Superman's muscles are so strong when there's no kryptonite around his body. Because math is a language, right? I can describe things that aren't real, like 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
Okay.
But the beer's in the fridge, isn't it? It's not on the wall.
Sure.
But mathematically, it works out. So you see what I'm saying? I could tell you a story about you can drive 100 miles in a second, right? If you have a race car with a rocket fast enough. It's a language. So what I'm trying to explain to you, there's a difference between reality, right? That which is empirical, because in here, you know, we joke around and we have fun, but we're all hyper empiricists. Do you know what that means?
Hyper imperial? Sorry.
And not imperialist. We're not trying to invade your country. Well, that may be true, but empiricist.
I wish we could
empiricist.
sometimes.
So an empiricist is someone who only knows what they can prove, and everything else is in the belief category. So do you know the difference between belief and knowledge?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me one of your beliefs.
I believe. I don't actually believe in anything.
You believe the sun's going to rise tomorrow, but you don't know, right?
No, if you're talking about knowledge in that way, then you can't know anything. You could be.
Hold on. You can
Wait a
know
minute.
that. You can know. Go ahead. Sorry, Hank.
You know that you're a man, right? You have testicles. You can squeeze them. It hurts.
Well, no, I don't know that. What if I'm inside of a matrix and I'm just actually a robot?
Okay, put your balls in a vice and tighten them as hard as you can with a cheat mechanism, and try to tell me
Hold
that
on.
you're
Let's
in the
get back
matrix.
to the sunrise. Come on, Hank. Man, come on.
Well, I'm just saying, if we're going to go down the solipsist route where we can't know anything, let's get the guy to put his balls in a vice, and he won't know that he's in pain.
We can know a lot. They just don't want to throw out all that shit that they can't verify or confirm. That's what it is.
There's a fine
That's
line
why
to
they
prove
get like this, because they don't want to accept only what we can prove and demonstrate. They want to say these fairy tales, they got to be true too, because somebody told them to me, and they make sense in my mind because I watch Star Trek.
Okay. Be quiet. How
What?
How far do you
The
believe
fuck
the laws of physics?
you just say to me?
Oh,
you be quiet. Tell me to be quiet, boy.
No, hold on. This guy is. It sounds like a smart kid, but
Don't
we've
tell me
looked
to
at-
be quiet again, kid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I mean, we're trying to actually help
I'm
you.
not playing a game with you.
Yeah, we're trying to help you lead. We're leading down logical avenues to where you can actually understand what you actually experience, and in adverse to what you
Have been
believe.
taught. And because they told you that they're making leaps of logic. We haven't made one leap of logic yet. You said we'll see if the Earth is a sphere by measuring a stick and a shadow, right? However primitive that might be, because Aristophanes lived before Jesus. I told you to go outside and directly measure the Earth yourself.
And
So
you're
which
saying
one is more logical, sir? If you want to know your shoe size, do you measure your foot or do you measure your head?
This is Flat Earth College, bro. Get your ass in gear.
Okay.
If you want to know your shoe size, do you measure your foot?
You measure your foot, bro. I don't need these stupid
Directly.
questions that are obviously.
Okay, well, we asked you, how do you have the curvature of the Earth? And you said, we're going to measure a shadow on a stick, bro.
Okay, fine. How do you measure your flat Earth?
You measure it directly
How?
over a large body of water.
You walk across it?
You take the Earth curve calculator, you plot out a little piece of land or piece of water, preferably water, because the physics of water is always flat and stationary when at rest in a large body of water. Right. So you go out and you measure it. You're claiming that there should be curvature there that you can detect And our claim is that we can see way farther than you're supposed to be able to.
Okay, do you want to see how you can see water curve?
If you show me a droplet, bro, I'm gonna shit a brick.
Okay.
Please do not show me a water droplet.
Or a test
How can
tube,
you
or a
see-
test tube with meniscus.
How can you see water curve? Show me, bro.
Never mind. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he already
It
is
was a
going
war
to do
drop,
that.
wasn't it? It was a war drop. For the
Oh.
1,000th time.
All right, continue, Hank.
Okay, so I was thinking, do you okay? So if you take a bunch of iron filings and you take a spherical magnet, and so the magnetism is acting as gravity, right? If you just put the iron
No,
filings
magnetism is acting as magnetism.
Okay, but what we want right now is a model that shows that there's a force
Bro,
between
what is it with
particles.
models? Okay, let me show you the difference between a model and the real thing. Let's say you're my nephew, right? And I'm your rich uncle. And I say, hey, kid, when you turn 18, I'm going to buy you a Porsche. You turn 18, you're all excited, and I give you a box, and you think maybe it has a scavenger hunt in it, or maybe it's got the keys in it. You open the box, and it's a model Porsche. Are you going to be like, oh, thanks, Uncle Larry? Just what I wanted. A Porsche. Dude, the model isn't the real thing. The model is just a concept. Go outside and look at the real Earth. Is it a scientific model?
Representation for something that we can't measure properly because it's so freaking big.
It's not that big, bro. We just showed you that you can measure it. Do boats go over the horizon?
Okay, it's not that big. Why don't you go?
Okay, it's not
walk
that
around?
big. That's right. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, should we measure the Earth directly if we want to see if it has curvature?
No, we literally can.
Okay, so we should measure our foreheads to see how big our feet are.
Okay, I don't want to hear these weird metaphors.
Because it makes too much sense, doesn't it? You
No,
want to
it makes
measure
no
your
sense.
foot to see how big your foot is. That doesn't make sense to you? That's not a logical statement? Follow me logically. You go into the shoe store, right? You tell the lady that you don't know your shoe size. She tells you to sit down, and you put your head in the measuring thing on the floor. She's going to call the cops and say that you're mental, bro.
Okay, if we have,
It's like your foot is not as big as you think it is.
I understand. Okay,
Yeah,
I
your
have to go
foot's
at 12, by the way. Just so that you don't feel like I'm just leaving because I'm.
Well, it's far from that, so go ahead.
Okay, so if we're using, to use your weird model, if we're using your head as an accurate measurement of your foot size, if they're
That's not
completely
what he was saying,
proportional,
man.
if they're completely proportional, so your foot is 1 foot and then your head is also 1
Mine
foot.
is not. I got a
Oh
big
my
ass
goodness!
head.
Yeah,
I
this
got a huge
fucking
head,
guy.
bro.
You're
You know how they
missing
say
the point
one size fits
completely of
all?
what's being
I
said.
have a big ass head and a big ass foot. So what does that mean?
Nothing.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to point out the usefulness of a
All
model.
right, so how big is Earth? That's what we're talking about. How big is Earth as a globe? And how can you measure it? And I think that's what Hank was getting at.
Hank was
It's
trying to
not-
say you can't measure your foot by measuring your head.
Okay, yeah, that's common sense.
Oh, is
All
it
right, that's
common
common
sense?
Really?
Yeah,
Well,
you don't
apply
measure
it,
the globe
please.
by measuring a shadow. That's common sense.
How is it different?
It's different because your head can't properly determine the size of your foot, but
There you go.
Yeah,
Now
but
getting it.
if you're a
shadow
little guy,
properly
you're gonna have a
represent-
little
Hold on,
head and a
Helio.
little foot.
Hold on,
you
Helio.
know?
Can a
Go
shadow
ahead.
properly represent the size of the Earth? Then
if there's a globe and there's a sun, then yes, you
you
literally.
just said if twice. It's a yes or no question.
Assuming my model is true, then yes.
No, but not assuming. Can it happen? Can it happen in reality? Can you use a simple shadow to determine the size of anything, my friend? Anything.
Well, that depends on what it is.
Is that a yes or no?
I can't answer yes or no when it's more detailed than that.
No, it's a yes or no question. Those are simple. We can move on after that, but
Yeah.
yes or no?
I have some questions beyond this. Just simple questions because he's obfuscating. Obviously, to everyone here, you're just obfuscating every single point. that we're trying to bring out. You don't even want to actually have the real conversation. You're just like, well, I want to be some type of intellectual, even though I'm not. And I don't want to have a real conversation. I just want to be somebody that can just throw shit out there and see if I can dominate these flat earthers with my non-intellect.
Okay. Let's reel it in. Let's give him the opportunity to provide some proof of Earth curvature. We're going to let you speak. Give us what you got. What you got? Some evidence for rotation of the Earth, or Earth curvature, or gas pressure without a container. Do you got evidence of any of those?
Gas pressure without a container. What's that?
Space.
Exactly.
How there's a near perfect vacuum of space, right? And the Earth has gas pressure, and there's no container. It's an open system. Allegedly, you can just fly to gravity. Okay. So what happens if you have a propane tank on the surface of the Earth with 250 psi inside, and you open it up? Does mass attract mass and hold in all the gas pressure, or does it spew out until it reaches equilibrium?
It reaches equilibrium with the atmosphere.
Where's the gravity?
The gravity is provided by the Earth.
No. You don't understand. You just claimed
in the container
that gravity can violate the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, right? Which is the gas pressure without a container. You need a container in order to have gas pressure. Do you know the definition of gas pressure?
Gas pressure? Yes, it's the amount of force per square inch
that it exerts against the walls of the container, right?
Sure.
It is the number of collisions with the walls of the container. Molecule collisions with the walls.
I think you could represent it like that, yeah.
No, that's actually is.
That's how it works, kid.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling me kid.
All right, well, so we're going to give you the opportunity to provide evidence, a practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, so I mean, the reason that we would call you kid is just because it's not like it seems like you have this fame.
Helio, hold on, buddy. I said it. Don't try to explain why I said it. We can move right past it too. Don't even worry about talking about it. Don't worry about it, dude.
Yeah, I get it.
Fine.
Cool.
Okay.
Continue, gentlemen.
The reason I can't provide an example for atmospheric pressure without a container is because I physically don't have enough mass to provide enough gravity for that.
What does?
Actually, just look at any of the planets.
No. Here on Earth, what does?
Nothing.
Other than the Earth and planets, what can we demonstrate on Earth?
Nothing, because literally nothing has that much.
So then how do you know that's what's going on?
Because mass creates gravity?
Yeah, who told you that? And how'd they prove it to you?
Okay.
That's out of date anyway.
What's out of date?
No, hold on. Even though Newtonian gravity is out of date, people still use it. People are doing the Einsteinian, the Newtonian thing now. They're mixing it up all the time. In one argument, we'll be talking about mass attracting mass, then we'll say, well, it doesn't really actually happen in reality. Then they'll whistle past that, and they'll go straight to Einsteinian gravity, and they'll just keep trying out these guesses, shit they heard.
Warping space time.
Yeah.
If you want to use a standard
so
reference,
gravity
just
doesn't
use
have
Einsteinian physics,
attraction or repulsion.
Hey, hold on, Battle Mod, are you trying to talk to us or?
Oh yeah, I'm not hot micing. I just forgot to flip my mic down.
No, I was going to say your mic was really low, Mike.
Yeah, I just forgot to flip it down. But gravity doesn't pull or push. We're under relativity.
Mm-hmm.
So mass doesn't attract mass. Mass warps space-time. Gravity is an effect of mass.
You can speak for yourself, Michael. I'm not under relativity, but...
well, I mean, he is. That's his model. But it doesn't have the same effect. You're wrong.
Yeah, but mass curving space-time is the exact same thing as mass attracting mass when you...
No, it's not.
No.
It is, though.
No.
Well, mass attracting mass doesn't cause time dilation.
Oh, we can go over that for an hour now, proving that he's just exactly wrong about that.
About time dilation?
Yeah,
How many
time
feet is
dilation
an hour?
same thing as Newtonian physics. Yes,
Yeah,
we can actually
Newton had
prove that you're wrong about that. Yes, we can actually
Newton had
prove
no
that you're wrong
concept
about that.
about gravity wells slowing down time for an attractive power.
We don't need to go into Einsteinian physics to
Yeah,
determine.
because you don't want to, because you're
No,
absolutely
we
wrong
don't.
and you don't know.
We don't need to use
Can
Newtonian
we go into
physics
the?
because it's not the modern mainstream theory.
Can we go into the scientific method?
I understand, but Einsteinian physics only applies to subatomic particles and very, very, very large objects. So
It doesn't even matter because
listen,
gravity does
Newton was
protect
overwritten
because
by
See
Einstein,
what they
bro.
do? They like Newton and Einstein. They can't pick. I love it.
Newton's outdated. It's
Newton
overwritten
works
by
good enough.
Einstein. Newton is overwritten by Einstein. We're no longer under Newtonian gravitation or
Well,
universal gravitation.
You just heard him say it. Newton is for Earth, Einstein's for space.
Can you please listen? Just for a second. Just listen to me.
Bro, listen. I went to college, man, when I was getting my bachelor's of science. I wasn't taught Newtonian physics. I was expected to already know it, and I was given the new mainstream advanced level on Einsteinian.
Okay, so
We don't apply Newtonian physics to anything. Not engineering, not project building. So at a high school level, you might believe it's still applied, but you're wrong. You're learning from a rudimentary concept before you enter advanced concepts.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So, okay, Einsteinian physics applies everywhere, okay? But the reason people still use Newtonian physics is that it works well enough to accurately predict models that relate to us. So, stuff on Earth scale, on
Be specific. What models?
any model in our size range, like from
Our
like,
size
Model of what? Be specific.
Yes,
That's too
the
vague.
human
It doesn't.
size range from like
Vague comments don't prove anything.
from like bigger than a couple molecules to like smaller than galaxies.
Okay, where's the experiment that happened
Nobody
to get that data?
uses Newtons. Listen, nobody
you really want
uses
to go to a
Newtons
math event?
for engineering, for building, or for application in any applied science. Newtons is never used.
Okay, but the reason Newton can work so well is
No,
because
I'm
if
talking
you,
about the Newtonian scale measurement of gravitation. Newtons. They're not used in the application of any applied physics.
which applied physics?
Any.
Be specific. Be specific, like you told me to be.
On Earth.
Well, you weren't, so treat others as you would like them to treat you. And I was specific. I said engineering, building, manufacturing, where we use
Building,
applied
engineering,
science and
manufacturing, what?
Navigation.
automotive parts, towering buildings, bridges, archways,
Surveying.
roadways. We don't use Newtons when we're building structures. We don't use Newtons when we're building cars and car parts. I can be specific, but so can you go back and be specific exactly about what you were talking about?
Yes, we don't use Einsteinian physics for anything big, for anything bigger than a subatomic particle, or smaller than galaxies. Happy?
Okay, so
Anything
how is
smaller than a galaxy?
all right? So, do we use Newtonian physics to build structures on Earth?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Are you an engineer?
Yes, I am.
Michael is. That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, I graduated from Michigan State University. I'm a professional highway engineer. I have a degree in mechanical engineering with a bachelor's of science.
And so you're telling me that every single time you go to build a bridge,
I never use Newtons. I've already said it. Don't make me repeat it.
Can I debunk Newton right now so he'll quit saying it? Do you guys mind if I step in?
Sure.
Yeah, so new guy, can you go to the live stream voice text at 58 minutes after the hour?
Oh yeah, you got a lot of catching up to do.
Let me know when you're there, sir. Let me know when you see the live stream voice text.
Yep, where Hank Hill said it at 58 after the hour. Another tiny little problem starts there.
Are you there, sir?
Oh, I'm here, yeah.
Okay, can you hear what I just said?
No, did you say something?
Yeah, check the live stream voice text.
It's 58 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I'm here. What do you want me to do?
The problem is that the equations, Einstein's field equations, require the energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. That this is not just a problem at high energies or short distances, it's a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab.
Okay, I'm opening the link.
So Einstein's principles have to be precise on every space-time point. But the problem is that the quantum realm is defined by the uncertainty principle.
And it has to apply to Newtonians.
Where they may or may not exist. They come in and out of existence. That's the uncertainty principle.
So the second statement.
So they're no longer a fixed space and time or a point.
Which goes against Newtonian particles.
I understand that.
Okay.
That's why.
All right, so if you keep reading.
That's why I said that we don't use Newtonian physics for stuff that's really, really small. That's why I said that.
It's because it's flat. It's because it's flat. You can't use it because it's flat. Sorry, guys. I'll shut up. You guys.
Yeah, we use quantum mechanics. We also use incoherent electrostatic acceleration. We use magnetism. We use electricity. All these forces and fields that truly exist, but we can never use gravity.
For what? We can never use gravity
for anything. Do you have anti-gravity?
What? You can't use gravity for anything?
Do you have anti-gravity? The implication is you've never proven gravity, or you'd have an experiment that proved a cause and effect relationship. Now, if you did that, you'd have anti-gravity, but you don't have anti-gravity, therefore you haven't proven gravity.
Why would proving
that
cause and
simple?
effect create
Gravity isn't even a scientific theory because it's not tested or backed by experimentation. It's just a colloquial definition of a theory. Best guess.
Let's test your science acumen, sir. What are the three constituent parts to an experiment, also known as a hypothesis test? What do you need in order to conduct science?
a lab? Is that like physical objects or?
No.
No,
So,
the three
I'll go
main
ahead and-
parts of an experiment.
Oh, hypothesis, experimentation, conclusion?
No, not science. Experiment. The three constituents of an experiment.
That's his answer for experiment. He understood what I said. Now go ahead, Hank.
It's independent, dependent, and controlled variables.
Okay, sure, fine.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right.
I can't understand the question
So,
properly if I don't.
Can you show us where Newton or Einstein or anyone else came up with the theory of gravity and the scientific method, that's the hypothesis test that validated? So we need a valid hypothesis for gravity. Do you understand?
With an independent, dependent, and control variable experiment.
Okay, as far as I know, there's no conclusive reason for why gravity exists. But, now this is a big but, okay? We can prove that it does exist and that it works how we expect it to work.
Okay, let me just explain what you did just now. So when you say but in the middle of a sentence, it's kind of like saying I'm not gay, but sometimes, and whatever you say after that, it's going to sound pretty gay, isn't it? Right?
All right.
So you see how you contradicted yourself? So I'm not trying to be an asshole, right? All I'm trying to explain to you is how the scientific method works. So real quick, let's say a caveman finds boiling water in a hot spring. He wants to know what's causing this effect. So the independent variable is going to be the cause. The dependent variable is the naturally observed phenomenon. This is natural science. We're talking about the natural world. So he hypothesizes that maybe the heat is what's causing the water to boil, right? So he goes to the ocean, he gets a fire going, and he adds heat to the water and it boils. He removes the heat, it stops boiling. He adds heat again and it boils. by manipulating the independent variable and having all the under variables under control. He didn't go to the top of the mountain. He stayed right at the sea level. Right? He saw a cause and effect relationship between heat and it causing the water to boil. So, can you put gravity like in a jar and paint it yellow? No. Can you manipulate the moon's gravity to see it's causing the Earth's tides? No. Can you do anything with gravity where you can manipulate space-time? No. So it's a mathematical concept at best. And what a concept is, I'll give you one. Like, I'm a Texan, right? So I have this fundamental idea of liberty. Can you bend my concept of liberty? Can you warp it? No, it's not physical. So in a vacuum, where it's a near perfect vacuum, there's this stuff called space-time. Now, the particles are hydrogen and
Space-time
helium.
exists everywhere. Sorry.
I know. But in this vacuum where this space-time exists, there's hydrogen and helium particles. If you could remove those and make it a perfect vacuum, there would be space-time there, according to the theory, right? But it's non-physical, meaning it's metaphysical, meaning that it's kind of like talking about God, right? Because God isn't physical, but he's everywhere, right?
Okay, so
It's just like gravity. So how do you create spaceballs? How are spherical planets created?
you want me to go through the creation of a planet?
Yeah, it's gravity, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, fine.
Right. So we've never observed this. We've never seen the formation of a star, the formation of a planet. It's all based on a just so story. And I just shown you that there's no scientific information at all. Now, do you want to know why things fall? The real reason?
Tell me, why?
So let's say you have a pail of water,
Mhm.
right? And you put an apple in it. What's the apple going to do?
Sink? Maybe
No, it's going to float. Yeah, the apple's going to float. If it's a fresh apple, it will float. Right. So now you remove the water. What's it going to do?
Go to the bottom?
Right. Now you add the water back. What's it going to do?
I guess it'll float again then.
Right. So you just manipulated the medium, right? And it caused the apple to